Oh, dude.
Hello, everybody. Pop culture curator here. Tuesday night, which means we are doing. This is a special horror sci-fi review. Usually, we have a movie selected. That sorry, I had to pick up my dog. They always want attention when I start a stream.
Well, of
So,
course.
yeah, I know it's right on cue. So, yeah, usually we vote for a movie, and then everyone selects, and then we watch it ahead of time, and then we review it on Tuesdays. But this is an exception because I didn't know I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to have this stream tonight, so I wasn't able to put the poll out there and choose a movie or any of that. So this is going to be an open panel, open mic. Everyone is invited. Um, I did post a link in the chat. You're all welcome if you'd like to come up here. What we're going to talk about tonight is just in general our favorite horror sci-fi movies. So that includes both genres: horror, sci-fi, fantasy, whatever you want to talk about. That's what we're going to cover tonight. And the advantage of that, and the good news is that maybe we'll come up with some fresh ideas of what you guys might want to see down the line in the future on this stream. So we can share some ideas and some horror movies that we all love together. And maybe we'll vote for a few and see what we're going to show next week. So, first of all, I'd like to say welcome to my fantastic fellow co-host, Nemesis of Eden. How are you doing there?
Oh, I'm loving life, Pop. Happy to be here, man. I'm happy that we're having this stream. And
Oh,
thank
yeah,
you so
same
much for
here.
everyone in the chat. Oh, dude. Yeah, for sure, Pop. And I think this is great. This is going to be a wonderful stream. There's gives us lots of opportunity to talk about. And I don't want to say diverse. That's such a. We're going to talk about lots of different things
Yeah,
tonight. It's going
diverse
to be
used to
great.
mean a good thing, right? But now, unfortunately, they've hijacked it into a horrible word. But right, and this
Uh,
is good because often when we do cover our movies, a lot of times we start wandering off topic and talking about other things that we enjoy. Well, tonight's going to be all off topic, so that's the
yeah.
advantage. Tonight we don't have to worry about having to stick to a certain timeline on any certain particular movie or TV show. So it's like I said, this is for everybody in the chat to bring up ideas or talk about anything you want, anything you love, anything you have a gripe about. I mean, this is we're all about honest opinions, and all opinions are welcome. We don't want an echo chamber here, that's for sure. And it looks like my good friend Gorilla just hopped in. Who Gorilla? I owe you and your liver so much for helping me out on Jill's fundraiser yesterday. And all of you guys,
Yeah.
everybody out there who's within hearing range in the chat or elsewhere, if you're watching this on a rerun, if you helped anti-derivative Jill yesterday with the very gracious and kind fundraiser, because I'm going through sort of a medical problem right now. I was in the hospital. That's why I missed last week's stream. I was in the hospital. I've got like a stupid tumor on my brain, and I've got to try to find some emergency like assistance housing and stuff. So I did drop a link in the chat that I did pin. If you're so kind enough, if you're able, if you can help me out, it is highly appreciated. And it is honest. I'm not making it up, and I wouldn't do it unless it was absolutely necessary.
So Ploxer, no item one tonight, please. No item one, please.
What
Nope,
item
that's
one?
discounted.
What?
Item one?
Yeah.
What is that?
But
No
For all
wandering
of
off
us,
topic.
yeah, when we
no
go off,
wondering.
no, when we go off topic, he'll put item one in the chat. That's when I started taking the shots there.
Well, well, tonight's going to be topics all over the place. So yeah, we don't want you getting wasted within 5 minutes.
Yeah. So uh,
Right.
so uh, so Pop, I can't play this then.
Hey guys, getting off the topic. So if we could all get back on the thing and stop all these distract. Oh look, ice cream.
Who knows? Maybe we might have to, but maybe not. And I want to say, especially, I appreciate we've got some people in the chat who came in early, and I
Hell yeah.
really, really thank you guys for being here to share your evening with us. I think it's going to be a blast tonight. Gap After Dark says, "Hey, pop culture, how are you doing?" And like I said, I am doing much better. I just a few days ago, I didn't know where I was going to be tonight, but thanks to the graciousness and the kindness of all of you and my good friends out there, which I love so much, you guys helped me out, and I'm able to keep the roof over my head at least temporarily. So yeah, it's like for me, it's the best thing anybody's ever done for me, and it really means a lot. And Gorilla says, "Hey everyone," and Gorilla is now on the panel with us. Gap says, "Hey Gorillas." Gorilla says, "How is it going?" And Resolute Germ says, "Hello." And Gap says, "Hey Resolute." "Hello Nemesis Bean," says Gap. And Resolute Germ, "Hey
Hello.
Resolute, good to see you." Resolute just says, "Hey Gap." A Resolute Germ says, "Hey Gap." And Gorilla says, "You need me up there, Pop?" "Yes, Gorilla. I always need Gorilla up here." And Lemon Pie, yo, so good to see you, Lemon Pie. I'm glad you could come and visit with us.
Hey, Scurvy, how's it
Lemon.
going?
And Germ says, "Remember that graduated when Gorilla needs a new liver." Yes, R.I.P. Gorilla's liver. And Basil
Oh
Battle
man.
Dragon, good to see you. Cheers. Hi, guys.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now. After I ate that worm, I don't remember shit from yesterday.
Oh
Do
dude.
you remember what the worm tasted like? I mean, you didn't actually like chew it, did you? Did you like swallow it like a pill or what?
Yeah, I just kind of swallowed it there, then it digested it. I got re-drunk.
Oh, well. It's better than remembering, I suppose. Doesn't sound very delicious.
No, but after I ate the worm there, I don't remember. I don't remember nothing.
So, I mean, maybe we should play that back. Lemon Pie says, "Hail Pop Gorilla Nemesis." Well, hail Lemon Pie. And
Hey
Gap is
Lemon.
laughing. Gap is laughing. Lemon Pie says, "Hey Germ." Gap and Basil. Resolute Germ corrects himself and says, "Gratitude." Gap After Dark says, "Hello Lemon Pie and Basil." And Lemon says, "Hail Lemon." Gap After Dark. Resolute Germ Basil. And Resolute Germ says, "Hi Lemon Pie. So good to see you all." Excuse me, I'm sorry. So, the good news is, since we're back for tonight's stream, that means obviously I should be back tomorrow for Gilligan's Island stream, which we can resume. I think we lost 2 weeks on that. Are you going to be ready for that, Gorilla?
I should be. I can watch the episodes.
I honestly, if you were to ask me which ones are next, I don't remember. I had to look it up. My memory's not quite what it used to be.
Oh,
Um,
give me
so
a minute
yeah,
here and I'll find out.
I appreciate that. Nemesis of Eden says, and of course, hello, Stream Elements. Stream Elements looks like they've been doing their job lately, so I'm not going to complain.
Hey, look, it just spat out my channel. Thank you, Stream Elements. Thank you.
Yes,
Appreciate
everybody
it.
do check out Nemesis of Eden's channel. Fantastic, excellent channel.
All right,
You know what?
last.
Oh, thank you so much.
Hey, guess what? Nemesis is I'm a big gamer. I like PlayStation. I had a 3 and a 4, and I was thinking about getting a 5. I
Yeah,
have a, I have the a VR Oculus Quest. You know what I'm talking about, right? Headset.
I I do. Yes, that's awesome.
Well, yeah, ready for this one? I no
Yeah.
longer have use of my left hand, so all that's out the window.
Well, you could always sell
Yeah,
it and make some money.
I know. Well, yeah. Like, well, I'll give you an example. Like the Oculus Quest. I got the big one, the 256 gigabyte, and I've got a whole slew of games on it. I mean, it's incredible. It's fun. I bought all these extra accessories, and then now I can't use it. It's like, oh my god. But the thing with that is, I can't sell the games with it. It's Facebook. So I think if whoever
Oh,
buys it, all they can do is buy the headset and then have to buy everything all over again. Does that make sense?
it does, and that's frustrating. I don't
Yes,
really
right. It's
know how that
bullshit.
works.
Yeah, since I paid for everything,
See,
it should be mine to sell or give away or whatever I want to, right?
oh, dude, that's why I'm a big fan of physical media. Like, always have been. People think it's weird that I prefer having like, oh, I bought the game, give me the goddamn physical game, please. Don't
You
be
are
like, oh,
right.
it's digital.
You are right. That's exactly that's a good reason why, right there, everybody. If you're listening, yeah, avoid this infernal purchasing things online to where they can take it away from you at any point. So it's yeah, it's I'm not, oh god, I've got a whole bunch of games. What a shame, and I love those games.
There may be an options for accessibility, pop, though. Don't necessarily just get rid of it yet. There's probably features or functions that can help you with that.
Well, I know I'll be getting my diagnosis. I had the test done last week at the hospital. I'll be getting the diagnosis in about another week or so. And at that point, when I find out what those are, I'll find out maybe if there's any like physical therapy I can go through where I could try to build the strength back up in my left hand. I don't know. So I'm not going to totally write it off yet at this point. I'm hoping to be able to use my left hand again. So I'm going to do the best I can to do that. Right now, I
Hell
can't
yeah,
even
buddy.
tie my shoes, and I feel ridiculous when I say that.
Bob, are we on season 2 already?
Gilligan's Island, yes, color.
Yeah,
Oh,
full color.
yeah, color.
Full color, that's right. Lemon Pie says, I'm content with even short answers, but curious as to the panel's opinion of Stargate SG-1. You're going to shoot me for this, Lemon Pie, but all I saw was the movie. I didn't see the
Hey man,
series, but I know it's really popular, and a lot of people are hoping they'll bring it back. So what do you guys think about SG-1?
I've the only thing I know about it is from South Park, and they sent Russell Crowe through, and he gets raped by
All right. Hey,
Christmas
Pop,
critters.
Pop, chain
Yes.
of command and don't bug the mosquitoes.
Okay, that's good to know. So
Oh man,
So is there a series called Stargate and another one called Stargate SG-1, or is that just one show?
I think
they're
there's
two
several
separate.
shows.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Isn't there Stargate
CSI, where
Atlantis?
I think so. Yeah, like CSI, there's like different ones depending on the name.
Well, better one would be there is JAG, then it spun off into NCIS, then it went to NCIS LA and NCIS New Orleans.
Man, I remember Jag. Remember that hot chick from Jag? Yeah, she was something
My
else.
mom used to watch JAG. I remember that was like Navy investigators or something, right? But it was the Navy, I think.
Yeah, yes, it was.
Okay, yeah, I remember my mom used to watch that. I don't know. At
Dude,
that
we used
point,
to
I
watch
stopped
that.
watching. What's that?
Go ahead. No, I was just
Well,
gonna say I remember watching like that and Walker, Texas Ranger, and fuck what else? The Pretender. God, what else from the '90s did we
Hey,
watch?
I review Walker Texas Ranger, but the entire review would be yep, he kicked him in this face here, he punched this guy, then he kicked him in this face, he shot that guy. There you go. There's your review for the episode.
there's your review of that episode, right? Repeat, wash, rinse, and repeat for next week, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying I didn't enjoy Walker Texas Ranger, but if you review it, that's pretty much
Hey
what I
man,
do for every episode.
it was better than watching The Nanny. Fuck.
Oh well, if they kick her in the face, I'll watch it.
Oh my god, yeah, it's a different kind of show
Hey.
though. Holy shit.
Hey,
Right.
I came
My
up,
God, her voice! Oh, if I could just get my
Hey.
hands around her neck.
I came up with a brilliant idea for new television here, and I believe Chuck Norris is still alive, ain't he?
I think he is. I haven't heard about him kicking the
I think
bucket.
so.
Okay, so we take Chuck Norris there. He goes around and roundhouse kicks these certain people in the face there, and I got a whole list of people he can start with.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
A wish
Nice.
list. And Resolute Germ says Stargate SG-1 was okay, but largely overrated. And Lemon Pie says Conan O'Brien would randomly play Walker Texas Ranger clips out of context. It was hilarious. Well, that's interesting. You might like that, Gorilla. It's probably on YouTube.
Conan O'Brien, who's that?
Conan O'Brien was the late night talk show host with the big cowlick.
Oh, that fucking asshole! I got it. He's on the
Tell us how you
fucking
really
list.
feel.
He's on the fucking list to get roundhouse kicked in the fucking face.
I take it he's not
Well,
your
there you
favorite.
go.
And allegedly, he was on a certain plane that we're not allowed to talk about. Allegedly.
Oh, you mean going to a certain island?
Yeah, I believe his name was on the one of the list I've seen, I believe, but that's allegedly.
Oh, I hadn't heard that. I've heard the other names on that list, but I didn't heard that he was on there.
Take that word grain of list, and there's a certain guy named Jimmy that I do not want to be sued, so I'm not gonna allege on him. I'm not gonna even allegedly say it on him.
Oh, not Jim Brooks. Oh, poor Jimmy.
Not Jimmy Carter, I take it.
No, wrong Jimmy, but yeah, but no, he said if anybody alleges that he was on the plane, he'd sue him.
Who said that? Because how are they going to prove it? Nobody will release the list. I mean, that's kind of.
Yeah, there you go. I'll put it in the private chat for you, Bob.
There you go. Yeah.
Conan O'Brien would. We read. Resolute Germ says if you give Walker a bad rating, Chuck Norris will appear and kick your ass. The thing is, with Resolute Germ and Gorilla, when it comes to Chuck Norris, I grew up spoiled because I watched Bruce Lee and I loved it. And in the movies where he teamed up with Bruce Lee, it was like Chuck Norris was in slow motion compared to Bruce Lee. So I always saw him as extremely subpar compared to Bruce Lee. It just seemed like he was very slow.
No, Bruce Lee was actually going for the ass kicking. Chuck Norris was going for the effects of the show.
Not necessarily. Like, it's two different fighting styles. It's like dexterity versus a strength build, right? Like, Bruce Lee is fast and fucking nimble and flashy, but, like, I'd hate to get hit by Chuck Norris. One hit's gonna fuck you up. Whereas, like, and not saying that Bruce Lee wouldn't fuck you up with one hit either. That dude was crazy too. But it's like two different builds in a video game.
Yes, I agree.
So, speaking of mosquitoes, though, have you ever seen the horror movie Mosquito, Pop?
Yes, giant mosquitoes. And the best scene was where the bitch got the proboscis in the ass.
Hey, I'm going to go out on
a limb. And I like the one where go ahead, Gorilla.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to guess that movie is about mosquitoes.
No.
Oh.
It's about Legion.
In fact, that's one of my favorite horror genres that I really like a lot is giant creatures. So yeah, Mosquito falls in that category. Food of the Gods, The Incredibles. I mean, The Amazing Colossal Man, War of the Colossal Beast. I like any of those movies where there's giant monsters. They don't make enough of them.
Yeah. Oh, for sure, right? Like, I really like the scene where the mosquito like pins the dude down in the rowboat and like shoves its proboscis through his eye, and you're just like, just
excellent movie, yeah. I want to cover it on our stream one of these nights because I actually like Mosquito. It actually stands out as a pretty good movie with really good practical effects.
Dude, I was shocked, guys, because it just came up. There used to be we had satellite, and one of the things was called Shadow Lane, and all it played was horror movies, so that's what I predominantly watched. And like you see the name Mosquito, and you're like, really? It's like the movie Bats. You're just like, really? But then you watch it, and it's fucking awesome. And like Bats is a completely different movie, but like Mosquito was fantastic. Like there was no CGI. Like, and don't get me wrong, CGI can be fine when done in moderation. Because plenty of movies have CGI that we don't even realize. It's there, it touches things up, blah, blah, blah. But when it's the monster itself is all CGI, it's very fake. You can tell it's unreal. So when they have this
yes, that's exactly correct. When the monster or the gore itself or the blood or any of that, our eyes can tell. We're not stupid people. I'm talking to Hollywood. We can tell when you make it CGI. It looks like a cartoon to us. Bring back practical effects. Bring back Rick Baker, Rob Bottin, Tom Savini, and all the good guys like that. And then we'll start paying for good horror again instead of going to see all this crap like Megan and whatever Blumhouse. I really hate Blumhouse movies. They really ruin horror.
They have, but I wouldn't say ruined horror, but I don't appreciate their style of
Well,
movies.
it's like
Um,
it's like when everybody thinks of horror now, it's like, isn't that the movies they make for little kids? Because it seems like they're all centered around little girls now, and targeted and geared towards little kids, jump scares, uh, horrible nightmare sequences. It just seems like that's part of the course, and they're all cookie cutter. There's nothing original anymore. I mean, when was the last time we saw a good monster movie with practical effects?
well, I mean, hey man, have you seen the last two Godzilla movies? They're really good, and there is no practical effects. It's all CGI, but I
Oh,
accept that,
okay.
and I'm so
Well,
happy about it.
I like the effects with Godzilla and the King Kong, but I cannot tolerate the human actors, especially the
And it's
little girl
funny.
who's just secret to everything. I just can't do that anymore. I'm allergic to
Oh, I
that.
know. It's and that's but that's been also been a part for in a lot of the movies going back. It just wasn't shoved down your throat so much to the point where you're sick about it, right? Like
Yeah, right now it's
I
got the
can swallow
message.
a lot, but like
Yeah,
I can
it's
only
so much of the message now, and especially they've got that stupid little girl from Stranger Things, and it's like, oh my god.
and yeah, but she barely played a role in the King Kong versus Godzilla. Like the best parts were when like fucking Godzilla was coming in and like Kong has the axe. He's trying to fight well, it's basically Ghidorah inside of Mecha
Yes.
Godzilla, and he's just like ah, and
Well,
blast
if
the axe.
somebody right, if somebody would do a fan edit where they cut out all the scenes with the humans, I would probably watch it over and over. But as it stands right now,
But
I can't even get myself to watch it a second time. If I do, I have to fast forward through the scenes with the humans.
but that being said, what are your thoughts? Because she's watched Shin Godzilla as well,
I
right?
like Shin Godzilla. I didn't like Shin Ultraman, but I like Shin Godzilla.
So, and it's funny because I've watched the cutout clips of only Godzilla, and there's like 13 minutes of him.
Yeah, that's what I was
And
gonna say. I
so
bet you,
what
yeah, you find out there's not much.
and but that's okay because like when the screens it's like when people talk, like the less you talk when you speak, it's more impactful. So when Godzilla is only shown for 10 or 15 minutes, his scenes have presence, has weight. However, the difference between the legendary picture films and the Toho picture films, it both focuses on people. It just focuses it on different ways. Whereas the Toho film studios is very serious. They take it very seriously. And well, 90% of the film is about the people, and it always has been from the original Godzilla onwards. They do
Yes.
it so well that you accept that as the movie. Whereas with like the legendary picture films, it's more it's more blockbuster. It's there's more messages. It's
That's what I was just gonna say.
frustrating. Even
It's
just
got
how
that
like
message. It's got that far left liberal feminist message. That's what they have now, and the Toho movies did not have that.
and even that, like they had like just I'm thinking of like you remember that scene where Rodan comes out of the volcano and he's causing absolute destruction and he's fucking flying over the city and people are burning to death as the shockwave
Yeah,
of wind
yeah.
from the volcano is coming out. And it's awesome. And then it cuts away immediately to like some boring nonsense. And you're just like, what the fuck? Or like where it's like there's the scene where like Rodan's flying in and you're like, yes, it's awesome. And then the human ship literally flies in and takes up the entire screenshot and covers the
Uh
monster.
huh.
It's
Yeah,
stuff like that. Whereas,
which one was it? Was it the last King Kong Godzilla where it had the fat, annoying YouTuber kid?
oh,
Because that's what
this,
totally took me out of the movie. That's all I can remember from that movie. I hated it so much.
oh, that's too bad. Yeah, but I can understand not disliking characters to that
Right,
extreme
right.
for
I
sure. Because
love
it really,
dinosaur movies, but now the Jurassic World movies are centered around little girl who's secret to everything. That she loves the dinosaurs. She could talk to them, and they communicate together, and blah blah blah. It makes me sick. When was the last time we saw dinosaurs actually eat people? I mean, on screen, not like just snap and they're gone. I mean, tear them apart. You know, two dinosaurs fighting over one carcass and spreading it apart. I want to see that kind of dinosaur movie. I mean, we've got all this CGI and money. It just seems like now it's like a Disneyfied version of Jurassic World. And I don't want to ruin it for any of you guys that like it, but I really, really hated the last two Jurassic World movies.
well, it's just really upsetting to me because as a child, Jurassic Park was the first horror movie I saw.
And it was a
It
great
came in as an
movie.
adventure
Yeah,
film,
Jurassic Park
but
was a
like
fantastic movie.
it was an introduction to horror for my entire generation. Like the scene where with the Tyrannosaurus, where it comes out and the suspense and it's trying to eat the kids, and you're just like, holy shit! As a child, you're just like, and like once again,
Yeah,
a mix of CGI and a mix of practical effects goes wonders, and it
and
worked
you have
really
right,
hand in
and you
hand.
have suspense and dread, which that's something you will never see in a Blumhouse movie.
No, there's too many jump scares, right? And like
Right?
even like the
Uh-huh.
jump scare that I can think of in Jurassic Park is where Samuel L. Jackson's arm falls down on Ellie, and she's like, "Oh, thank God!" And like she like pops around, and it's just his arm, and she's like,
That's his
"Ah!" And the
arm.
raptor jumps behind her. But it's a natural progression. It's not like a big, and there's like just music, and you're just like, "Oh,
Yes. Right. Yes. Or yeah, how about don't you love the where you're watching a movie, it's slow, dull, boring, nothing's going anywhere. Suddenly action starts happening. You're thinking, wait a minute, it's getting better. Oh, something's happening. Something's happening. Something's happening. And then the character wakes up and it was all a nightmare and it goes back to reset to where nothing's happening. So many
yeah,
of
that's
those.
frustrating."
My God, I hate
Captain,
those.
okay, we do have a bunch of chats that we've
Oh,
been
yeah, I was gonna
ignoring.
say,
Captain Kennedy has shown up.
no wonder you guys were. I just thought you guys were ignoring me. Turns out I was muted. Yeah,
Oh, there
Oh
you go.
no,
Self
no, we
mute,
wouldn't ignore
Gorilla.
you, Gorilla.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for reminding me there, Nemesis. Lemon Pie says, I'm content with even short answers, but curious as to the panel's
we read
opinion of.
that.
Oh, how did I get behind?
Yeah, we are
Uh,
at this one right here.
Bruce Lee was great on camera, but couldn't actually fight to save his life. That is definitely arguable. Basil Battle Dragon, hi Pop. I hope you're feeling okay today. I am. I'm so happy because thanks to all the generous and grateful people with big hearts, I have a roof over my head at least for the next month. So Basil, I could not be any better. I'm so happy. It's celebratory tonight. I hold out hope that you will allow the doc to treat the problem quickly. Believe me, I wish they could treat it quickly. I wish I could have Dr. McCoy give me a magic pill and everything's cured. But as it
Oh,
stands right now, I don't know what it's going to take until I get the results
dude,
back.
just makes me think sensu. But wish sensu beans were a real thing. Fix all ailments. They can fix broken bones. They can fix everything. You'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. All it takes is a trip to sick bay, and I'll see you guys in an hour, and I'll be good as new, right?
And we'll give you some of what's that? What's that? Dr. Crusher's go-to hypo. Um,
Fentanyl.
Morphine.
no, I
Oh my God.
Actually, it's
Oh,
Botox. I've seen it. Yeah. And Gorilla says, a Germ to answer your question remastered came out in 2021. And Resoderm says half those guys aren't working anymore or outright dead. Well, yeah, you're right about that. Unfortunately, time does take its toll. And Basil says Stargate SG-1 was a cool show. There you go. There's another fan. Basil says, hi, Lemon. And Germ says, Shin Godzilla was a disappointment. People kept hyping it up, and it was a turd. I like the fact that I like the humor in it, Germ. The fact that all the people
oh,
did it, they were all a bunch of bureaucrats, and they kept postponing the meeting for the next meeting. I thought that was kind of funny.
well, I'll talk on that in just a second. Hey, Canadian Spider-Man, good to see you, buddy. Thanks for being here. Hey, Cap,
Oh,
good for
really?
being here.
Spidey, good to
Basil.
see you, and thank you for the wonderful stream last night, and thank you for not booting me. I thought you would, but you didn't, and that's a true friend. Thank you, Spidey. And by the
Sean
way,
Carter's here
Spidey,
as well.
oh, Sean, yeah, but any of you guys, by the way, are welcome to join the panel if you'd like to. And Sean, thank you. You're so generous, Sean. I really appreciate what you've done for me. Lemon Pie says, excuse me, I like shows with creative takes and storylines. SG1 was one such show, though the final few seasons went off the rails after Richard Dean Anderson left. Richard Dean Anderson, that was MacGyver, right? I could be wrong. Basil Battle Dragon says Godzilla is my old buddy. Yes, yes, I love Godzilla. And by the way, it's another one. I want to cover the original, I think 56 version here soon on our show. Hello, Captain Finity. Hail. So good to see you, sir. Lemon
Hail,
Pie
Cap.
says, hey, Captain. And Captain Finity says, the Lemon Canadian Spider-Man is my good friend. And he's, I think that's a laugh or a hello. And Captain Finity says, I'm in Photoshop creating an exciting dream sequence right now. All right, when you wake up, Captain, let us know if it's all over or is the dream real. And Sean Carter, hello again, all driving, so can't respond. We'll drive safely, Sean, and I'm glad you're able to join us. Lemon Pie says, hey, Canadian Spider Man. Nems Zavine says, hail. And Sean Carter is sending his love. And Resolute Germ says, yes, he was MacGyver. Okay, that's what I thought. Hello, 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 Hungry Boy. How are you doing there?
I'm doing fine. I just wanted to come in and support as much as I could, considering the circumstances, none of which are your fault, by the way. And if we're having, is it still an open sci-fi horror topic night?
Sure is.
Hey.
We're here to talk about anything and everything we want to.
You could be here
Good.
if you can answer my one question. What was that medicine
God.
what was the medicine name that you kept using over and over again in TNG that was the go-to for Crusher?
I had no
Who's
idea.
who's the question directed to? Who are you asking?
The new I think that's Hungry's
Everybody?
avatar. Well,
Is hungry, are you a hungry? Are you a TNG fan?
I am a selective TNG fan. Just like I'm a selective DS9 fan. If something is soap opera, then in sci-fi, I hate it. I hate it. If something
Well, we
is,
agree on that. That's for sure. That's why I'm not a fan of TNG. But go ahead, continue.
so there are some episodes that were trying very hard to follow the paradigm. I'll tell you honestly, and I've mentioned this to other people, and I get in trouble for it a little bit. I have a really hard time getting into a series where before the lead actor came into the series, I already intensely disliked them, and I don't like Patrick Stewart. So that was very difficult for me. And the whole idea, empaths are very much a large part of comic book culture going back to at least 1968. So the whole Deanna Troy thing pissed me off a lot because it was so mishandled on almost every occasion. And so half of Star Trek is TNG is everything I despise in a sci-fi show, but a lot of it is what I like in a sci-fi show when it's handled very well. But I could say that about certain horror shows on television or horror movies, So
Right, and one thing about the empath, Troy, it's like okay, obviously, but you're supposed to think very carefully about what shows you're going to include and who's going to be the title cast. But it's like they inserted her without thinking about what are they going to do with the character. It's like they put her in the show and then they realize we don't know what to do with her. And then especially when they brought Guinan in, they give all her lines to Guinan. So all she did was sit there with her legs spread apart on the bridge all the time.
Well, that's true. And Guinan and I had problems with for a different reason because although there were early in her career, there were times I could enjoy Whoopi. The thing is, Whoopi basically does a Tom Selleck and does what oh God, who was the guy from Gone with the Wind? I always forget his name. This is a problem between me and my nana. But basically, some people only play themselves and never
Clark Gable?
Yes, Clark Gable. So
Okay.
one of the actresses who played alongside Clark Gable says, "Well, Clark only plays Clark. We just put him in different clothes."
Oh,
on a
so like
different-"
John Wayne. Like John Wayne.
Yeah, totally.
And so that was my problem with Whoopi, which is my problem with male actors. So it's not sexist or anything. And up until Blue Bloods, that was pretty much even though I love Tom Selleck was always Tom Selleck in anything he did.
That I agree. That's why I was never a fan of Tom Selleck.
Right. So
That's why I'm so glad he didn't end up being Indiana Jones. It was so close.
oh geez. I hear you. I hear you. And that's one of the things I like about the original Indiana Jones stuff is you get a little bit of science fiction. You certainly get intimations of metaphysical horror. Certainly at the end of the first film, it's all, I mean, my God, they basically confirm that God exists and there are archangels, which you better have the right sign on your door during Passover or you're screwed. And I
Yes.
like that. There was because Captain Finity is in the chat, there was no unreliable narrator, which he hates. And I hated that before I even knew what the term was, because there's a question of, is it real or is it not? But at the end of the film, we get the confirmation, yes, God is real, and the horror of doing the wrong thing and being a goose stepper, well, the punishment for that is going to be very real as well, especially if you are the lead villain in that who has the audacity to dress up like an ancient Jewish high cleric and go through and show the awfulness of going through the motions of performing a Jewish ceremony on the Ark of the Covenant. Yeah, he deserved to be melted. He deserved to be melted. And the thing in Star Trek TNG is oftentimes they make the mistake of we don't know who deserves what. We're going to write a show that's very based around religion or spirituality, and we don't believe in it ourselves. We kind of mock it. There was a lot of racism towards the concept of Irish people in TNG, but there were wonderful episodes as well. There, the first introduction of the Borg was a fantastic episode and chilled me to the bone. And it was as much, I'd say that was a horror sci-fi episode rather than a sci-fi episode.
Oh, there's been a few episodes like that. There with like the bluegills where Buddy gets like his head vaporized and like blows to pieces, and there's like the alien that's like sticking out of his severed like torso.
Yes. And I like those episodes. Those ones I really like, but then we get stupid rip-offs of rip-offs of rip-offs, and whenever somebody ripped off, I'm going to be a pedant here, but pop culture knows why I feel this way, and so would PvP if he was here. When TNG tried to rip off an Outer Limits episode, they always did so very badly, and it pissed me.
Yes, I agree.
And it was painfully obvious.
And I really hated that first season one. What was it where they swallowed these little aliens and it was like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I hated that episode.
Yeah, but I'll have a lot more. I'll have a lot more to say when we move on to other topics. I'm just not the best person. I'm not the best person to talk about TNG.
Same here, yeah, especially because I don't want to break a lot of hearts. I know a lot of you guys out there like it, so I don't want to disrespect it too much.
Well, exactly, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that I really like that people would just sneer at, utterly sneer at. And if anyone wants to make fun of me because I was complaining about TNG, I will take the shield away from my chest. I will bare my sternum for the arrows, and I will say I like almost every Toho monster or horror movie made from 1954 to 1974.
And I have to agree with that. I mean, they got hokey sometimes, but I still love them. They had a charm to them that I will always like.
All right, so catch up on chat here in a second.
Hey,
yep, I was just getting ready to thank you, Captain Benedy. Actually, to your point, all dream sequences take place on the astral plane. So in my book, dreams are real.
That's an interesting point. Very Carlos Castaneda, but an interesting point.
And Germ says hydrococazine. Was that counselor or doctor, whatever her face? Maybe
Crushers.
That was
Dr. Crusher.
Maybe that was it.
Like...
If someone was to ask me, what is your favorite character on TNG, I couldn't give you an answer because I don't like any of them. Oh. I'm sorry that sounds harsh, but I don't like any of the I didn't like the casting when the show was new. I don't like once Gene Roddenberry died, they start changing their characters because he wasn't around anymore. Hello, Captain. Good to see you. Oops, there we go. There's Captain.
Yay, hey. Captain here.
Hey, Captain. How are you doing today for you?
Captain.
Oh, Captain. Captain may be working on his audio, but we are very patient, Captain. So when you're ready.
I think it's more New Zealand is trying to stop him.
Did you guys hear New Zealand? They're going to start weighing passengers before they get on airplanes, and it's like, oh my God, at last! Why don't they do that here in the U.S.? And before they go into buffets.
But see, that's really funny and ironic. And one of the things that the captain complains about with New Zealand, and I'm right next door to New Zealand, okay. So we have a lot of back and forth between the countries because we actually had a no visa policy between our countries for a while, where if you were a New Zealander, you didn't even need a passport to get into Australia. Yeah. You need or a visa or anything, and vice versa. You could go back and forth, but everything's too bureaucratic now. But New Zealand is the most politically correct nation on earth aside from Sweden.
Unless they're getting high, like Jacinda.
Yeah. And then they're hypocritical because the prime minister can do it, but the public can't. And they were people that would get you fired if you were a teacher and said to a kid in a public school, "You're too fat." You would be fired in both Australia and New Zealand. But now they're going to weigh people to see if they're too fat to get on an airplane. How does that?
Well, the reason for that is so that they can more accurately measure out how much fuel that they think they'll need. The plus maybe a little bit more for emergencies. There.
Right, but what nobody wants to talk about, it's as simple as this. If they're a certain size, they need to pay for 2 tickets, period. Because it is not fair to everybody else.
Well, people are bitching. You're discriminating against because I'm too fat. Well,
yes, I agree. We are.
Hey, buddy.
Anybody who has ever gotten stuck next to an extremely grotesquely obese person on a bus, plane, or an aircraft understands, and I've had it happen to me.
That's why I drive.
Yeah, good answer.
Well,
Cam, good to
if I was
see you.
going to go to Texas there, unless it, I didn't go to Texas because they didn't actually have the funeral there. But if my car wasn't getting held together by duct tapes and zip ties there, I wouldn't have even considered flying. I would consider driving.
Well, I mean, it goes back to the science fiction thing, where some science fiction shows actually address the fat issue and some won't. And we need to. I don't know what we can do, but I mean, when we discuss certain things that make us happy in terms of science fiction and horror, and I know this is true for Pop, and I think I get the impression it's pretty true for Nemesis as well. The more culturally honest a show or a movie is, the more we seem to enjoy it.
Yeah. Can I say hi to
generally
Phantom Boomer? Welcome to Phantom Boomer.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey, buddy. And Cam is here, too. Hey,
Cam.
Cam, I hope you're doing well, buddy. Glad to see you could join us.
Yeah, at least Cam calls us panel instead of others, but...
Yeah, and I have a note for Cam. Jedi Bill, and Nina are so sweet. They're actually talking about... they actually offered for me to move to Arizona and stay with them. And I thought, how kind is that? It's like, oh my God. But obviously, I don't even have an income at this point. So the last thing I'm going to do is move in on somebody if I had no income. But I just thought that was very, very sweet. And I wanted to share that with Cam because he knows them and he knows how nice they are. So I'm sure he's not surprised. And do we have Captain? Can you hear us, Captain? Can we hear you? Captain. Oh, Captain.
Oh, Captain, my Captain, we're hard towels.
Oh,
we are very...
Hello, over.
There it is. Hello, Captain. Yay! Good to hear you.
Yay, I made it. Thank goodness. Hello there.
Yeah, usually you have trouble when you come on my streams, but I'm glad it's working this time.
I was going to do that. Look at me.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Took a couple of goes.
I am the captain now.
How's it going? How is everyone?
We're doing fantastic, Captain. Good to see you.
Exactly. I am the captain now.
You're the captain now. Lemon Pie says, Cam with applause. And Captain says, no, I absolutely love the trope of the unreliable narration. It's the filming of a lie that I find to be laughably ridiculous.
I miswrote that.
Well, here we go, Captain. I'll let you read it. Go for it, Captain, if you'd like.
I misspoke. I love the trope of the unreliable narrator, lying Ben Kenobi, certain point of view, sure. It's the filming, pretentious first-year film student bullshit. Looking at you, the usual suspects. Okay, well, fine. Back to the... Look at you, Last Jedi.
That I find to be laughably ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that brings up a whole bunch of numerous films.
Ridiculous, I tell you.
Wonderful shows and films from the 60s and the 70s where, somebody is misleading other characters regarding the plot, whether it's involving monsters or vampires well, vampires are technically monsters, or invasions from outer space. But we, as the reader and the listener and the viewer, are never misled. And as long as we are not misled and given a furphy by dint of, yeah, it's an Australian word, which basically means a made up tale at the pub to score points, then I'm okay with it. But when we get as the captain said, when we get the old switcheroo and we're made to feel the fool, even though we've been following and understanding all the information that the film is providing up until that point, it seems rather cheap. And it just seems like, okay, we didn't get to give the screenwriter 6 weeks to write the script. We only had 3. And it feels like paying for a steak and getting a
Liver.
a 1975 cheeseburger.
All right.
The wolf liver.
Phantom
Now,
Boomer,
conversely,
hello
Hungry,
there.
if I may.
Yes.
That being said, the only time I accept an unreliable narration is if it is from someone, because what is the most unreliable form of evidence is witness testimony. It's memory. It's human memory. It's so fallible that, like, how do you know? Like, if this person's telling the story, it's how they remember it. That doesn't mean it's the truth.
Yeah,
It
but
could be a
that's
complete
the
fucking lie.
narrator. But my distinction is that you can't go filming the bad memory, because then you've got on screen something that never happened. So you can have the bad whether well, that's another layer, whether they're lying on purpose or they got a bad memory. Maybe they got a good memory but bad eyesight. Another layer, perfect recall of shit they never saw. Good memory, bad eyesight. It's a rabbit hole of right. But that's the thing. There's so many good things you can do. So that's why I love the trope of the unreliable. Maybe Ben Kenobi had a bad memory. Anakin was a good friend just after I chopped his arms and legs off. I mean, I finally made that into a short, by the way. 1.8 thousand views. So thank you. Anakin was a good
Right?
friend. Was
Like,
he fuck? But that's the
But now,
point. They didn't actually film Anakin being a good friend, or indeed being murdered by Darth Vader.
but
so, Cap,
Nemesis and Captain,
yeah.
are you in agreement
Yes.
that Rosh
Yes,
Khan is
Nemesis.
good, or are you
Back
in
hungry.
agreement-
I'm talking to Nemesis. Back hungry. Yes, Nemesis.
I was
He's
just going to
teething all
say,
over the place. Yes, Nemesis. No hungry. Yes, Nemesis.
if they show, like, say, like, zooms into Buddy's head or whatever, and they show this memory and they film it out because they have to, like, film the sequence, is that acceptable?
No, that's bad. Never. You can't film a memory of something that. No, that's my rule. That's the whole point. It's no. I mean, there's another layer. If you do it as a trick, I mean, if you clearly state that it's a subjective memory, then yeah, using it as a trick, like that thing we filmed never happened. Like that is the central premise, of all cinema, all fiction, especially suspension of disbelief. That's why The Usual Suspects is the worst. That's not a trick. The thing you watched never happened. Yeah, it's called cinema, you idiots. So if you don't do it as a trick, then that's the difference between The Usual Suspects and The Princess Bride. If you know that thing you're watching is a bad memory or bad eyesight, or indeed a complete fiction like in The Princess Bride, so it's using it as a twist is egregious. I still think it's weak though. Why are you showing the memory? Show what happened. So in my comic book, Captain Infinity, that I'm doing right now, when Dillard draws a flashback, they've even got the characters going, don't give me none of that Usual Suspect shit. We want a flashback to what happened.
Okay. Fair enough. Now, Hungry, you were going to say something, buddy. Hungry?
Hungry may have stepped away from the mic.
Hungry, I've stopped talking now. It's your turn.
No. So, that's an in joke, ladies and
There we
gentlemen.
go.
Very funny, Captain. Thank you. That's good. The thing is though is and I'm asking the question, not positing a statement as a question, which I hate in a lot of talk shows, for Nemesis and the Captain. So, with what you both said,
do you think positing a statement as a question is pretentious?
Only with certain shows and only certain YouTubers, no one here included. But would that
Do you think positing a statement as a question is ignorant?
would that include both Rashomon and The Usual Suspects, or do either of you consider those films to be a part?
Yeah, the Rashomon trope is pretentious. Yeah, see, I love it's clever if you film different, like different truths mean different perceptions, but actually changing the reality and filming which is what Rashomon does. No, that is pretentious bullshit. You can definitely a clever story has different points of view, but a stupid story films different realities. That's the whole thing. That's all life is here. There's many different perceptions. There's no truth, but there's only one reality. So it's true on the philosophical and literal level.
Well, what do you think, Nemesis?
Honestly, I don't like. If I'd rather watch a movie with false pretenses, like The Memories or whatever you want to talk about, than sitting two dudes sitting at a table and being like, "This is what happened," blah blah blah. Use your imagination. If that's the case, I'm gonna go play some fucking D&D or some Call of Cthulhu. Like, I don't want to. I don't want to pay and sit and watch two dudes talk. I can do that for free anytime. Like, I would rather see the false presentation as entertainment, although knowing that it was still being done, right? Like, the twist is fine. It's like,
Right.
is the ending to MASH awful because Buddy's memory is like, oh no, it was a chicken the whole time. No, it wasn't. Spoilers. I'll give you 2 seconds, guys, for I don't know, 40-year-old show.
Yeah.
It was a baby the whole time. It wasn't a chicken that the lady strangled. It was a baby.
Oh, MASH. Yeah.
What?
I love that episode. I'm really impressed that you brought that
Oh,
up,
you
Nemesis.
ruined it for me, you bastard.
And you were just getting ready to watch that
Spoiler
tonight,
warning.
too.
But I mean, it comes up a lot in a whole bunch of science fiction and horror tropes. I mean, if you look at and also a whole bunch of material we like. I mean, I'll be honest. If there are going to be 5 characters and they're all being interviewed over what happened with a monster or a horrific metaphysical, dare we say, supernatural event, a lot of people, as the captain pointed out, might have bad eyesight, so they're relying more on their hearing. Someone else might have PTSD, so they might react very differently to the situation. So I can get into the creativity of it as long as I'm not feeling conned at the end. Because I'll be honest, one of the films that a whole bunch of people really like, and we're allowed, with what Pop said, we're allowed to sometimes say things that we hate that other people like. I was enjoying Jacob's Ladder for 2/3 of the film, but having, 2 people who served in Vietnam, I figured out what was going on about 15 minutes before the end of the film, and I said, "No, you bastards, don't make it be a death dream. Don't make it be a death. No, you fuckers."
Yes, I felt the same way. I hated that.
And
Well,
then so it ruined the
Nemesis.
entire film.
To your point about Nemesis. To your point, 2 talking heads is boring. But that's a straw man argument. No one here is saying I want 2 hours of talking heads. I've got a game of Call of Cthulhu right here. Nemesis, that's a bit of a straw man. No, the alternative is film what happened. If you want to be clever, you can drip feed information via different camera angles. But I couldn't be happier with the timing of this question. I'm literally coloring my comic as I speak, and I'm telling you that there's 27 different ways I'm going to warp your perception of what's going on until you're scratching your head going, "Captain, I don't get your book. There's nothing to get, you fucking muppet." But Nemesis, but there's one thing I will not be doing is drawing, filming, or referring to anything that didn't happen. And I promise that there's more than talking heads, but I'm still going to totally fuck with you and you won't know what's going on. But there's 27 tricks I'm using, but unless this is an unreliable narration and I'm lying, which I'll tell you what, maybe I'm lying, so that's another head fuck right there. But as the author of Captain Infinity, I'm telling you, I'm going to fuck with your head as much as I can, Nemesis. If you buy my book, give me your money now, right? But I'm not going to be filming shit that didn't happen, or worse still, filming shit that did happen, but not in that way. Looking at you, Ryan Johnson, Last Jedi, That is pretentious bullshit. It's never good. It's just about tolerable if you warn me. But Nemesis, there's other ways. There's other ways to fuck with your perception of reality. This isn't the way. Come with me, Nemesis.
Drugs.
Leave the filming of the unreliable narration alone. You can have the Princess Bride. Apart from that, no.
I can name another thing you're not going to do in your book, Captain. You're not going to have a snowstorm, so there's no.
I'm not going to have
coloring.
Amber Heard. There's no roles for you, Amber. Sorry, there's no shit in this bed.
You're not
Oh,
going to
lame.
snowstorms. All the backgrounds are white, and the character is in a white costume, so you don't have to do any coloring, and Dillard does not have to do any drawing.
Yeah, they're all in a snowstorm, John Byrne. I didn't have to do any drawing. Oh, you're funny, you are.
Sorry, comics joke, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get right back to the horror and sci-fi immediately. Go ahead, please.
I was going to say, I don't understand that joke, but that's okay. It's not meant for me.
I'll explain it
Yeah,
really
well,
quickly.
way to go losing the audience hungry. But
The
Nemesis,
biggest
I'm
comic
really...
book artist,
Yeah,
the biggest comic book
yes,
artist
no,
in the
no, yeah.
world at the time, with a hot new book, decided that he needed to take some time off. So, and this is before digital coloring or anything, Nemesis. He decided to set the entire story during a Canadian blizzard, with a character in a almost pure white in all levels costume. So he would basically only have to draw 10% of the comic book.
That's amazing. That's. I mean, as a Canadian, I support that 100%. Hell yeah, right?
It was clever. It was a clever way out of doing work, but it was still a clever way out of doing work.
Well,
But
it just makes me.
Go. Sorry.
No. I was just gonna say it makes me think of Dragon Ball Z when Goku goes Super Saiyan. One of the deciding factors for his character design, the white hair, was that they didn't want to spend so much time inking his hair, so they made it white.
We do a lot of that in comic books too. That actually goes back to the 60s, but it also goes back to stuff that Pop likes. Universal never had any cheap outs, but when you look at certain things that were done to save time and money but were really creative, like It Came from Outer Space, where a lot of times we didn't show the actual original xenomorph, to use that term was swipe for alien, the cyclopean creatures from outer space. A lot of times we would be doing a point of view shot, and they would just put this weird pulsating lens in front of the lens of the camera.
A certain point of view.
Yeah, and so we would be taking the creature's point of view as it was going to possess and recreate other people in the New Mexico desert. And then to use the New Mexico desert, it's a cheat, but it's creative because New Mexico is very different to any other state in the United States. I used to live there. But
it's almost alien in itself. It's a great setting for a film like that.
Yeah, it doubles up. It's almost ironic. I wouldn't say ironic, but you have aliens landing in an alien landscape, and it's beautiful. And it is sometimes the film can be bewildering until the very end. But certain things that they had to use to cheat, they ended up choosing to make be creative and actually spook you more than you would have been spooked if they had not taken those shortcuts.
No, for sure, right? There needs to be a certain amount of ambiguity, we'll say, to it. The ambiguity of the pulsating camera lens and whatnot lends a lot to it. Like, you're still filming what happened, as Captain was saying. You're not filming a lie. It's not like, oh, this is the monster attack, but that's not how it actually happened. It's showing. Excuse me. It is showing a simplistic yet effective way of conveying the monster, because as you don't ever show it, your imagination is always going to create something 1,000 times worse than anything you could actually put on screen. And that's my biggest problem with cosmic horror and stuff like that, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that goes, and then they use that again. They use that in Alien 1979, where it was very specifically the creature, the xenomorph, was not shown, in full up until a certain point, and then even very sparingly. But the thing that was great about It Came from Outer Space was it was the first time in American science fiction where we had two points of view. Although there was never any dialogue for the creature, and they intimated that it was not a mindful creature, it was not an intelligent creature until about 2/3 through the movie, and then we got the switcheroo. But the switcheroo was a reveal. It was not a betrayal of the audience trust. They were leading us into it.
That's the
Which I
difference.
think,
Nemesis of Eden. I like to. Nemesis. Have you seen a movie called No Way Out?
No, I have not, Cap. Nor have I seen The Thing from Outer Space, unfortunately.
I'd like to recommend it to you. Yeah, it's pretty obscure. There's no Cthulhu, but it was the film that inspired The Usual Suspects. But there's a very important difference between filming something that never happened, bad, and not filming something that did happen, good. So I would highly recommend anyone with a vague interest. If you like being tricked, basically, literally, Bryan Singer, who made The Usual Suspects, said, "Yeah, I watched No Way Out. That was good." And I was like, "Yeah, you totally didn't get it." So, and yeah, everyone's heard of The Usual Suspects. That's the one that got, and that's the. Just please go to see No Way Out. It's got Kevin Costner. It's got Sean Young in it, getting her stockings out. Just get it. Come for the twist. Stay for the stockings. Come on now. All right, you're welcome. Back to the show.
Oh, it's got Gene Hackman too. Nice.
Pac-Man.
I love Gene
And
Hackman.
Gene Hackman telling off a character called Scotty.
Man.
Phantom Boomer says, "Hello, Pop, Hungry Gorilla Eden, Cap Germ, Damn it, Lemon, Cam Jam, Sean, Gap, and Basil." And Gap says, "Hey, Sean Carter, Phantom Boomer, Captain Benny, so good to see you, Phantom Boomer." And Gap, Nimzabine says, "Hail, Phantom Boomer." Phantom Boomer
Hail
says, "I hate
Boomer.
to fly, my arms get very tired." And Nimzabine says, "LOL, your arms must be so buff, Phantom Boomer." And Phantom Boomer says, "Nimzabine, not really, my bones are hollow." There you go. And Nimzabine says, "A lean, mean flying machine." And Phantom Boomer says, "No Way Out was very good." Also, there a second. Phantom Boomer seconds that, Captain.
Boom.
Well, absolutely. Also, I put a link for Nemesis in the chat for It Came from Outer Space. No, I'm not pressuring you to see it, just in case you ever want to check it out. It actually has the professor from Gilligan's Island in a major role, and that's delightful because he was actually in two science fiction horror films
This
before he got.
Island Earth.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, three. Now you mention it, three. So he was in This Island Earth, and that was fantastic. He was in this film. It Came from Outer Space, which is fantastic, and also from a Ray Bradbury story, I might add. Ray Bradbury is one of the godfathers of science fiction.
Oh, yeah, Bradbury also did the screenplay for. Yeah, he came from outer space, right?
Yeah, and he also, although it's not something that the professor from Gilligan's Island would want to remember, he
Russell
was
Johnson.
also in Attack of
Right.
the Crab Monsters, which is considered one of Corman's best monster films.
Yep,
It sounds amazing just by the name.
I know, right?
And it had a sexy chick. Oh, a sexy chick scientist in the 50s. So, there were no women in STEM before 2017. Fuck you. Corman did it first. Pardon language.
That's right. Don't forget them. She was also a sexy lady scientist too. She was a doctor, actually.
Oh yes.
And it came from beneath the sea, starring the same woman who was in This Island Earth, and she played a somewhat naughty scientist too. She was playing two guys against each other before she decided which one she wanted to bed down with. But still, a great Harryhausen film with a 5-tentacled octopus bigger than Godzilla at the time.
I agree.
I think Faith Demerg.
Oh.
That was her name. Faith Demerg.
A shout out here. Phantom Boomer will be doing a watch party tomorrow at 6 p.m. Pacific for This Island Earth. Nice. So everybody check out Phantom Boomer's channel. It should be popping up here in my stream element spot.
And that was, I mean, this goes into the stuff that Pop loves so much with science fiction plus horror, because the Metaluna mutant was actually considered almost too horrific by most people, including some of the potential censors of the film, mainly because of the pulsating brain and the more than 3 mouths. And
yeah,
so,
very iconic. That creature is very iconic. A lot of famous posters sold.
We were lucky they didn't tone it down.
Yeah, it sounds awesome. I've never heard of it.
It's a great monster. It's an iconic monster. The only problem is they couldn't get the legs to work right because the actor couldn't move his feet properly in it. So they had to forego the makeup costume effects for the legs, and he ended up just in trousers. But that ended up well, it's true, and that ended up being something more horrific because it was like they were uplifting. That's a science fiction novel term, uplifting, taking primitive animals and accelerating their evolution, and then putting them in something that we have, which are pants. It's like putting pants on a monkey or a chimpanzee. It basically implies enslavement. And so that brought a very interesting,
like the writers' room at Bad Reboot.
Yeah, like Leslie Jones.
Oh, no, Bob. No, you didn't. No. I got all the way through that 2016 Ghostbusters film, by the way. I got all the way through it. I don't know how.
I just remember a huge, loud, open mouth, and it's like, no, I can't do that.
Oh no.
Just tired of that stereotype. That stereotype is so old. It's basically a female version of Will Smith. I just, no thanks.
Well, and in a way, asking people to do that when they could do something so much more eloquent is it's actually arguably racist towards the actor or the actress.
It is, but they're willing to do it, anything for that paycheck, because they should be the first ones to realize. For example, George Takei in the episode of Star Trek, where they wanted him to have a samurai. No, what was it? They wanted him to have, what was that episode? Oh, my mind doesn't.
I know what you mean. It's one where they all go crazy with their passions due to the effect of their mind. Yes,
they all go crazy. And they wanted him to, that's right, wear a samurai outfit or something like that. And he says, no, I'll have a sword, like a fencing sword. Because the samurai is so racist and stereotypical. So some actors do say, no, I refuse to do that. But then on the other hand, you have those that are willing to take that paycheck and make themselves look ridiculous, right?
Yes. Well, this is something, you look at Predator in the 80s where so many of the young people are saying the 80s were so racist. And so whatever the complaint is, and you look at the Native American, the first American character in Predator, he's not wearing a feather bonnet, is he? He's not. Nope. He's a war veteran who is playing alongside other people, but he's incorporating his culture into the character. But there is nothing that could be argued is racist in the portrayal of that character, according to.
I don't think so. You're talking about Yaphet Kotto, right?
Oh, no, not Yaphet Kotto, the Native American character.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
The dude who, he had to stand off on the bridge, who cuts his chest and challenges the Predator and fucking loses.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I love that.
Exactly, but there was no point where people can say, "Oh, you're just doing a cardboard cutout cigar Indian character," Although Creepshow 2 had the cigar Indian, and that brought up some problems. But
I'll argue there was not much to his character to begin with, though. He didn't. There was the small little the nerdy dude trying to make him laugh the whole time, and then he sacrificed himself, and that was the biggest standout to me.
The nerdy dude was a screenwriter, right?
For the movie?
Yes.
Oh no, I didn't know that.
That was Sean Black. That was the Lethal Weapon writer.
Oh, crazy! No, I didn't know that. No, I've watched that movie thousands. Well, not thousands.
That's Sean
Maybe
Black.
Shane Black.
tens of
Shane
times.
Black. Shane Black, right. That's him, the guy with the
Yeah.
glasses, Shane Black. And
Right.
but the Yaphet Kotto, that's another great point, Pop, because I'm in a real Alien 1979 mood ever since I heard you got sick. I don't know why, but I keep going back to it because it's a perfect little film. And what he's going completely
Yeah, it's
against
good
type.
they never made any sequels.
Oh, don't. But the thing with Yaphet was he was willing to go with Ridley Scott's direction and do horrible things. Like he was things that made him feel upset. Ridley Scott told him to off camera, even offset, annoy Sigourney Weaver so her reactions would be more real towards him. And he said in an interview he's regretted that ever since he made the movie. And that goes against the stereotype of the big black man always telling the mouthy white man to shut up. He did not like doing that.
That's
So
interesting.
yeah, he didn't like doing it. And but at the same time, they let him be really honest. And there's the one point where they're talking about investigating the audio signal, the distress signal, and he says, "I just want to get paid and go home and party." But that was very much what black men were about in 1979. I can tell you. Give me the money. Let me get this job done. Why do we all have to risk ourselves? This is not in our contract. And guess what? I don't disagree with them.
Well, same here. I don't either.
I mean, if you as an Uber driver, Pop, if they said, okay, you suddenly have to go out into the most dangerous area of your city to perform a potential rescue with you having no information as to what this rescue would entail, and you're going to get $7 an hour for
Well,
doing
you've got to
it.
pick up. We've got to pick up an alien creature downtown. Alien pickup for pop culture. Alien creature. Okay, well, as long as it's not illegal, alien.
Right.
I
Exactly.
don't
No, and no, I pass on that. I would not do that.
No, I'd be messaging you saying, don't even think about it. Even if they offered you like $40 per hour. No, that's insane. So
That's why I won't drive in San Francisco. I will not go there.
oh God, San Fran. I
Yeah, that
cannot
whole city is off limits for me. I will not do it.
There should be a sci-fi movie about that. It's set 70 years
Gorilla, we lost Gorilla. I hope you can come.
That's it. No, Uber driver versus alien. Alien versus Uber driver.
Gorilla, I hope you come back. Hope everything's okay.
Oh, geez.
I know he hasn't said anything lately. I don't know if he went to sleep. Phantom Boomer says Faith Domergue. Phantom Boomer says Mayu Tance. Sonny London says Phantom Boomer. Bill Duke. Sean Carter says, what about the Indian Paul Lynde played in The Villain? Yeah, any of you guys remember that with Kurt Russell? Douglas?
Nope.
Kurt Douglas, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Kurt Douglas, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I can't remember her name. And Margaret. It was a comedy western.
Another film we all need to download from various sources because, like Murder by Death, it's so politically incorrect. It's going to be taken out soon.
So it will. It's a fantastic movie, and it was made right at the time where a lot of those people, were Hollywood legends, and they passed away right after the movie was made. So it had such a fantastic cast.
And I know Paul Lynde he's been semi-blacklisted, semi-canceled, but I love Paul Lynde. I really do.
He has I like Paul Lynde too. He had a really interesting history. You know how he died, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gorilla's computer died.
Well,
sorry guys.
Get it rebooted, Gorilla, and we'll see you when you get back. Sean Carter says, "Hey, you Phantom Boomer." Sean Carter says, "I've had my phone in my pocket with my earbuds, and so I'm sorry if I haven't responded to anyone. That's okay, Sean. As long as you're here. I know you said you were driving." Phantom Boomer says, "Kevin Peter Hall played the Predator." Yes, and Harry and the Hendersons. That's right. And Gorilla says, "There it is. Computer Windows, everybody. That's why Windows. Stay away from Windows if you can." And
so hungry.
Since I'm the Jack or Gorilla, go ahead.
No, Pop, go ahead. You were saying something, please. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, as I'm reading the chat, Gorilla's chat, because Gorilla's not here to read the chat.
Fair
Did
enough.
you want something from me, Nemesis?
Oh, I always want something from you, Hungry. You know me. I want your knowledge.
It's not knowledge. I am a parrot that soaks up science fiction and horror and supernatural films. Okay, I'm just a parrot, and I remember things and I spit it back out. That's it.
Uh, now,
But like somebody, I think it was Phantom. It was somebody in the chat mentioned Bill Dukes. His character in Predator was also against type. And so you can have all this multicultural casting and have a great film. The point is, are we being insulted by being nagged at like we're naughty little children before we did anything wrong? That's when I don't like it.
I do
well, of
agree with
course.
that.
And Gorilla.
Welcome back, Gorilla.
Oh, Pop, did you notice so the one day I actually give a legitimate F to an episode, nobody blames me.
You mean for that Star Trek one today?
Yeah, that episode was bad.
The Apple, yeah. Well, there was a lot of people who gave it. There was good reviews, there was mixed reviews. Even Jill and Scotty, I think, only gave it with like a C and a B.
Yeah, no, but the one time I give an actual legit F in it, and nobody blames me.
No, we don't blame you. And the Way of Eden's even worse. I mean, that is god awful.
Oh, I'm
Mention that.
Oh man, I'm having fun with that episode. I'm actually gonna come on for that one for a 10-minute thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
might
I'll
as well,
probably
because the whole thing will be probably us making fun of how bad it is.
Hey, brother. No, but
I mean,
yeah.
the other thing
And
too,
we lost Captain. Captain, come back if you can.
There are times where if I go on, I said this to Jill personally in the DM, and I also told it to her one time when we closed up shop on one of her apps. I only like going on her show if it's an episode I really enjoy. And I don't want to talk about every Star Trek episode, TOS episode that's been done. Just like with Pop, I've told you that I like to come on for the shows I can be very enthusiastic about, for Lost in Space, etc. So
Right.
there are sometimes I'll just be in the chat, and Jill, she's often doing her show when I'm, because of the tyranny of distance, being 14 hours ahead in Australia, I have to get some sleep when I can because of the insomnia. But boy, I hated the bloody Apple. I hated it when I was a kid. I hated it as a teenager. I've rewatched it 3 times. I thought, I'm not going to waste any more heartbeats on this episode when I don't like it.
Hey, Hungry? You can fix that. There's houses up for sale in the Midwest.
Right, well, that's just a hop, skip, and a jump over, right?
Yeah, you just have to pack up your shit and move to the Midwest.
No.
Yeah, dude. Just do that. Just up your life. You'll be fine.
Nice one, Nemesis. Nice. No, I worked too hard to be living by the ocean to ever give it up. Even though this is not the best beach in Australia by far, it's my beach.
Hey, Phantom,
That
there's an
sounds
ocean
nice.
in Texas.
Oh, that's close enough. Yeah, there you go.
The whole thing is, and I think Pop understands this because we're nearly the same age. I do like old school hippies, but I don't like hippie shit in my sci-fi.
Same here. I
That's
agree.
understandable.
Well, I mean,
Well, what do you
obviously,
expect from a 60?
what it does, it's like modern Trek. It really, really dates the episode when it was made.
Yeah.
So that's what makes it even like a harder pills to swallow.
Oh, speaking of that, like, start talking about horror movies. Sorry, not talking about horror movies, but bringing up horror movies and timelessness and
Yes.
deliberateness. It's I think of The Silence of the Lambs, where it was a deliberate decision with the costume design to be like, and like to have not any real dates or politics put into it. They wanted to be able to make it so like you could watch this like right now and still be applicable, and it is still applicable.
Yes.
I know that movie was popular. I'm not a fan of it, but I know there's a lot of people that like it.
Oh, dude, the first time I ever got high, that was the movie I picked to watch. And boy,
I
was that
think
a
the
long
reason
movie.
why I
Holy
didn't like,
fuck.
for me, it was the reason why is because it was, but yet another retelling of the Ed Gein story, and I thought it was better handled in Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Well, oh man, that's a whole different beast, though.
But they're both based on the same story. Ed Gein, the butcher of Plainfield, Texas.
Yeah, which is like, if you actually know anything about Ed Gein, is like pretty. There's like not much to him aside from like
No, but you look at all the
fucking
horror
bizarre
movies
shit.
and all the things that he spawned and inspired. It's incredible.
Oh, well, yeah, an
Like
icon.
you wearing human skin, the mask, the dress, furniture. I mean, all that stuff. I mean,
Which is funny because none of that's new, right? That's all been done by previous people too. It's just, yeah, it's
I
fascinating,
think
truly
Psycho was the
fascinating.
first one. Psycho was the first inspired movie.
Was it?
Yep. Robert Bloch had read the story about Ed Gein, and then like within a year, he wrote Psycho.
Robert
Oh my
Bloch
god,
is
I
a
didn't know that
god.
Robert Bloch had written Psycho. Really? I
Uh-huh.
thought it was
One
Alfred.
and two, and I'm not sure if Gorilla covered them recently. And I know he wrote one and two, but I can't remember how far or how many of them he wrote. Would they make like Gorilla like four of them?
Well, they made 4 originals and 1 remake.
Oh, that's right. That crappy remake. That's right. But yeah, let's not talk about that one.
Oh,
Oh,
special.
So,
sure. One thing
Alfred Hitchcock
I
wasn't.
can actually talk about, and you tell me no. The one
So,
thing
like,
I can
Rob-
put to the conversation, I get told no. Okay.
It's such
No.
it's just that my God, the casting was terrible. It had that wretched Anne Hitche, whatever her name is. Oh my God.
And Haish. And
Haish.
Haish. And the only thing that was funny about it was that she got to show her brown eye when she collapsed out of the shower. That was the only part that actually, because it's like, okay, honey, you want to be in this movie and be obnoxious. All right, we're gonna film this from above and show your ass going into the air in your death scene, and it was hilarious.
Right. We got the wonderful, fantastic, beautiful, I mean, a goddess body of Janet Leigh, and look what we got replaced with. I'm like, no way. This has got to be a cruel joke, right? I mean, you guys intentionally want to go bankrupt? Is that what this was?
Well,
We'll talk about cruel jokes in a second, but like Scogly's here. Hey, Scogly, good to see you, buddy.
Hello, Scogly. But also,
yeah.
this goes into how political correct. Most people don't realize that what we now call, I don't like the term wokeness, but this actually goes back into the early 90s, etc., and certainly was in play in Hollywood around 1997, etc., when the remake was being made, because that was when Anne Heche had started dating Ellen, and that's when she was untouchable, and her career only fell apart when Ellen dumped her.
Yes.
And I'm
I
not
completely
speaking
agree.
for her dad. I'm very sorry Anne Heche ended up suffering the horrible demise that she suffered. But
Well, she likes to drive race cars, so it's simple as that, right?
well, and also she had a fairly uncontrollable drug addiction. So
drug and alcohol, yes.
You do not mix race cars with very heavy pharmaceutical drugs. You're gonna die. That's it. You're gonna die.
Slow, painful death, yes.
And
And
so
spectacular too, may I add.
yeah.
Hell of a way to go out.
So the situation was that she knew who she was literally getting in bed with, and she knew what would literally happen when she got bunted out of that bed. And that's just something that is a horror of Hollywood.
So she was like a female version of Tom Arnold.
I would actually say she was a female version of Johnny Depp.
But he was successful on his own without the women.
Exactly, but he should have known not to get into a situation with a woman who has now been revealed to be a borderline personality character disorder.
Yes, that I agree. Yeah, and that's total narcissist, right? Obviously, I'm sure he realized very early on how nasty she was, but by then I guess it was too late for him to back down.
Well, yes.
Well, there had to be
no,
something there. It was either the sex or fucking. There was something there that was keeping him there.
Well,
He
I'm
could
guessing
have
it's
any girl he
blackmail.
wants.
I'm guessing from the very beginning it was blackmail. I'll ruin you. I'll say this about you and that about you. And by the way, that reminds me, this actress Lily Rose Depp. What's the connection with Johnny Depp? His daughter or what?
I can't remember. I didn't get enough sleep.
I'm gonna look it up. The reason why I bring that up is they announced today filming has wrapped on the Robert Eggers Nosferatu remake.
Oh, okay. All right. Good. But I'll just
Her
close
little
up on
brother Jack Depp.
the
Okay, yeah,
actors,
yeah.
because
Okay, yeah. Sorry, she was Johnny Depp is her dad.
so the thing is with borderlines, and
And
this
she's
has
in
been
it.
established in professional psychology ever since the DSM-3, which was in the 80s. Then we had the DSM-4, which was in the 90s until recently with the DSM-5. Borderlines are always attractive to the performative arts, where they can get attention, they can glom on to other people who can get them attention, and so they always were attracted to stagecraft and radio, than movies and television. And so they flock to it. So you might in your day-to-day life, out of 100 women you meet, there might be one or two borderlines. But if you go to Hollywood, you are most likely statistically, if you were dealing with actresses or writers or directors, you are likely to meet 15 out of 100 borderlines because they gravitate to it.
Yes, I completely agree.
And
Tension, and it's all about attention, right? Look at me, look at me, look at me.
and attachment disorder. So they look at someone who they feel is wonderful because they are helping shine the light on them. But the moment that person pulls back a little bit, their attachment disorder means they are not reading the situation correctly, and they overcompensate for it. Overcompensate is fancy psychological language for they go off their nut and try to destroy you. You were the angel in your life, and now you're the devil on legs.
Yes. And I
And
want
I
to cover here really quick. Phantom Boomer says, I thought the Apple was the space hippie episode, but it was just as bad. Well, it was. It was another Star Trek space hippie episode, so I'm not going to say it wasn't. And Captain Finity says, apologies on behalf of New Zealand's third world infrastructure. And there he is. Hello, Scogly. So good to see you. Glad you could join us tonight. So good to see you. And check out Scogly's channel, everybody. Fantastic musician. Phantom
Yes,
Boomer says,
indeed.
hey, Scogly. And Captain Infinity says, but Nemesis to be continued, and please watch No Way Out. So there you go. You got a second recommendation from Captain Infinity. Scogly says the Apple was one of the first episodes I ever seen, and even at like 9 or 10 years old, I was like, this show is kind of dumb. Then I seen more and then really liked it. Yes, when you compare it to everything else of the other episode, yes, it definitely is definitely not as good. Captain Infinity says now Silence of the Lambs in Act 3 cleverly misleads you. It does, but I don't know. Okay. I liked the story of Ed Gein. I liked the other movies that were inspired by Ed Gein. I did not like the focus on Hannibal Lecter and Jodie Foster's character. It was boring. I thought it just took me out. I wanted to see more of the killer. I wanted to see more of the. Because I'm a horror fan. I wanted to see more violence and gore and killings. I was very bored to death. Even though the favorite scenes I know everybody liked, they loved Hannibal Lecter. It was like, I thought it was over the top, especially when he does with his teeth, like whatever he does. I didn't like it. It was like ridiculous, over the top. Scobie says, "Yep, the mother relationship is the biggest thing in Psycho." It was from McGee. Yes, it was. Even keeping the body around the house. Captain Infinity says, by showing you two climactic scenes and letting you assume it's one. Yes, he's talking about Silence of the Lambs. Captain Infinity. Now that is clever filmmaking. And so, you guys know who that was who played the killer?
Good point.
Was it Wild Bill, something like that? The killer's name.
Buffalo Bill.
You know that was
Buffalo Bill.
that was the boss in the show Monk.
yes.
So anybody seen the series Monk? Right, with Tony Shalhoub. It was his captain, and I thought that was great. Yes.
The actor's name, and he's one of my favorite actors, is Ted Levine.
That's
and
it. Yes.
He also was in a horror film. He played the cop in The Mangler.
Ooh, Stephen King's The Mangler, right?
Yes. So he was the character we're rooting for because he's trying to do everything right and he's trying to struggle with the notion as a cop of wrapping his head around this supernatural occult stuff. And I have complaints with the movie, but I don't have complaints with Ted Levine's portrayal at all.
I like him, right? I do like him. Like I said, that was my problem. Is I didn't think they showed enough of him. I wanted to see more of him in Silence of the Lambs.
He's also in a film, a very small indie film you might like, Pop, if you haven't seen it. He plays a metaphor, a proxy for Hunter S. Thompson, who was a mad bastard, but a
Yes.
very engaging bastard. And that show is called Banshee Chapter.
Oh no, I have not seen that.
A film. So the film Banshee Chapter is, it's got a little bit of found footage, which I can forgive if it's a little bit, not much, but most of the film is not. And it also engages in some H.P. Lovecraft theory.
Oh, I do like that.
So,
Good.
Hungry, have you seen Troll Hunter?
Oh my God, I love Troll Hunter. In fact,
Oh,
Me
God,
too.
good.
Another giant monster movie. Yes, absolutely.
but intelligently
good.
done. Intelligently
Yes.
done.
And why? Why? Because it was not an American movie. That's exactly why. Right.
Well, it wasn't
Oh.
an American movie. We can have intelligent movies made in America if they're not handled by people who came out of Berkeley and Portland.
Yeah. Well, but my question is, how often do you see an American movie that is not predictable? I can't even remember the last time I saw one that was not predictable.
But that's a great thing that Nemesis brings up because the film Troll Hunter is not predictable at any point of the film, but
Exactly.
it all makes sense.
Yes, exactly. And I also like, what is it, the South Korea ones, like The Host and all those. I love those movies.
Oh my God, dude, they're the new masters of horror for sure.
Yeah.
South Korea is
Train to
incredible.
Busan was good, right?
Yes.
Best zombie film I've ever seen. Like I would argue, like I'm a big fan of like Shaun of the Dead. Like that
Yes.
holds a special place in my heart. Oh my God.
Have you
But-
seen Zombies versus Cockneys?
Yes.
No, no, I have
It's a
not.
very good movie. It's actually very good and it's very funny. It's a bunch of old men that are surrounded by zombies, pretty much. But it's a comedy and it's got a lot of heart. It's funny. It's a very good movie.
And
Okay.
it has a tough chick who is not a woke chick.
Correct. Absolutely. It kind of reminded me a little bit of Shaun of the Dead in a way.
A little bit derivative, but we can forgive it because it was, to me, I'll be honest, I thought it was more interesting than Shaun of the Dead. I knew what Shaun of the Dead was trying to do. It was capitalizing on the comedy career of the writer and the lead actor
Space.
beforehand.
Right. The space people.
Yes. So I actually liked Zombies versus Cockneys better because they had a bunch of British character actors, some of whom were not in the prime of their life, and this might have been their last hurrah, and they were
Yes.
allowed to be character actors. And in American films, American films almost created character actors for genre films, and now they're not allowed to be character actors
Not anymore, right? Exactly. You don't see those anymore.
Everything's got to be homogenized, and I don't
Yep.
understand why.
Well, and they've all got to look pretty. So that's the problem. Is we're never again ever gonna get people like Slim Pickens, Jack Elam, people
Yeah.
like that because they don't look pretty. They don't fit the Hollywood cookie cutter now. So we will never get good character actors like that. Everybody like that's just like actors that were funny. That are actually. I'm not talking about by reading a script. I'm talking about they were physically funny. Now, I'm not a big fan of Jerry Lewis, but as an example, like Jerry Lewis and Buster Keaton, Laurel and Hardy, the Three Stooges, those were people that were actually Charlie Callis, Marty Feldman. Those were actors that were funny. Monty Python, all six of them. But now there's no such thing. I mean, you try to think about it. If you say anybody in current Hollywood who is a funny person who is in a movie and not the script, not what they're reading, but their mannerisms and the way they act is hilarious. Every time you see them, you just laugh. There's none of them. Nobody. None.
Well, we're never going to have. Well, no, I shouldn't say never. I would say for the next 20 to 30 years, we're not going to get another Costello from House of Frankenstein.
Nope, definitely not.
And he was hilarious in that. I mean, even
Right,
as a
Jack Black tries real hard and fails, but you're right.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
Well, yeah, but Jack Black he's very much the bad poster kid for us Gen X guys, you know? And so he's got all the baggage that comes from that. There's a lot of wonderful things about being Gen X, but there is admittedly some baggage as well. And that is psychological baggage. And a lot of that is sometimes just assuming that because you grew up with something, you can handle doing something. And that's not necessarily correct.
I think the last funny, in my opinion, the last funny comic or clown that came out of Hollywood that was physically funny, who can make you laugh before their mouth even opens. I think the last one that we'll see, I think, was Jim Carrey.
Yeah, I agree. Like, and it's he's there. He's just there's different types of comedy, right? Like he's very much facial comedy. It's his expressions, it's his mannerisms. Like it's first and foremost hungry. That was very well said, and I will say that I think that what you just said about Gen Xers should be applied to my generation as well, because there's plenty of us who are just like you.
Thank you. But to agree with you, I mean, there's only, because I'm a comics guy, there's only one role I cannot forgive Jim Carrey for, and that is the Riddler.
Oh yeah, well, everybody in that movie I don't forgive them for.
He was one of the more entertaining bits in that movie, to be honest. Like that was just not a very fantastic movie.
Right now that you mention that, though, I think under the circumstances, I think the better movie, a better script, a different producer and director, he could have been a very good Riddler. He tried, but I think the movie he was just bogged down with a bad movie.
Terrible.
Partially. Yes, but like he's also
Schumacher. That's it. Joel Schumacher. That was the curse of that movie.
Yeah, he was also in Sonic the Hedgehog, the movie, and
people liked him in that role. Man.
But he was just Jim Carrey. Like it's funny because he went from being like I want to say he went from being Jim Carrey to being Jim Carrey, but like
he went from Jim Carrey. He went from Jim Carrey, and then he's tried to take on the serious roles like Truman and what is it, the Andy Kaufman that stuff.
Man, I hated the Truman Show growing up, but now I really like it. Holy moly!
Right. The more you understand movies, the more is how much you'll enjoy the Truman Show. I remember seeing it at the theater, and I think I was the only one laughing at the theater because I got all the inside jokes. But then it seemed like when he, Jim Carrey, that is, when he did Sonic the Hedgehog, it was like, oh, wow. So he returned to form. He's acting like the old Jim Carrey. And I thought, well, I give him credit for that. People seem to enjoy it.
Yeah. It's funny. I just that's not how I envisioned Dr. Robotnik. And I don't know. I grew up playing Sonic. Like that was my first.
Well, wasn't he kind of fat?
Well, yeah. Dude? It wasn't even. I don't care about his fucking body weight.
No, but what I'm saying is he's not like fast and wiry and moving around really quick, right? Or no?
No, it was just how I just felt like it was just Jim Carrey and as Dr. Robotnik. I don't know. I can accept that it's a different iteration. Like,
would you have preferred it would have been somebody unknown who looked more like the cartoon character or the game character?
I just wish he would have acted more serious. Like, I know it sounds ridiculous about a fucking movie with a CGI blue hedgehog that runs around and collects rings, but like, that's always been the portrayal of the character.
So, okay, no, but what you're saying makes sense. You're saying that they laid too much on comedy rather than a little more, as far as the villainous and sinister character, right?
Basically, yeah.
Well, no, that totally makes sense. That in itself ruins a lot of movies when they do that.
This brings up an interesting point, though, with Carrey, because I've been watching Carrey since I'm old, like Pop. We're old, okay? I remember watching his stand-up on television before he got In Living Color, before he got his
Uh-huh.
major.
Where he did impersonations, right? Like
Yes,
James
exactly.
Dean and all that.
Exactly. And then he got The Mask. So we look at what he did in The Mask, which was not accurate to the comic, and I'm not going to bitch about it. Don't worry, guys. I do that enough on other things. But the thing with Jim Carrey, when you look at him now and you look at the fact that people tried to cancel him and you look at he's at the right age for the role I'm about to mention, he and the darkness he has suffered in his life, he would make a fantastic, if Hollywood had the guts to do it, which they won't, a Henry Jekyll, and then with the right makeup, Mr. Hyde. It
Ooh.
would be a
Yes,
fantastic.
I agree. And he has the acting range. I totally
He certainly
agree.
does. Yeah.
And he doesn't
No,
have
that's
anything to lose now by being the worst, nastiest Mr. Hyde, according to the book.
Right, and
According
if
to
they
the
took the Mr. Hyde seriously, not as a comedy, right?
Yeah, if it was a serious movie and they said, "Okay, Jim, horror is a Siamese twin attached to the hip of comedy," and I've been saying that since '86. That's why Robin Williams was really good in dark roles, and you had people like Vincent Price who was really fantastic at comedy. All
A
right,
comedy, yes.
so you take, I mean, Dr. Goldfoot and the Gold Bombs for hell's sake. And you take Jim Carrey and you give him a role like that, he would be probably the most terrifying Mr. Hyde we've ever seen because he can unleash all of his frustrations with Hollywood into the method acting.
that's
Right,
fascinating. That's a
right.
really interesting.
If Universal would take it seriously, I mean, if they really want to bring back those classic monsters, that would
Yeah.
be the way to do it.
Yeah. And even though Russell Crowe had a taste of doing
Dr.
Jekyll and Hyde, it was actually terrible. It was terrible because
It
they
was
were
stunt
just,
casting, right? It was just stunt casting, period, nothing else.
you beat me to the point. That was exactly the phrase I was going to
Sorry.
use, Bob. No. I'm happy you did it because now I don't have to. The the situation is just if you're going to so was Tom Cruise though. If you
Oh
cast
God, that was bad.
if you cast somebody for a classic Universal horror film, you don't cast somebody because they made so much money in the Mission Impossible series. You cast somebody because they were really good in something else that was appropriate or adjacent, shall I say, to the genre. That's why, although a lot of people don't realize it, Martin Landau from Mission Impossible was actually in a horror film.
Yes, I was the one that was in the theater watching that movie.
It was a scary damn film. Him and the two other Jack Palance, the inmates from the asylum.
Yes.
Martin Landau driving the bloody ice cream
Right,
truck.
they were the ice cream, right? The ice cream delivery sales. When I was a kid, I was like, "Well, that's a guy Mission Impossible." But then, of course, ultimately, my favorite Martin Landau movie was Ed Wood. Oh my
Yes.
God,
But he
what a
was
way to go!
terrifying in that film. So you have these
He
people.
was. He had that sinister look. Yes.
And the grin, he had that huge wide mouth grin, which, I mean, most people, the youngins know, my apologies, Nemesis, my apologies. When youngins, but meaning anyone under 42, haha, when they want to do the scary, terrifying grin, they use Willem Dafoe from Speed 2, but the real terrifying grin is Martin Landau in the film that we're mentioning when he's driving the ice cream truck.
And it's funny you mentioned that because I had seen it when I was really young, and then when I started collecting horror movies, I could not remember the name, and I had to search far and wide to find that movie, and I'm so glad I found it.
Which is
I'll track it
apparently
down.
too bad because if everyone knows Willem Dafoe and he's meme worthy, whereas unfortunately I don't think if anyone's ever heard of Martin Landau. I certainly haven't. You'll have to show the
Well,
picture.
right, you youngins, right? Like he said, no offense. No, you wouldn't
Yeah,
know who
us
Martin Landau
youngins, how
was, right?
dare us?
Right, no offense. Yeah, you guys
I'm
wouldn't know,
sorry,
but what we're
Nemesis.
talking about, he was a fantastic, extremely versatile actor because he was on. By the way, I was a big fan of the Mission Impossible series, and I absolutely loathe the movies
Yes.
because that's not Mission Impossible. That's just Tom Cruise and his ego on the big screen, and it's like,
Well-
no, that's not Mission Impossible.
But with Landau, to talk, since it's your stream and to talk about stuff you love, he was also in 2 episodes of Outer Limits, the original black and
Oh
white
yes,
series, and he was Commander Koenig in Space 1999.
1999. Yes.
So in the 70s, Nemesis in the 70s, okay, everyone knew who Martin Landau was. And he did guest spots on numerous high profile television series as well. And he even was in a couple of episodes of Western shows, although I don't like Western shows, so I don't know that much about it. But he had this face which could be the wounded hero, or it could be the one guy you never wanted to meet in a dark alley.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so sorry guys, what movie is this? I've tried looking up Martin Landau, Evil Grin, and nothing. I'm getting a bunch of like just him smiling, and I'm like, I don't think.
Okay, you guys talk. I'll find it for you. I can do this.
I'm looking
All
now.
right.
I'm trying to remember too. It was like what, early 70s, late 60s, wasn't it?
No, it was actually in the 80s, the horror film with him as the crazy.
Oh, it
I'll
was that new. Okay, I thought it was older
Uh,
than that. No wonder why I had trouble looking for it or finding
You
it.
guys talk. I can't multitask. That's one generalism about men that's true.
What are you talking about? I'm doing this right now.
But you're a youngin. You're better at this than me.
This is true. Oh fuck, dude! I had to multitask on the fucking job site and deal with people and man children and oh god.
Man, children. Okay.
Oh, dude, it was awful.
Guys. I'm on it. I'm on the case.
Okay, is it literally called the ice cream truck?
No. Give me some. I'll find it for you. Give me a moment. Talk with Pop.
That's what I'm trying to remember. I'm looking at his IMDb and I'm thinking, no, the name doesn't.
I know the title, dude.
I figured as soon as I see it, I'd remember.
Okay, I know where I'm going. Keep going, guys. Keep chatting.
Okay. So,
Jesus,
Pop, when are we going to be watching Dog Soldiers?
Why does IMDb? I know IMDb was bought by Amazon, but do they have to fuck up their site and they call it improvement? But it gets
I know.
to deal with every goddamn month. I hate it.
Right, everything is a commercial for Amazon, right?
Oh, geez, and it's so hard to find. And then it takes
They
so long.
reorganized. Yes, they reorganized everything.
Oh, I hate it. It was perfectly organized 2 years ago.
Simple, and it was fast. It was fast loading.
Yeah, and now it's slow as turtles. Okay. No, not that. Keep talking, guys. I'm going to mute myself.
Okay, this will probably be a good chance to catch up on the chat. Scogly says, "Hey, Cap." Captain Finity says, "Scogly, cheers." And Stream Elements, you can suck a big one. Captain Finity says, "Don't make me come back up there." And Phantom Boomer says, "Why, oh dear Lord, why have Keith David and David Keith never been in a movie?" You know, it's funny because I always say that too. It's so funny, right? David Keith and Keith David be in a movie together.
Yeah.
I guess the best one would be the best one to be would be a remake of that Tony Curtis movie where the two escaped prisoners and they're handcuffed together and they're having to work together even though they're enemies. They hate each other, but they escape a southern prison, a chain gang. That would be the movie to have Keith David and David Keith in together.
Yeah.
And that movie.
Oh, what about a remake of Basket Case?
Oh, I found the film. It's called Alone in the Dark.
That's it. Yes.
And it's fantastic. And now I'm gonna find some place where you guys can acquire it and put the link in.
We should cover it on one of our streams.
Everyone, oh my god, I have so many movies I'm already supposed to watch. Martin Landau, Alone in the Dark.
Okay, I won't do it then. That's fine.
Well, that's why we're having this stream
two.
tonight, is so we can come up with some new ideas of what we can cover here in the future.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm
right.
gonna bow out here. I gotta get some dishes done before I go to bed.
Well, Gorilla, thank you for everything you've done the last few days. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad you spent some time with us tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You take care. Drive safe tomorrow, and I'll talk to you tomorrow night. Okay?
Alrighty.
All right.
Take care, buddy.
So,
Nighty out.
You want to tell us about your channel really quick?
well, I just uploaded a bunch of shorts this last few days there. I just love it when I can get the strangers getting all mad at me when I'm mad at me there. But then you get someone you talk to every single day wondering if you're actually serious or you're just being stupid. And then I want my shorts there. But no, Wednesdays is we are starting Black Mirror. It's an anthology series to watch party. Then on Fridays, Walter's reviews. We are doing the movie in the beginning, or Babylon 5 in the beginning on Saturday. Then Sunday, we are starting our Indiana Jones month.
That'll be a good one to cover. At least the first three.
Well, we're going to watch the fourth one too, but I told Jerm I wasn't going to make him suffer through the fifth one.
Okay.
He's going
That's
to
very,
suffer.
very kind of you.
I figured he had some work to do at the end of the month, so for the fourth one there.
Yes. Okay,
Yeah,
well, thank you, Gorilla, and have a great night. And I appreciate you spending time with us.
Yeah, we'll see ya.
Take care there.
Later, buddy.
Num
Now
Serene
you-
says Crab Dinner and Donkey Kong. There you go. Ooh, Kraft
yeah.
macaroni and cheese sounds
Dinner
yummy.
is cool shit. It's still Kraft macaroni and cheese here in Australia.
Here
Kraft-
too.
Oh, I eat a fair amount of Kraft dinner. I like that crap. This is good.
It is.
Oh, dude, it's a staple of Canadians.
It's such a right, but I mean, the boxes are so small; they just don't make a fraction of what they used to. You've got to make like 2 or 3 boxes these days.
Like Pop-Tarts. Pop-Tarts are like 3/4 the size they used to be.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
yeah, everything's smaller than it used to be, and they charge you more because that's
They
just
charge you
life
more.
now. Awful.
But speaking of value for money, okay, all right, let me just point out some of the cast members in Alone in the Dark. Not only do we have Jack Palance, not only do we have Martin Landau, we have Dwight Schultz and
Oh,
Donald Pleasance.
oh, God, yes, you definitely can't beat that. That is what a fantastic cast. Now it's a British movie, right?
No, it's an American movie. It's an
It
American
is an
movie.
American movie.
And we have Erland van Lith, who is the chubby bald guy who was also in The Running Man. He was the guy who played the guy who sang opera before he got killed.
Yes, excellent. Another excellent movie.
And Carol Levi, who was very cute as Bunky. So, you know what? A horror film, got to have a cute chick. I'm sorry, that's the law.
Okay, so that's a good point. Let's ask this one. Out of all the horror movies, which one had the hottest chick?
Oh, see, this really depends on your definition of hot and what decade it was.
I don't know. Okay. Every decade they were different. There was different styles, different makeup. They dressed differently. But if you were to say the hottest female, victim in a horror movie, I don't know why, but I keep thinking of the one from Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 from Texas.
Oh, I can't go there. Not my type.
Not your type. Well, who would you say? Janet Leigh, Jamie Lee Curtis? I mean,
oh, hold on. Let me look up her name because I'm actually following her on Twitter. 1 second.
oh, I follow Dee Wallace. I love her, and she was in horror
Oh,
movies.
she's fantastic. She's fantastic. Don't get me wrong.
I mean, God, she went from all those fantastic horror movies. She even did E.T. It's like, wow.
Well, also we have to specify European horror films versus American.
Oh yes, there were a lot of hot. Yes, you're right.
So, like for European, Dahlia Lavi, almost every woman that Mario Bava ever cast in a movie.
Yes, yes.
Because I'm partial to the Italian, Spanish, dark-haired, lots of eye makeup women, but Barbara Crampton from the Reanimator movies, and for blondes and a classic American blonde, I think Barbara Crampton, who is in From Beyond, I think she's one of the sexiest women ever, and also Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, the lady who played Stretch.
You're talking about the disc jockey.
Yes.
That's what I was talking about. You said you don't go there. She's not your type.
Oh, sorry. No,
that's okay. That's
but
all right.
Adrienne Barbeau in The Fog.
Oh, that's right. Oh my God, I can't believe. What am I talking about? Adrian Barbeau, of course, number one.
Yeah, yeah, and oh geez, who else? I'll come up with a couple. One second, keep going. Oh, Valerie Leon from Hammer horror films and also the Carry On
Oh,
movies.
oh yes,
She,
yes.
oh my God, she looks about 6 foot tall. You know, she's actually about 5'10". But she was in I think Blood from the Mummy's Tomb, where she plays someone who is getting possessed by the female pharaoh who had been turned into the mummy, and she is just delightful to look at in every frame of that film. And you just
Oh
not
yeah,
only
dude, look at her. My goodness. Mm.
oh you just
Mm.
looked her up. You just looked her up.
Oh, I'm looking at Valerie Leon right now. Yes, yeah. Well, I'm looking at a couple things on her right now.
I
Guys,
mean,
carry on. Keep talking.
no, I mean, she could have been Miss Universe. She was that good looking in the '70s. She could have been Miss Universe, and she also has a delightful speaking voice. And then also oh God, I'm sorry again. Lack of sleep makes my brain go bad. Let me just look up
It's
the name.
okay. Well, you know somebody who was really young in her acting role, but she blossomed to be, I thought, quite beautiful, and that was Linda Blair.
Oh yes, Linda Blair. Yeah, she was incredibly sexy when she started doing the exploitation films in the '80s.
Yes, yes, and Hell Night.
Yeah,
That
well,
was right
wonderful.
about when she was really hot. Yes.
And also to go classic, if you can accept shortish hair, Jacqueline Bisset.
Oh
So
yeah.
no,
Oh
no,
yes, 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 definitely.
and also Jacqueline Pierce, who was in Plague of the Zombies for Hammer Horror, and also The Reptile. She's
Yes.
delightful. I think Jacqueline Pierce is one of the most winsome but sexy people we've ever had on television.
Well, how about PJ Souls?
Oh, I love her.
I know,
She's
right?
great. And she's also a very accomplished voiceover actress. That's how she's been making her money for 30 years.
Caroline Munro.
Mm, mm, absolutely. And oh geez. There's so many we could talk about.
Oh, the
But
women of horror. And by the way, that's when they were allowed to be women and feminine and beautiful. We won't get that again.
so since Nemesis doesn't mind looking up
Oh,
women.
Elsa Lancaster. Oh my God. I'm
Oh,
going
Bride of
back. I mean,
Frankenstein, dear God. Oh,
she
dear
was
God.
so beautiful.
Life
Oh,
material.
dude, like, don't forget, like, I'm gonna have to say, like, well, Selma Hayek for sure. Dusk Till Dawn, like,
Oh
fucking,
yes.
like, yeah. There's a reason I started following her, as a teenager.
Look up,
Let's see who else.
look up Dahlia Lavi, Lavi. Dahlia, Dahli, Lavi, Lavi.
Hang on, looking up Dahlia Lavi. Spell that again, buddy.
Okay.
Oh,
Actually,
just
I'll
Lavi.
I'm going to put in a link to the chat. Give me 1 second.
Oh, I think I got it, buddy. No, I got her. I got her. Oh yeah. Interesting.
Like I said, I kind of go for the spicy European look more than anything else. But I mean, I like my blondies as well. Oh, and you know who else? Honorary mention because she was only in 2 horror films. Very young, 1960s to early 70s, Stephanie Powers.
Oh, I had a
Stephanie
big crush on
Powers.
her. Yeah, I had a big crush on her from like $6 Man and Heart to Heart.
Yes.
I always wondered, this is stupid, but when Natalie Wood died, I always wondered why didn't Robert, what's his face, marry her? Because I had heard that she had a crush on him for many years, but I guess nothing. I don't know if anything ever really happened between those two.
The rumor was that there was a mutual crush, but the fact of the matter is, he was very loyal to her and loyal to
Natalie
the memory
Wood.
of her. And he never really emotionally got that much involved with people afterwards. It was I mean, Richard Burton never really got over Liz Taylor, you know.
Well, that's
Up
the
until
same as with like what I can't. My mind draws a blank. Stacy. Oh, sorry. Give me a minute.
that's okay. Don't push yourself too hard, man.
Yeah, we're talking about some
yeah,
of the famous Hollywood couples that were on and off. But they ended up. They basically were made for each other.
yeah,
Spencer Tracy and Katharine Hepburn. They
yes.
were
Now,
also another big couple that was because she. I mean, he went through. You heard about how he would go on drinking binges, disappear. She'd find him in
yeah,
hotel rooms, like in the bathtub full of booze bottles and all this crazy stuff.
yeah.
And when you
I'm
look
sorry.
at her, you think that she would never sink herself to such low depths, but she did. She was very, very caring over him. Codependency to that point.
Well, also, although I was never attracted in a manly way, shall we say, to Katharine Hepburn. I was very attracted to Lucille Ball in her roles from 1939 to 1950, before she even got on television, when she used to play the smoking hot, smart mouth redhead in all these films, like Stage Door, where she upstaged Katharine Hepburn and she pulled focus.
Yes,
And I love her in that. And then Lauren Bacall. Oh my God, young
yes,
Lauren.
Lauren Bacall. Oh,
Oh, too bad she never made a horror film, but she was above it. That's okay. You
but
can
she
do.
made it. No, but she made a few good comedies. So yeah, she did. She stretched her acting chops a little bit, right? No horror movies, but she did do a few when she got older, some comedies and things like that, which I really liked.
Yeah, and you know, I this is going to make me sound too much like a genre enthusiast, but there are times where I can like an actress or an actor, but if they haven't done anything horror, science fiction, or fantasy, I like them a little less because they didn't help us out, you know.
Oh, that was no, yeah, no, I completely agree.
But there are certain actors and actresses who do help us out, even if it's just one film or one episode of a TV show. Then I think, okay, I can completely get into you. And a lot of them only had a few short little bits in film and television, but if they did a little bit for us and they did a little bit for them, then I'm totally into it. I'm going to look up another one who was beautiful. She was an Israeli actress who often got cast as Egyptians or Native Americans, first Americans. I'm going to look her up for a moment. You and Nemesis, please say something while I just rip through the IMDb.
Okay, my question for everybody, including the chat, everyone on the panel: who's your favorite horror monster?
Oh, that's not
I don't mean
fair.
killer like Jason. I don't mean a killer like Jason or Freddy. I mean monster,
No,
like a
you're talking
vampire or a
but
zombie or a werewolf, or what's your favorite?
right, like are we talking? Okay, that's very broad. Like, are you asking
Yes, it
like
is.
is it a species? Are you asking a movie? Because like there's so many. Like I love the graboids. I love the piranhas. I love the concept of just a giant fucking mosquito. You're just like, oh my god, no. Like what
Well,
else? Like the
which
creature
one
from
scares you? Which one scares you the most? The one that you would
oh,
least want to encounter late at night, walking alone at night, toward walking
ah,
home. The last one that you would want to meet.
interesting. Okay, well I'll have to think about that. Okay, give me a second. Like anything that's going to be like long, drawn out, and painful for sure, right?
Long
Like,
run out,
it,
paid
like
for, and obviously something you can't just walk away from, right? Like a slow zombie, they lumber along, and all you gotta do is walk in the other direction sometimes, right? Unless they can run fast, like in Return of the
right,
Living
like
Dead.
exact, or yeah, or Train to Busan.
Or yes, yes, that's like zombies on speed, right?
Right, like I don't know. I think being attacked by the forest itself, a la Evil Dead, would probably be pretty fucking awful.
That
That'd
would
be a
be.
terrible way to die.
What's interesting about Evil Dead is because you don't know what it could be. It could be a tree. It could be a deadite. You just don't know.
Oh, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. Um, I don't
I
know.
would say
Like,
that
I don't
I
really
have
have.
to. I just came up. I think I know what it is. Mine, the Thing.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that because I'm just like, but at the same time, it wouldn't. It would just be quick, right? Because it would be whatever it was, and then it would just attack you, and that would be it.
But you wouldn't know what it was. It could look like a little lady coming up, right? You never know what it looks like.
Oh, it could be a dog. It could be a mouse. You
Hmm
could be like, oh, isn't that interesting? And then it bites you, and boom, you're infected and done. That's it. It only
Right.
needs
Yes.
a little bit of contact. Yeah, that's terrifying. I think the blob would be awful,
The blob would be nasty. Yes. Yes.
right? Just getting
Right, and we do
dissolved
need to. All right, and
slowly.
we do need to cover the blob on this horror stream soon because I'm a big fan. Did you see the comedy one from the '70s that was directed by Larry Hagman?
No, I've only seen the one with the 50s. With
But you
what's
saw
his
the
face?
'80s version directed by Frank Darabont, right?
Hell yeah, I did. That one's oh
Okay.
my god, like amazing. Especially like you want to talk about amazing practical and special effects
Amazing.
and
Yes,
like
exactly. All practical, fantastic. I love it.
well and even strong female characters, right? Like you got the dude on the motorcycle who you don't really think much of and turns out to be one of the main heroes, and then the girl who's just trying to save her brother.
Kevin Dillon's brother, whatever his name is, something Dillon,
Yeah.
right? With the yes, and the girl was hot in that movie too. That's another one where she was a hot girl.
Yeah, right. Like I'm trying to think of I know you don't like the movies, Pop, but like I Jennifer Lawrence has always been, or not Jennifer Lawrence. Jesus Christ. I've tried specifically tried not to do that. It was Kate Beckinsale. Kate Beckinsale has always been one of my crushes growing up, right? Like I started off with Underworld. I didn't see Van Helsing, but I'm glad I didn't. Like I
Well,
started off
that was a
watching
cartoon with what's his name, Wolverine, right?
Hugh Jackman. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
Hugh
the CGI was
Jackman.
so bad it was like watching a cartoon or a video game, like a PlayStation 1.
Yeah, and see, like I started off with Underworld, where it's like vampires and werewolves are basically at warfare in modern day,
Right.
and like it's like bloody and brutal, and like all the vampires are like high class society, and the werewolves are street thugs, and like there's a class dynamic, and like you get to watch Kate Beckinsale run around in a leather corset and fucking fire off guns and be brutal and like shoot
Oh
werewolves and
yeah,
just slaughter them,
yeah, nothing
and
wrong
it's
with that.
fantastic.
Oh,
Right?
but
Like, her with those blue eyes. Oh my god! Like black hair and blue eyes.
Oh
Love
I
it.
yes,
respect that. That was actually my best girlfriend I ever had. Had milk white skin, blue eyes, and onyx black hair.
Oh, she sounds amazing already.
I always
Oh,
loved the olive skin, like I forget her name, PB Cates. I'm still waiting for her to knock on my door.
oh, Phoebe,
Oh, maybe she
Phoebe.
will.
Right, beautiful. They don't need makeup, and it's just right. I mean, the less makeup, the better. Where they look absolutely fantastic without all the makeup. It's like, oh, that's all. I mean, what could be better than that?
But to be respectful to the question from a few minutes ago, like when you look at our favorite horror monster versus what we're scared of, sometimes for me that's a little bit different. So what I would be most scared of would be being, as you guys mentioned, touched by either one cell of Carpenter's The Thing, because one cell can infect you,
Yep.
or it would be a brief touch by the 1980s version of The Blob, because then you're going to be starting to be devoured and dissolved.
Yes, and it's going to be very slow and painful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's going to be basically eaten by acid. But the monster I like best will always be 1954 Gojira, not Godzilla, Gojira. And Shin Godzilla. I love that film. I love Shin Godzilla.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, then I have to ask, what do you think about War of the Gargantuas?
The original
Well,
Japanese.
there's only one. There's only one, right? Well, you know what I mean, right? But more, yeah, even the Japanese version. I always liked that because it was like two giant Frankensteins fighting. That's what I thought when I was a kid. It's like, wow, I loved it.
They were both grown from the same original organic matter,
And one of
and
them eat people. They showed him putting people in his mouth, eating and spitting out the clothes. It's like gold. Gold.
pretty
I
close.
loved it as a
And
kid.
actually, in the Japanese version, you see the bones of the chick that the green gargantua ate at the airport.
Yes,
And
yes. Oh, have
the
you
thing,
seen that Nemesis? Have you seen the Gargantuous?
I
I
think you
have
like.
not.
I
Oh,
know
okay.
it's a bit old for you. It's in the 60s, Nemesis, but I think you would like it because it was a very gutsy film. And one of the things, no spoilers, since you might watch it, I'm not going to do
We
spoilers.
will be definitely covering it.
Okay, because I want to be there for that one, Pop, because at the beginning, there is a switcheroo. There is oh, you think this is happening, but it's not. Where one of the monsters is being introduced. I'm not going to say what that was or explain it, but it is rather shocking, and that leads into other stuff. And it also, I believe, Russ Tamblyn was in that as the
Yes, he
American.
was.
Right.
Yes, yeah. There's a rare name I haven't heard in a while, but yes, Russ Tamblyn. He was the American insert.
And it's got, and this is not really a spoiler, but I may as well prepare you for it. There is at the beginning of the Japanese version, I don't know, I can't remember if this was in the American version, the whole notion that the goose steppers, and I'm using that name euphemistically, the goose steppers from the 40s were working on scientific experiments at a certain point right before they were going to be taken out.
Hmm.
And that is what leads to the plot of the film.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's a lot of interesting cultural elements, and you see these, just technically speaking, and I'll save most of this for when Pop covers it because I want to be there. Some of the best miniature sets that Toho ever created, even compared to Godzilla films. There's no Godzilla in this film, but there's a scene with an airport, and the miniatures are fantastic there. There's a scene with a showboat, a party boat, and there's
Yeah, and the singer.
the singer who was also a victim.
That was
Uh,
such a great scene where she's just singing along, and this huge giant monster just comes up behind her, and it's like, oh my god, I still the iconic scene. I'm
it,
gonna
it,
show a clip here real quick if I can, if I may.
and the music is fantastic in it. The music
Yes,
is
Do
it
be
is.
careful, Pop.
Oh,
We
it
let
should
that
be.
last clip run for like 7 minutes, so
Yeah, I didn't
we're
mean to.
already.
Yeah, I
Wait,
forgot it was that stupid internet movie database.
Nemesis is very correct. Nemesis is very correct because I have to point out something.
What's
Toho,
up?
if you show anything from Toho, they will try to slam you and get your channel taken off YouTube.
Okay, that's good to
Well, I'll
know.
keep it
But
short,
yeah,
but just enough to give you an idea.
Right.
sure.
There we
Cool.
go.
Now
Yeah, definitely send me that link, Hungry.
Hopefully that
Oh,
wasn't enough to get me in trouble.
1 second. Hold on. I got to write this down. Send Gargantua to Nemesis. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm definitely more into any of the monster films that you want to show me. I'm more for that than like fucking dickhead. Sorry.
Well, we can agree on
Pardon me.
that. Yeah, the one thing you will not see a lot on my channel is just the cheap slasher movies. You know, like Friday the 13th Part 50. I mean, they're okay for the gore and everything, but I like a little more substance.
Which is funny because like we were talking about getting back to hot chicks in horror movies. In Friday or not Friday, A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, Dream Warriors. There's Kristen
Oh yeah.
Clayton plays the punk rock chick.
Oh, she was yes.
Yeah, see, and I
I had
was
a
a
big
punk rocker
crush
at
on
that
her,
age,
and
so
right, and she made, she made. I'm trying to remember, is that the right name? But she also made a movie called Bad Dreams.
oh, okay.
Yeah, Jennifer Rubin. That's who you're talking about. She was a punk rocker with the
That is
spiked hair. That he
that
shot
is
her in the
correct.
arm with all the needles.
I had
Oh yeah,
such
he
a
overdoses her.
oh
Right,
my
that was
god.
Jennifer Rubin, and she ended up making a fairly not too bad, but not too real good movie called Bad Dreams. I remember that.
Bad Dreams was good. One second. Getting link.
Okay, so here's the next question. What's your favorite giant monster movie?
Oh man.
And that
That's
includes
a hard one.
kaiju.
Oh man, really? Uh,
Probably going to be Godzilla, I guess.
well, of course it's going to be Godzilla, but like which one of them? Well, I mean, you can't go wrong with the King of the Monsters. Like, I
Well,
do.
did
I
you
have a
prefer the more?
really.
Did you prefer the serious Godzilla movies over the let's say the Toho one from the 60s and 70s where it was more childish? Man in suit with the
Um.
zipper and everything.
See, I love them all for different reasons, right? Like,
I
I
agree.
like
Yes.
when it's taken seriously, but I also, God, it's just so amazing to just see two dudes in obvious rubber monster suits just roll around in on a set and just
On a
have
set of
fun. Yeah,
miniatures,
that's the
right?
thing.
Right. Just trashing everything.
For sure. But like I also love like the Shin Godzilla where like he's got this crazy radiation breath and then he gets attacked and it morphs and he evolves and all of a sudden now he can shoot out of his fucking back because he responds to it. And then at the very end, it's absolutely horrifying because you see all of these human hybrids that are morphing out of Godzilla, which means that he's absorbed all of these people from like the first form where he's like got no arms or legs and he's like wriggling through the city. All of these people who got crushed underneath are like have been absorbed into him and are mutating and spawning out of him. That to me is absolutely horrifying. It's a crazy concept for Godzilla. So
It
I'm gonna
is.
have
It
to
was
go with
great.
the Shin Godzilla version of Godzilla, which in turn is a serious version of Godzilla.
Yeah, that's one I would not want to come across.
No, no.
No, Skogly says he's a great actor. We're referring to the guy that we're talking about from Silence of the Lambs and Monk. He's a good actor, and he would recognize him for sure if you've seen a picture. Monk is a great show. I agree. Ted Levine, that's it. And Phantom Boomer says Ted Levine has a distinctive voice. Yes, he does, and he's funny. I loved him, and he was like the foil for Monk. I loved him in that show.
Ted Levine always talks like he's got a couple of marbles in his mouth, and I really like it.
And Phantom Boomer, all of us are dead. Oh yes, Phantom Boomer. Ted was in Heat. LDG, so good to see you. I'm sorry I'm late behind the chat. Yeah, this is like a half hour late. 23 says LDG. Good to see you. And thank you for stopping by.
I put links in for Nemesis for War of the Gargantuas in the private chat.
No, thanks, buddy.
Thank you. Nemesis Bean says, hey, LDG. And Scogly says, Selma Hayek can dust till dawn. Absolutely.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Oh, yeah, Scogly. I forgot, and you are right. Jennifer Tilly in Bride of Chucky. My God, she is so cute as a button.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, she's not bad. She'll do.
No,
She'll do.
yeah. The way they have her dressed, the way she's just very, very sexy. Scogly says, variety is the spice of life. Yes, it is. And Scogly, you're going to get clipped for this video. But yeah, that's stupid. It's that dumb Internet Movie Database. I wish I could just show show the website, and they would stop putting in those stupid advertisements. When I do I will get a threat from YouTube, and I'm going to have to clip that part out. I hate. They used to just have a picture on there of an actor, and not all this stupid advertising. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, Hungry Boy.
I was just going to say, if you want to do trailers or pictures, then you use archive.org, or you could go to DuckDuckGo as an alternate free search engine, and you can just punch in the name of the film you want to get stills from, and you can often find the stills you want without a watermark.
Interesting.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you. I appreciate it. And Sean Carter says, hey, say what you want about those actresses. I'm in love with the brunette girl, and I learned the more Bilbo Baggins song. Woof.
That's funny.
Gorilla's Rampart says Voldemort.
Nice.
Skogly says that's easy. The Cenobites. Ooh, very good, Skogly.
Yeah, but then
I
you'd
would
have to
not want to.
unlock the box.
Yeah, but especially I think they really kicked it up with the second Hellraiser. I mean, those were some kick-ass Cenobites.
Yes, they
And
were. I cannot do. Oh, dude, yeah, just like, yeah, no, Scobie. That's a pretty
I
fucking
was
horrifying
I
thing
was
to run across. I
babysitting.
agree.
I feel terrible. I was babysitting a friend, his son Patrick, and it's like Hellraiser 2 Hellbound came out to theaters. It's like we had to see it. I don't know why I took that kid. He puked right there. The movie was just it was overwhelming. He
I've only ever
puked
seen the
right
first
there in
one.
the theater. It's like yes.
That's awesome. You showed him, and that's true trauma. He's gonna be like, oh my god, that's
Seriously, you
incredible.
could have been more than like 5, 4.
Oh man.
Hey, I got weaned on. I got weaned on The Exorcist. So well. PvP, hello PvP. Hi, Pop panel and chat. Good to see you, PvP.
Hey,
Glad to see you on
PvP.
tonight, and so am I. We're having a blast. PvP, it's open topic tonight. We're just talking about any and all horror sci-fi movies that we like, hot women and scary monsters. Sean Carter
That's
says my
right.
most frightening would be St. Donald Sutherland pointing at me with that awful screech from the Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Oh, but
Well,
that
that'd be
brings
pretty
up
bad too.
that
You know,
actually.
that's another thing too. Yeah, the Invasion of the Body Snatchers really do, down deep inside, scare the crap out of me. That's why
Right.
it's still one of my favorite movies.
I love the 50s version, but I also love the 78 version because this also feeds back into actresses who you might be a little hubba towards. Veronica Cartwright, she was in that
Yeah. Oh
as
yes.
right before Alien, and she was incredibly cute and desirable in the 78 version of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. And how disgusting was the transformation scenes in those. I mean, dude, those pods were much worse than the 50s version.
Well, yes, they were.
Yeah.
But do you remember the '90s version, or '80s, '90s, late '80s, early '90s?
Oh, that not as good, but still passable. Still
It had
passable.
the other Tilly sister who was also beautiful.
Jennifer Tilly, who was also
Yes,
in
Jennifer.
she was in Psycho 2.
Electric Boogaloo. Yes, that's
Nice.
all right. I couldn't resist.
Yeah, I mean, she actually did a nude scene in the second Psycho film.
Yes, with the shower where he was Norman was spying through the hole in the wall, right?
Exactly, but I mean, she's so cute and she's so adorable. I'll be honest, I can be attracted to her sister, but I can't be attracted to her because I just want to like put my hands on her shoulder and say, "It's okay, I'm going to save you from the evil man now." You know?
Right. Well, I would not kick either one of them out of my bed. I want them on each side. I'll put it that way.
Hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah.
Oh dear.
And Sean Carter says, "Hey, you PvP." And PvP says, "Pop, did you post a panel link?" Yeah, it should be. What do you call it? What do you guys call it? When pinned. It should be pinned. And plus, I put a link in the StreamYard group for Twitter. PvP says bad CGI is pretty bad. Yes, that's why I didn't like the. I'm probably not gonna remember now, but I don't care. But it's those horrible movies where it was a good-looking blonde woman and she turned into some kind of alien, and it was a cartoon at the end with shitty CGI. I paid money at the theaters to see that, and I hated it. I was
Species?
so upset. That's it.
Was it
Thank you.
Species?
Species. The first one, oh my God, awful. I was so mad when I walked out of the theater saying, what the hell? If I want to see a cartoon, I'll watch Looney Tunes. Because that's how I look at it. When I see bad CGI, it totally takes you out of the movie, and it's a cartoon. You're just watching animation.
Yep. 100%.
Sean Carter, yes. Jennifer Lawrence, Nemesis, you're on timeout.
Oh, please. If she was in my bed, I would check her out. Are you kidding me? And neither would you.
No, yeah, I have to agree with that. What was the
Yeah.
Vampire Hunter movie with awful CGI? That was what we not with Wolverine. What was it?
Helsing.
That's
Van
it.
Helsing.
Yes. And
Check out PvP's channel if you want to see stuff about eggnog. Very
And
good.
Phoebe's talking about my ex-girlfriend. Phoebe was hot. Yeah, instead that damn dastardly Kevin Kline took her away from me. But BBP says War of the Gargantuas is hilarious. Yes, it is, and we're going to be covering it one of these days.
That brings up another. I don't know if people will agree or disagree, but that's the great thing about Pop's channel. We have to look at the original Halloween. We have to look at Terror Train. We have to look at Buck Rogers, and look at the daughter of Tony Curtis. And I mean, I think between 78 and 1986, she was pretty yummy. I'd even agree that she was pretty yummy in True Lies.
That's what I was going to say, all the way from Halloween to True Lies. Absolutely.
And Fish Called Wanda.
Oh, yes. And still to this day, you know, she's one of those that refuses plastic surgery, right? She wants to go all natural.
I love that. I love that. And she was even...
Me, same here. She looks fantastic because of it. Recognizable is another thing. Recognizable. You could see her and say, that's Jamie Lee Curtis. You don't look at her like the doctor on TNG and say, oh, is that a dead possum?
Yeah, exactly.
Or Jane Fonda. It's like, oh my God.
She played the
Jill is in the chat.
One of the
hi, Jill.
On
Hello,
NCIS.
Jill. Sorry, we're talking about crazy stuff.
Great to see you. But she actually played a psychologist on NCIS and was flirting with Mark Harmon playing Gibbs. And, you know, that was like two people of their own age refusing plastic surgery, being the sexy characters on a show. And I think that was actually quite gutsy for Hollywood to do. So Jamie,
right. And not only has she bucked the trend, but look at her career right now.
Yeah. And she still shows respect to the genre by doing all of these Halloween films.
The Halloween movies. And she she got Academy Award for Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yeah. She deserved it. I was glad.
Right. So think about this. So because she didn't go under the knife and have been subjected with plastic, she's still hireable. She could still play roles and still movies. Now think about how many actresses got all the injections, and now because of that, they're not hireable. And a perfect example of that is Cher.
Yeah.
Because she had gotten to the point where she had so many operations and injections, they told her from the movies there was a big role in a big movie that they told her, nope, we don't want you. You can't show emotion anymore. You can't act. You know, not only she can't act, but I'm saying when you can't move your face and you can't emote.
Yes. And that was before she did Witches of Eastwick, where she was nominated. And she played against Jack Nicholson. And she was wonderful in that. That's technically an occult comedy movie, technically. Because it is about Lucifer deciding, you know, he needed a kid. So he was going to seduce 3 women and see what happened.
Yes.
So, and he was fantastic.
But unfortunately, wasn't one of them Meryl Streep?
Unfortunately, yes. Precisely.
I still haven't gotten over that. It's like, I knew there was something bothering my stomach. I couldn't remember what it was.
But we did have Cher. We did have Cher, and we did have, oh my God, what's her name from the film?
Michelle Pfeiffer.
Michelle Pfeiffer, right. It was actually a decent cast, but you know, you look at it, again, I'm just going to agree with what you said. Cher made some bad mistakes regarding the surgeon's knife, and Jamie Lee Curtis never did. Neither did Barbara Crampton. She's showing all her age, and also the chick from that we mentioned earlier in the
Dee Wallace is another one.
Yes, but the woman who
Barbara Eden.
No, the one who played Stretch in Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh yes, yeah. In fact, she was in another movie recently, a very small role, and I recognized her because of her voice. She was a police officer. What was it? It was something just recently I watched, which was pretty good. And
she's in a lot of indie horror films. And
she is. Oh yeah, and that voice. Oh yeah, pure Texas.
Well, all you got to do if you want to see a whole bunch of really good recent stuff from her, just go on Tubi and punch in her name. There's a lot of stuff on Tubi with that I've been watching recently, and she even did she even co-starred with Felissa Rose, another horror screen actress name that and I also think very hubba hubba. I like Felissa Rose in a lot of the stuff she's done, but she didn't do much from the 80s until the 2000s because she was in a film, and I think Pop will remember this film, called Sleepaway Camp.
Oh, yes,
Oh, hey, I
yes,
know that
yes,
film.
yes.
Yeah. So she was the chick who was not a chick but really was a chick in Sleepaway Camp. And that awful scene at the end, no spoilers, but she's actually a very passable actress, and she's very entertaining. And it's great to see all of these chicks who are a little older than us who are getting roles again because people like us really appreciate them.
Well, right, and like I said, and because they're recognizable, they don't
Yes.
look like. And I'll have to use the example, a perfect example, is Nicole Kidman. She looks like an abomination, and Jane Fonda is another one. I mean, I can go on and on and on. Where it's like, who is what is that? Well, that's so and so. That's Jane Fonda. It is when where.
Excuse me, I saw Clute. I don't see it.
Right. No, I see. Well, I don't want to say a cuss word, but I'll just say I'll misspell that word with I'll dot my I's.
Hey, oh,
But you look
Nasty.
at Jane Fonda in Clute, and she was probably the most sexy actress of that year.
Barbarella.
And Barbarella, very much. Although the wig, I could have done
Oh
without
yeah,
the
the
wig.
wig.
But also the Italian actress who played the evil chick in the city who would say, "Pretty, pretty, pretty."
Yes.
She was awful, but she was very sexy too. Barbarella, I mean, the Italians pull no punches. They're basically like, okay, it's going to be sexy.
Right. They know how to photograph those women. I mean, look at Sophia Loren. I mean, oh my God, a goddess.
And they don't care what Americans think. And guess
Claudia
what?
Cardinal. Oh my goodness.
They still, all Americans still see the film. We still buy the DVDs. We still
Yes.
find it on archive.org. I love the Italian spy-fi genre, the science fiction spy genre. I love that.
Italians have an eccentric, strange point of view, but I love them. Their westerns, their comedies, the Mr. Nobody series. I love all that stuff.
And the horror stuff, Lucio Fulci.
Oh God, their horror. Oh yeah.
I mean, you look at the Beyond, almost every woman in that show is someone you would be happy to go on a date with.
What do you think about demons?
Well, I don't like the infernal stuff, so I have a problem with that on just philosophical, metaphysical grounds. But I think those films were very well made. They were a little bit too 80s for me, if you know what I mean.
They were very 80s. I mean, they even had music like Billy Idol and all that stuff. Right? It's like an MTV musical almost.
And I think the editing was a bit raucous. I don't think the editing was very subtle. But I mean, I can appreciate them, and I can appreciate anyone who likes those films. But then, because they're Italian films, you get something like Demons 4, and it's not even associated with the story that they set up with the first 3 movies.
Yeah, that reminds me. Before I forget,
it was
Nemesis. Wasn't it you that told me that you saw Howling 2? Your sister was a werewolf before you saw the first Howling.
Ah,
yes.
What do you think?
I've seen a review of it first, so I was very aware of it.
Oh my God, Nemesis! Did you ever see? Was it the third or the fourth one? Howling 3: The Marsupials.
Oh God!
Yes. Oh my God! I saw bits and pieces of that as a kid, and once again on that Shadow Lane channel, and I remember turning it on, and they were having sex, and fucking a baby thing popped out of her pouch, and she's just like, "Ah!" And they're all screaming, and I'm like, what the fuck am I watching? And I'm like, I don't know, 7, 8. I have the best luck when it comes to that kind of stuff. I remember turning on the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre halfway through the movie, no context, no idea what's going on.
Just in time to see what? I'm curious.
Oh, Buddy walks through the door, and he's alone by
Oh,
himself, and he
let's
kind of
see
trips through the
what's going
door,
on in here, right?
and he trips, and fucking Leatherface fucking cracks him over the top of the skull with a
Yep,
ball peen hammer, and I was just
couple
once again
times.
like 8 or 9, and I was like, "Urgh," and just like changed the channel. I was just like, what the hell was that? And like,
It's legendary. I think another thing that really stands out. First of all, the way they shot Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it was almost like a documentary. The grainy 16mm look, and everything looked like it was. It didn't look staged or rehearsed. It looked like you were watching something actually happen. And I think what's really shocked everybody, for me, which really stands out even to this day, is the treatment of Franklin, the handicapped guy in the wheelchair. They would never make that in a modern movie. There's no way they would have that anymore.
Well, not only the treatment, you look at what happened to him, but you look at the fact that they had the guts to make him what is arguably, when you look at all the comments in the IMDb and message boards, which still exist, and Twitter threads, Franklin is still one of the most hated characters in cinema.
Yes.
Because they have the guts to make him annoying.
Yes.
And the actor is on record being appreciative of that. They said, that was a good role for me. I got to be the annoying guy.
Yep.
And a lot of people with disabilities, they don't get to be the character that it's a stage and film term, draws focus. When Franklin is speaking, he draws focus because of how annoying he is. But there's a little part of us that all understands why he's being that annoying,
Right. Well, it was so shocking because you're watching the movie, never seen it before. You're thinking, oh, there's no way they're going to show a handicapped guy in a wheelchair get killed. I mean, come on, he's obviously going to live, and all this other kind of stuff. It just totally, in a positive way, subverts your expectations, and I love that.
Yeah,
just like great.
Subverting expectations. Going back to about an hour from now, I love the movie Life Force, and one of the reasons I love the movie Life Force, Patrick Stewart gets fucked up in that movie. And
wait. So wait. It wasn't the beautiful woman walking around naked for the first hour?
That means less to me than Patrick Stewart getting fucked up. I don't know. I like that. She's a little slender, I mean, she always, when I saw that film, she was a bit older than me, but they made her look younger. So I felt a little funnier than that. I was always more comfortable being attracted to women who were clear. Like if I was 18, I wanted to see a 25-year-old because I thought I'm safe. I'm not doing the wrong thing,
Okay. I have to ask, since we're talking about it, and this is out of left field totally. Have you ever seen Stella Stevens in a nude scene?
I've seen pictures of it, but I've not seen Stella Stevens nude.
They showed a shower scene, and I was surprised because at that point, this was the 1980s. She was already older.
Yeah.
But they showed a shower scene with full exposure, and she still looked hot, and that was Monster in the Closet.
Oh, I've seen that film. Yes, I have seen. Now you mention it, I have seen that scene.
Yes, which we will be covering on my stream, and they actually made a remake, which I'm not interested in.
No, but I like the original film, and I love Stella Stevens. I really do. And she actually did.
Oh, I had such a crush on her. So beautiful, my God.
I mean, she just embraces the whole genre thing. She doesn't look down on doing sci-fi or action.
Everything. She did everything: comedy, sci-fi, horror, all of it.
Yeah.
And she was right to Adrienne Barbeau. She's one of those. She's just not very good playing somebody stupid. They're a strong female character. They just, that's one thing about them is you could tell they're not stupid. They're smart.
And that goes back to Stephanie Powers. Stephanie Powers never seemed stupid in any role she ever played. And also another actress I know that you'll like, who is quasi-British, quasi-American, quasi-European, going back to the Bava years, which is Barbara Steele. Never played stupid.
Absolutely. No. I agree.
And a lot of guys would look at her and say, I will put a ring on your finger in a second, baby. In a second. She had the huge eyes, the biggest eyes that were ever actually photographed in cinema at that time in proportion to her face.
But they're not 6 feet apart like the Little Mermaid, right? Sorry, guys. PvP says, just added the donation page to my favorites. We'll see if I can figure out a way to donate next week. PvP, if you cannot, that's quite all right. You being here and with your emotional support is a big, big help. And Lemon Pie says, Eggnog Lord. Yes, or as a reference to PvP. And PvP says, hi, Lemon. Lemon Pie says, PvP, which Phoebe? Kate's.
Yes.
Jedi Bill, hail, brother Jedi Bill. I'm sorry I'm reading this like an hour or a half hour almost later. I apologize. Lemon Pie
Hey, man,
says,
we
hi,
can have a
Jedi
blast.
Bill. Right, but we're nothing without the chat. So the point is, I want to be able to shout everybody out so that you guys know that you're not talking to yourself. Limbs of Eden says, hail, PvP, Jedi Bill. Jedi Bill, and I want to say it again. He sent me a text. He's like he's got the biggest heart. He actually offered. He said, "Hey, come to move to Arizona with Nina and me." And I'm thinking, "Oh my God, what a sweet guy." And PvP says, "Have you guys ever seen Michael Nesmith's '80s video called Elephant Parts? It has a hilarious Godzilla parody at the start, fun comedy, and great Nesmith song videos too." I don't think I remember that.
I'm going to check that out.
PvP says, "I think it's on YouTube." And Jedi Bill says, hello, LDG. And Jedi Bill says, drop by for a like. Well, thank you, Jedi Bill. And everybody check out Jedi Bill's channel where some fine tunes and karaoke happen all the time. Gorilla's Random Thoughts is still there. Oh, Pop, IG. Okay. Thank you, Gorilla. I'm glad you're still around. Oh, Pop, I forgot. It's Raining Men for... Oh, Gorilla's supposed to sing It's Raining Men for me. That's right. And at this time, Gorilla, with feeling... And PvP says the Bilbo Baggins Nimoy video is what to music videos what Spock's brain is to TOS. Well, we just had somebody say they liked it earlier. They said there was a hot woman from the Bilbo Baggins video. And PvP says, I don't see a link for some reason. Hold on, PvP. I'll post it again. Let me get caught up really quick. Lemon Pie says Hellraiser has the worst Rubik's Cube ever. Oh, I always wanted to own one of those things. But I don't want it to start moving on its own. Have you ever seen Shivers with Oh, yes, with Marilyn Chambers, body horror, early David Cronenberg. Also, Rabid. Absolutely, Shivers, I saw at the drive-in theaters under the name They Came From Within. And what's interesting is we were in my mom's old, it was a 1955 Ford station wagon. And I remember we stopped to pick up some food to eat on the way to the theater. And there was a butcher shop in the grocery store in the back, butcher shop counter. And they had those big giant pickles for $0.25. Now they're like $2 or $3. I love dill pickles. So everybody grabbed a dill pickle, 25 cents each. And then we got to the theater and we're watching Shivers. And the other movie was one of those kind of like Faces of Death pseudo documentary horror movies kind of thing. But Shivers came on. The American name, like I said, was It Came From Within. That was my first exposure to Cronenberg. And they showed the scenes where these alien, spoilers, everybody, and we will be covering the movie. And they ripped it off for TNG, where it's like these slug things that would transfer from mouth to mouth.
Yes.
And they would cause these people to like go into sexual frenzy, but also to kill each other.
Well, it was very Cronenberg and thus very disgusting, and it was very early Cronenberg.
Body horror, right? And everybody gave me their pickles.
Yeah, and
that's why I remember I had like a pickle. They're all like, "I don't want this," and I was like, "I ate like 6 pickles," and that's when I learned, everybody, don't eat dill pickles. You will be dehydrated for hours. I drank so much water that night, I thought I was going to explode.
Well, also, dill pickles are the wrong food to eat when watching Shivers. Very much.
Right.
and the whole thing is that the transference of the parasite in Shivers, no spoilers, comes when the parasite is making someone get incredibly horny and mess with somebody else and seduce them, and that's when the parasite gets transferred.
Yes, when they're kissing.
And
so the other darn. That's too bad.
Yeah, very dark. And also, Nemesis was like this. A major aspect of the plot, without giving too many spoilers away, is that the whole film is contained because it's all making fun of the real estate boom of the 1970s.
Right, it's
So
all contained in this fancy high rise where all the supposedly like upper class people are living and partying, like a bunch of swingers.
yes, yes,
But
and
there
this
was
Oh,
old people,
swingers.
right? Old people and swingers. And speaking of swingers, we are going to cover eating Raoul on here on the stream one of these nights as well.
oh, and
Nice.
what about the film Society?
Oh yes, yes.
Oh, that is like one of the ultimate body horror films ever made. Is Society?
Yeah, it is. I've never
God,
seen it, but I've seen
we could just
clips and
show
stills
everything
from
that
it.
David Cronenberg, just like right, just like what's his name, uh, David Lynch. I could practically just go everything and show everything on my stream. I would have to say, okay, where do we start?
Exactly, but also to go with what you're saying and what PvP is saying, with Rabid, that was that Rabid was Marilyn Chambers, not
Yep.
not Shivers. That actually had another parasitic situation because Cronenberg loves his parasitic situations. It comes
Oh
up in every
yeah.
5 films where it actually comes out of the armpit, which is a
Yes.
complete incredibly creative variation on the vampire because
It was.
the
It was so creepy, right? Like the scene where she was feeding off the cow.
yes, and it's so awful because we're used to vampires where there's something vaguely sexy and sensual about getting a mouth kiss and then a hickey on the neck, which leads to us getting infected. But this is somebody's bloody armpit. This is revolting, and she's
Mm-hmm.
always sweating and she's always sick, and then other people get infected. And the original version is great. I'm also fairly supportive of the Soska Sisters remake, which is completely different. I must
Oh,
warn
I
you.
didn't know that.
Yeah, they did a remake, but it was anti-woke. It was very anti-woke.
Oh, well,
And
okay.
it's very European. It is very much like Dario Argento,
Argento.
where they really the Soskas were really going for mood, atmosphere, lighting, color, and they just did not give a flying F about what Hollywood and what people who would cancel them would think about it.
I do like
And
that.
well, I can recommend the film, but just ignore the fact it's called Rabbit. Ignore that. Look at it as an original film unto itself. Or for Nemesis, this is how I would say it. Look at the modern version of Rabbit as Shin Gojira versus 1954 Gojira.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
PvP says, check the group link and it comes to the stream here on YouTube. Isn't that what you're looking for? Or are you talking about the panel? Well, hold on a second. Let me do that now before I forget again. I know because I got a lot of chats to get caught up on. PvP, I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to send it to you personally, PvP.
Talking about the slugs and whatnot and taking over things, and like I wouldn't say TNG ripped it off. Like there's plenty of things
there you go.
that have that, right? Like
PvP
I remember the Animorphs. Okay.
Yeah.
Where the whole point of them taking over the human race was slugs that went into your ear and like infected people and attached to the cerebral cortex and came out. And like they had to like bring people to these pools for them to regenerate, and they'd like slide out of their ear canal, and you have to like put another one back in. And then there was also the movie. I don't know. Have you guys seen Slither?
Oh yes, that's James Gunn.
Good.
James Gunn,
Preach
isn't it?
to my choir, Nemesis. Preach into my choir.
Perfect. And yeah, I don't exactly right. Like that movie's fantastic. It's slightly sexual. It's horrifying at points because it's like, oh, it's going near that. It like the scene with the bathtub alone with the girl in the bathtub, and you're just like, oh my goodness, where are those things trying to go? And it's equally like horrifying and funny and just terrifying. And oh, it's great. It's a fantastic movie.
But it also has moments where everything you said is in a scene, but also you feel very badly for the character. Like a certain a certain woman who was in a barn who was swollen up to look like a blimp, about 15 feet in diameter, filled with these things. And I thought, oh, that was killing me when I was watching. Oh, you poor dear. you poor dear, I don't want you to go through this. And she's saying something to the effect of, I don't feel so good.
You gonna eat that possum? And you're just like, it's just like a rotten possum there, and you're just like, I can't reach it. And you're like, oh my god, yeah, that poor lady. Like, right, like her dream man finally comes to see her. He rips open his chest, and then all of a sudden, like two tentacles burst out of him and like impregnate her and like turn her into a ball of slithering fucking slug creatures that are sentient, but
Uh,
somehow hive mind controlled. Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's a lovely film, and
It really
also
is.
he did some harder stuff. Like if we want to talk about some body horror, severe body horror that mixes with the comic book stuff that certain people I'm friends with, they hate this movie, Brightburn. I like Brightburn.
Oh, I love Brightburn. I showed it to a friend who likes superhero movies, and I don't like this movie. This is like a killer Superman. I said, yes, exactly. Damn it. Where's the damn sequel? Shit.
I mean, that is some of the, and those were all practical effects, not CGI.
Yes.
That is some of the nastiest body horror I've ever seen in a movie. In a movie. And yeah, I mean, I used to work in comic books. I can get over it, okay? Because there were comic books that perverted the comic book paradigm as bad as this. So if comic books perverted their own paradigm, you can't blame Brightburn for doing the same thing.
No, it was such a breath of fresh air. It was like one thing. It was like the story. It was like the story of Martha and John Kent, but the
Yes.
story we'd always had in the back of our mind. What if it didn't go as well as they had hoped?
They basically mixed Alien 79 with the Superman mythos, and it was
Yes.
great.
All it took for it, like Superman, we all know. Try to avoid spoilers. And by the way, we have a new visitor. Hello, PvP. Good to see you.
Hey guys.
Right, as we know, Superman, which is, by the way, Superman's my favorite comic book character and movie, but we'll never see a good Superman movie again. But what it was Superman instilled all the good things about the Kents, and he was a good man and the big blue Boy Scout. But Brightburn is the story where he says, "What if I don't need it? I don't need these people. You know what? Guess what? I'm stronger, more powerful than any of them. What do I need them for?" And that he's the bad seed. Anybody seen the movie The Bad Seed? He's the bad seed. He's a kid that's he's not so good as Clark Kent.
Oh,
But it's a great movie.
But also to back you up, Pop, that's not something that's simply presented in the film. By the end of the film, no spoilers, when they're looking at the true parentage of this male character, they explain why. They bother to explain it in the film.
Yep.
And that's what I really appreciate about it, because I can take a dark film as long as you explain what is happening. Even in a cheesy but beautiful Lucio Fulci film like House by the Cemetery, they explain what was happening.
Yes.
They explain.
So would you consider Brightburn a horror enough movie where maybe we can cover it on this channel? What do you think? I would love to have it on here.
Definitely. It's a science fiction horror film with trappings of superhero stuff.
Yes.
I would say yes.
Right. It's like, without spoilers, but it's like the origins of Superman when he's living with the Kent family as a little boy, but as a horror movie. I'll put it that way.
Well, exactly. I mean, and they find something that crash landed in their backyard. So in a way, it's kind of like, well, what if we take the Blob and add some superhero stuff to it?
Yes.
I have to admit I have not seen this film, but if you ever did
great.
feature it, I would love to get a chance to view it and
maybe we'll do that next week, because we haven't decided what we're going to cover next week.
Yeah, if
so
there's a link to it,
that might be a good one because it's very refreshing.
Sounds
Nemesis, have you seen Brightburn?
Sounds very unusual.
All right,
and hello, PvP. Good to see you.
So this is kind of like Superman meets the Blob or something like.
No. It's like Superman who decides not to be such a Boy Scout. I don't want to give away too many spoilers.
So
there's no monster in it like the Blob. There's no monster like the Blob.
Oh, okay, but Superman.
The monster.
Superman with an edge.
Right.
I was speaking humorously, but imagine if a Kryptonian crash lands and is adopted but my God, the idea of what the Kryptonians were is awful.
Yes.
Awful.
Okay, so I have a question for everyone, and it's comic book related, Superman ish. Has anyone seen or read the comic Invincible?
I've
Yes.
seen the cartoon
Yes.
animated. What is it? Netflix, whatever.
Yeah,
That's more recent, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
it
it's
is.
got Glenn. I don't know
Yeah.
why I don't remember his name, but
Okay.
Glenn from Walking Dead.
Oh, geez, really?
And I right, and the guy who
Okay.
with the wonderful actor who played J. Jonah Jameson from the Spider-Man movies, right? Plays his dad. Am I
Oh,
right?
yeah, I know what you mean, but can't think of the name.
But it's
No, I
similar.
can't. I don't know.
It's similar like Brightburn, but Brightburn's live action, obviously.
Okay. Yeah, I have not
PvP.
seen that.
Well, PvP. I'm glad we finally got the link working, so you could join us.
Yeah, me
And
too.
Gorilla says I would too skinny. And PvP says hi Nemesis. I feel so. Oh my god, I'm so far
We're way
behind on the
behind.
chat.
Hi, PvP.
Exactly 1/2 hour ago, and I derivative Jill says LOL Nemesis. I'm sorry, Jill. Hello there. Good to see you. Wonderful, Jill. And Gorilla's Remnant Pot says, hey, Jill. And Lemon Pie says, hey, Jill. Hello, Jill. Thank you, Stream Elements, says Nemesis. PvP says, I still have a huge crush. I'll let PvP read it. Why don't you do that for us?
Oh, I don't even know why I typed this. I shouldn't have, but what the hell? I'm being honest.
Well,
I
I'm
still
like
have
the
got-
teacher in the classroom, and I saw you passing that note. I'm going to make you stand up and read it in front of the class.
No, it's true. I'm being honest,
Wow.
though. It's true. I still have a huge crush on Veronica Cartwright from Lost in Space. Seemed less creepy when I was 7, of course. Although I have to add, I like her in season 3 when she's like 16, so it's not quite so bad.
And not so creepy.
Yeah,
And Skogley
little less.
says, LOL. And Pleasant
Yeah, I
Valley
think
Figure.
Scotely liked that my comment there. I think he found
Right.
that
And
quite
she
funny.
blossomed into a great beauty. Absolutely.
She's beautiful in season 3. Like, oh, gorgeous.
Skogley says she sure did.
Yeah.
And PvP says, hey, Pop, you should consider doing an open topic a few times a year. It's fun. Yes, it is. It's we're on, what is it, stream number 16. And the chips, fall where they may. I'm glad it happened to work out this way where tonight we did this random stream.
Yeah,
This is a good chance to get all this. Like I said earlier, we go off topic where we're all talking about tangents and all the different things we love. This is the night to get caught up on all that.
No, it's all off topic because it's open.
It's on topic because we're talking about horror and beautiful women and monsters and everything. So this is perfect.
Exactly.
PvP says, Dolly Parton, how much plastic can you put in your face? Well, let's just say it balances her out. Gorilla's Random Thought says,
Well, I like Dolly as a human being. I still think she's.
I love her.
But
not only she's beautiful, but she's smart. But she looks terrible with the
She's had a little too much work done for my
way
money,
too much. Yeah, when I saw her on the Orville, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It's sad. Vanity just can't. There's a certain point where they don't know when to turn off the vanity.
Well, like Cher, when you mentioned Cher, I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's a perfect example, right?
Cher's kind of scary looking.
Kind of. So Gorilla
I'm trying to be kind.
When the computers rise up, they will spare Nemesis because he thanks them.
I, for one, welcome our AI overlords.
And I, for one, welcome our plastic injection Botox overlords. Well, subtle isn't always necessary in horror. You're right. It's not necessary, but done right, it is.
Oh yeah.
And Jill says hello, Gorillas, Random Pots, and Lemon Pie. I'm so glad to have Jill here. I know we've been saying some offensive things, and I'm embarrassed when I know that Jill's around listening.
I hope we didn't.
Especially because she listened to my stream from the hospital, and I felt bad because I was using swear words a lot.
I don't think Jill minds swear words, though, does she? She seems pretty.
I don't know, but I know this sounds old-fashioned, and Jill, I'm not trying to stereotype you, but I don't like swearing around ladies. I know it's old-fashioned, but I don't do it. I don't like it. PvP says, how about frogs? I almost croaked watching that with the great Ray Milland. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I saw it in the theater. That's how old I am.
Yep, same here. Right, expect a very, very slow movie, but
it was
by
fun,
the way,
though.
I am a huge fan of Ray Milland. When I was a kid, first thing I did was fall in love with Alfred Hitchcock.
He
And then
was
I
good.
saw Dial In for Murder, and then I started watching everything with him in it. Ray Milland, all the way up to I saw when he was in Escape from Witch Mountain, and I just at that point I had seen almost all his movies, so I was a huge fan of Ray Milland going all the way back. PvP
Also,
says, what does PvP say? PvP.
Oh, you want me to read it? Okay. I want to say, Anti-Derivative Jill watched a bit of your pop stream this morning before work. Great way to start the day.
I completely agree. It was fantastic. And I Derivative Jill says, thank you. My last two shows have been great. Yes, Jill. And by the way, she's going to be coming up on 500 subs soon, and she's well deserved of that.
She
Hell
deserves it.
yeah.
Right. It won't be long before we do her 500 sub celebration, I'm sure.
can I also
PvP.
add for Ray Milland, Jill would really like one of his only ghost movies called The Uninvited, which is
Oh,
fun.
yes. It's excellent film noir, black and white. Beautiful movie.
Was real ghosts though, real ghosts, no fake.
Yes.
Oh
Right, real
shit.
ghost
Wow.
on the payroll.
That
Yes.
sounds scary.
I do
And
not
action.
no appreciation of fake ghosts. No appreciation.
And Pleasant Valley Picker says what?
Anti-Derivative Jill, Gorilla was hilarious.
Gorilla is a master at being, he's like a big teddy bear. And he's very sweet and I love him.
He was
And
awesome.
I Derivative Jill says, nice timing. Thank you. It's Stream Elements. Yes. Stream Elements is actually on its game tonight.
It is.
And what does Pleasant Valley Picker have to say?
I plan to watch the rest at some point this week. I've got to. It
The
was
rest
so
of
good.
what?
The rest of Jill's stream to
gotcha.
help you, Pup. Because
Yeah,
Gorilla.
wasn't it? Wasn't
I-
it? It was a great show. I mean, it was never boring and it had so many people on there.
Yeah, well, I got up early enough where I watched like the first 35 minutes, and I don't know how many shots Gorilla had. At the point I had to tune out to head out the door, he was talking about eating the worm.
Eating the worm. And he was talking about that earlier on this stream, too. He says after he ate the worm, he doesn't remember much of anything.
Oh, no. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Nemesis of Eden says, what does Nemesis of Eden say? Nemesis of
I,
Eden.
don't know.
I want to watch frogs.
What do I say?
Oh, I should have not read that. Oh,
That's
sorry.
okay.
Yeah,
PV
man. What the heck, bro?
What is-
I thought Pop was wanting me to read everything, so
No,
And
no,
what
that's
is-
it. Check. I'm reading this one. It's mine. Nemesis. It actually was pretty entertaining. Kind of silly, but good fun.
there you
it
go.
was a silly, fun film. It was one of the, well, it's like those early 70s films can be goofy, but a lot of fun, right?
Oh, for sure.
It's kind of like,
PV
King of the Spiders or something. You can't take it too
PvP
seriously.
says, I can post a link to what?
Elephant Parts.
I remember the
misspelled it.
name. What is it again?
It's Michael Nesmith put out like a 60-minute, like back in the 80s when
Nesmith.
everybody
Isn't
was
that a
renting
singer
video.
or a musician?
He's a guy in the Monkees.
That's right. That's right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's one of the four monkeys, probably the
Yes.
most talented one because he probably wrote, more songs than the other three, and he was actually a darn good musician. And so he's got a handful of really awesome tunes, music videos, and then he's also got a lot of comedy bits mixed
Right,
together.
but
right?
what's about elephant parts that's good for this stream?
Well, it starts off with Nesmith doing a parody of Godzilla.
Ah,
I need to
watch.
Actually,
Check it out.
I'll put it in the private chat, and if you want to check it out,
And you can put it in the public chat. That way,
Okay.
everybody that way they don't feel left out.
Yeah, I just give me a minute. I'm sure.
Thank you.
When I watched it like a year ago, it was still on YouTube, the whole thing. So I hopefully can still find it. Just give
So
me a minute.
PB says, "LOL, never eat pickles. Watching Shivers. You've seen it."
Oh yeah, I watched Shivers years ago.
Pleasant Valley Picker says, "Pop Pickle King." Yes, I love dill pickles, and I don't know why. And you guys are gonna think I'm crazy, but
They are good.
dill pickles and Pepsi. Oh my God, they're perfect together. That way you won't have the dehydration afterwards.
Okay, that's
Oh, and by the way,
combination I never thought of, but-
dill pickles are rare. It's hard to find them anymore. Any grocery store you go to now, there's either sweet or semi or kosher or deli dill. Sour dill pickles are a rarity. I cannot
What,
find
you
them.
can
The
sell
only way to find them is if you buy hamburger dill chips, and that is disgraceful.
Yeah, I don't like dill chips.
I do. The more sour, the better. Damn it.
I don't know. Just the dill pickle. I like dill pickles. I love them, but dill pickle chips, I don't know. It just
Well, I have to buy the chips
I like
because I
that.
can't find the pickles.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
See,
what
and
I'm
I prefer
saying.
the chips versus the pickles.
Because here's what's sad is you go to the grocery store here, and you go to the pickle section. Oh, it's all plastic. Oh, it's like 10 different varieties of semi. I could tell a pickle by looking at it how sour it is. You can tell by looking at it if it's a cucumber or a dill pickle.
Well, I did call you the pickle king in the chat earlier,
Well,
so I
and
guess
I'm proud of it. As long as you
it's
don't
appropriate then.
misconstrue it, right? If you don't, as long as you don't misconstrue it in any other way.
Oh, no, I did not mean
And
that.
I know. Anti derivative Jill says, "Oh, my mouth is watering just thinking about it. Stupid." Anti derivative Jill says, "Hi, Sean Carter. I like The Exorcist as lemon pie." On an unrelated note, who likes split pea soup? I don't like split pea soup, but I love The Exorcist. That's where my mother
Nice.
took me. I think it was 74 when it came out. I was 10, 73. I was like 9 or 10. And she took me, and that's when I was totally introduced to horror. And I didn't panic like a kid. And every time I meet adults and they say, "Well, you know what? I'm not really into horror. I'm not really into that." And the first thing I say, "Oh, so I take it when you were growing up, you just didn't watch that kind of stuff." And I always think about The Exorcist because the fact that I was exposed early, like peanuts. If you're exposed early, you don't have an allergy.
Exactly.
But when you have kids, when you have parents who will not show their kids horror movies, and then when the kids are adults, they cannot and will not watch horror movies. I
Well,
love Bird of Prey, but that's why he won't watch horror movies.
it's not just horror movies, though. It's like they don't expose them to anything, tough and a little bit
Yeah.
harsh in life, right? So they grow up to be snowflakes, and well, you know where
Well,
that leads to, right?
Well, but it's not their fault. It's just that it's a person.
No,
who takes-
no, no. I
It's
don't
like
like.
it's right. It's
know.
like having a food that you don't like, and then suddenly somebody telling you, "Okay, well now you need to try it. You need to like it."
Well, I think as a
and
parent, you
it's
should
hard for them
expose
to
your kids
swallow.
a
Right?
wide range, right?
To
of stuff.
agree with you, most people who say they don't like horror movies have never seen a good horror movie. It's like people who say I don't like Star Trek and they've only seen Discovery. You know,
Yes,
Right.
yeah. I have a friend like
Right.
that. I don't like Star Trek. Isn't that the one with Darth Vader? It's like
Yeah.
never mind.
I mean,
Well,
they've never seen a good Universal film. They've never seen a Hammer film. They've never
oh,
seen,
Hammer, yeah.
any of the Quatermass movies, which are wonderful that engage you. They haven't seen any of the good Italian stuff. All they've seen is shit like Jennifer's Body, which is atrocious.
Oh, Megan and all the other Blumhouse movie, right?
And
Yeah,
that's why
they
they.
probably
I
yeah,
don't
seen
like
a lot of
horror
stuff in the
movies.
last 20 years or whatever, right?
I don't like
mediocre
horror
stuff.
movies because I see stuff that looks like MTV with a whole bunch of, jump scares. Well, that's not a horror movie, baby.
No, it's not. It's a
Well, it's
slideshow.
like the '60s version of The Haunting. Like that was a
Yes.
classic, and then they made some real shit remake, like I don't know,
They
10 years
did.
ago or whenever,
Right,
right?
and you try to bring it up, and someone's gonna say, "Oh, I saw the remake. It sucked. I'm not gonna watch the original."
I have bitched about the remake on message boards, on Facebook before I left, on Twitter. I have probably racked up at least 100 pages of bitching about the Jan de Bont remake of The Haunting. And if
Wow,
I
that's
mention-
Right,
dedication.
a horror movie from the director of Speed. Yeah, there
Yeah.
you go.
Oh, boy.
Exactly. And
There's a man in his element, huh?
Oh, and the funny thing was that was a remake of The Haunting, but the better remake, which didn't actually use the right name, was Legend of Hell House with Roddy McDowell, which was.
Oh yeah,
I
the
would love to
original.
talk about that on Pop Show because that film is, although it's PG rated, amazingly it's
It
PG
is. It
rated.
is. Well, because you know what? You know why? Because no nudity, no gore, suspense, dread, and just total horror, and that's how you do it right without the shock, without boobs and yeah. Legend of Hell
Well-
House. You guys see it in my intro here. It's my top favorites, and we're definitely going to be covering that soon. And had the amazing, beautiful Franklin. What's her name? She
Yeah, I
was
know
from The Haunting. Pamela
Yeah.
Franklin. Yes.
I know the
I'll
one
be-
you mean.
Yes.
and-
Beautiful. I had a crush on her.
Well, the thing is, those films, what those films have is psychological horror, right? It's
It
all
is.
in their mind. It's the film's literally playing mind games with.
Well,
with
no,
your
we are,
psyche,
but
right?
remember now, we're not talking about the nightmare movies where they have a nightmare that nothing's really
No.
happening.
We're talking
It was
about
really
a
happening, but
real
it was
entity that's around them, terrorizing them, and well, it's like The Haunting. That's why I love The Haunting so much. I mean,
Right, but it was
it's
like
so
Alfred
creepy.
Hitchcock. Right, it was like the dead thing they don't have in movies now is writers don't know how to write or
Yeah.
build up suspense and dread. That's what's missing now.
Yeah.
They just don't. They don't have the patience or the mentality to do it.
Or
Well,
the
master
experience.
suspense, right?
They've not been through horrible situations, so they cannot tap into that like a
Right,
character actor. They cannot
Mm.
tap into that to
right.
write something as scary. Because if you look at the original version of The Haunting, that was a novel that came out in the 50s from a woman who grew up in the 30s. So she would have seen some shit. You know what I mean? She
Well,
would have
plus
been.
not only that, but she was well read. They read books, which they
Yes.
don't do anymore.
Exactly. These days, most horror films are written by people who are already children of the Hollywood system. They're already in the city in Hollywood.
Yes.
They're already people who have connections. So they're just like millennials on Instagram that think I just have to do the writing version of a good selfie and I'll get in.
Yes, yes.
Oh,
And I'll be
jeez.
right back, guys.
Oh, as long as Pop is a bit away for a minute, I just want to quickly ask a question, guys. I looked up Elephant Parts by Nesmith on YouTube here, 5 minutes ago. There's two versions. There's a one version of the entire 61-minute video, but the
Mhm.
quality is only 360, which is kind of low. Then there's one that has the video as segments because it is segmented, right? It's comedy music kind of flips back and forth a lot, right? Which is
Yeah.
higher quality because it's 480, which to me is like the lowest I ever want to watch, and it looks
Yeah.
pretty decent. So should I post the one with all the little bits one after the other? I'm kind of
I would
thinking that.
propose both, but I would always use DuckDuckGo or a non-Google search engine to see if there is another version that is
Oh,
of another higher quality.
good point. Give me a minute. I'm going to do that.
Because Google censors a lot of things you can look up. So if you punch in something like War of the Gargantua's archive, meaning
Hmm.
archive.org, you're going to see one or two listings on Google. If you do that on DuckDuckGo, you're going to see more listings because
Okay.
Google is corporate. And DuckDuckGo, sorry, oh, that was a pun for horror.
Okay, I got it here.
DuckDuckGo is always going to be sort of like screw your corporate mentality, you know?
Right, right. I'm just looking it up right now. I got Duck here. I'm just going to look up.
I've been a fan of Duck Duck for oh god, since it started. That's over God, it's more than 10 years now.
mm,
But that's how I find a lot of good MKVs and MP4s for a lot of my friends. I've just learned to navigate the Duck Duck, and it's a very important resource. And luckily, I think it is outside of America, so it's not going to get taken down. But they're a
mm.
search engine, they're a search engine.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I try and. I mean, people laughed at me when I mentioned I was on Proton Mail the other night, but I
Oh,
think
you
it's.
brought up Proton Mail. That's when you talked about it. You
But it's
know,
on. It's on. It's a Switzerland-based company. They seem very, very big on security, and I've
that's
been
why I
on
chose
using
it.
them for like 2 or 3 years now, and I've never had one single problem yet. So I
That's
think
why
the
I
service has
chose it.
been really solid
And
myself.
and, and also, Proton. There's nobody on record who's ever had their email hacked on
Exactly.
Proton,
Yeah, they
but
seem
on
to
Yahoo
put
Mail,
security is like number one, right? So.
yeah, trust the Swiss, dude. Trust the
Well,
Swiss.
that's why I do, because the Swiss kind of got their reputation, right? So,
Yeah,
you know, and as I say, and they keep adding new things too. Like I haven't had time to check them out, but I think they got like an online storage thing now you can use for free, and
yes.
send stuff to your friends and all kinds of weird crap they're developing all the time, right? So that's
Exactly.
kind
They're
of
not
cool.
going to give up on it, and it's never going to go away. But then again, that's like archive.org. So the thing about
Mm,
archive.org is you need to know how to search for what you want because they're always getting stuff taken down.
Yeah, I was
So
going to say
oh
that.
yeah,
They're
oh yeah,
removing stuff, unfortunately. Yeah.
yeah.
that's okay. But then the people just create a new user account, they put it back up, and I respect
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I've actually heard rumors that there's some guy that actually works for Archive that he keeps doing that. He'll post something and then it'll get taken down and then he'll just create a new account and repost it. Which
Oh yeah,
I think a guy working for the company doing that is pretty hilarious, right?
well, no, and I've actually downloaded a lot from that guy, and he often just has a name like unentitled, right?
Well, that's good. I like
So
that.
he's mocking the whole system he's working for because he's trying to do the right thing, and that's I mean geez, that's how I scored the really good black and white version of It Conquered the World.
Oh,
Yeah, and also I mean a whole bunch of Universal stuff, and so Universal takes him down. You just wait 2 months, he's back. You just
That's
know how
good.
to search for him on DuckDuckGo and you'll find him. And he'll have a slightly different username. He doesn't care. And then there are all the people doing the same thing with the Italian horror films and also the classic sci-fi films. And like there's one guy who has been posting up all the 1960s up until 1975 Doctor Who stuff because
Oh,
that always gets taken down because the BBC does not want us to accept that William Hartnell, a theatrical actor from Britain from the 40s until the 60s, who is a classic old male actor, was the first Doctor.
no, they
Okay.
want you to watch the modern garbage.
Exactly. So they keep taking it down. He keeps coming up with new accounts, and I'm like, I'm there for you, brother. And then I save stuff that he's put up. So if I have to later on, I'll put it up. The original Doctor Who stuff. But with a lot of this stuff, it comes down to the filming of it, where we're never going to be able to have 1080 material made from stuff in the 60s because that was not our filming equipment back in the 60s. The best we can hope for is a 720 DP of Wild Wild West because we weren't using high resolution cameras at that time.
yeah, exactly.
No, but film actual that was 35 millimeter film, and that can go up to 4K naturally. So what it was is it depends on how much, like Wild Wild West, Star Trek, any of those. It depends on how much the studio wanted to invest in the remaster.
Yes. If we can find it. If we can
Well, like
find it.
Star Trek was remastered. No, that was 720p. But like Lost in Space, I think my Blu-rays are 1080p.
Yeah, and it
Yeah,
looks
there is a
great.
Blu-ray of Lost in Space because I've seen it. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It looks great.
So
I'm
yeah.
just saying that other shows get lost, and
Oh
other
yes. Yeah, yes.
and with the BBC, a lot of those times they were so cheap they were not using film; they were using
I
video.
was just gonna say that. Yeah, shame on all you networks that use videotape to save bucks. Well, guess what? Now, because of that, it's gonna fade into obscurity. Might as well be
Well,
Kinescope.
how
Like
many
Dark
missing
Shadows.
Who episodes did they erase? Just like the first season of most of the Avengers, right?
Yeah, and I
They're
want to see a
gone.
lot of those
They're
black and white
gone.
Avengers. We don't have those anymore. You
Well,
know?
you still have the Honor Blackman. The first, second, and third series with Honor are still like
Yeah.
they're totally complete. You can still get. Actually, I even think those are on D. I think A&E put those out on DVD about 10 years ago.
Well, this also goes into something that Jill would appreciate, but we were talking about earlier, which are sexy but capable women who are not infantilized,
Well,
right?
that's why finally managed. Well, Jill was nice enough to give me a going away stream when I, couldn't be on her Friday shows anymore because I had to work full time. So she
Yeah.
said, "You pick the topic," and I thought, "Oh, there's my chance," because I'd been begging her to watch the Avengers for like 2 months before that, and she was like, "Oh,
Well,
I
she
got so
loves
much on my
UFO.
list,"
She loves UFO
and
for the
she
same reason.
and she
But
loved it. Like and now we watch one episode every Sunday
yeah,
because
I
she's
mean,
totally into it now. So it's
I
awesome,
mean,
man.
Right. And
and
speaking of Jill, she says I read and watched The Bad Seed. Creepy little girl, but she had great handwriting. Fantastic, Jill. I'm glad you understand because, yeah, that was a very very classic movie. They've had some remakes, but none of them as good as the original. Scogli says it's on Prime. Sean Carter says J.K. Yes, J.K. Simmons. That's the one that's in the movie with Glenn, the superhero cartoon that you were talking, Invincible or whatever on Netflix.
Yeah,
Yes, and I love
it's
J.K.
awesome,
Simmons.
dude.
PvP
It's great.
Invincible
Like,
is yeah.
oh, Jake,
Scogli agrees. PvP Invincible is awesome. What do they have? 2 seasons?
the new season is coming up later this year, and I'm fucking stoked for it.
Well, as long as they
I
filmed it before the strike.
I just want
And
to quickly mention that I posted the first 48-second clip with the Godzilla scene into the private chat. If you guys want to watch it in private, I put the whole list of all the videos up on the public. But I thought you guys might get get a kick out of watching that because it's very short, but it's pretty good.
Well,
very
I
cool.
mean,
Thank you.
also, I make no apologies, even though despite my accent, I'm not an American. I do love the Monkees. I don't care that they were created by the studio.
Mm,
Good music is good music. Last Train to Clarksville is going to be in my heart until the day I die. I
yeah,
love that music. I love the TV show. It had heart. It had humor. It had little Davy Jones having the twinkles in his eyes when he fell in love with a new girl every
Well, and
single
they
time.
had some
oh
actual
yeah,
bona fide. They had some actual bona fide hits. Wake Up, Sleepy Jean.
oh
Yeah,
lots. Pleasant Valley Sunday.
Hmm.
yeah.
Not name dropping or anything there, but
And also a huge amount of guest stars. Leo
oh yeah,
McKern. I mean,
yeah.
you had fantastic. That was a wonderful show, very heartwarming.
Well, the thing was,
And
it was goofy at times, but heartwarming.
Well, it
It
was
could be
trying to
very
mimic. It
smart.
was
I mean,
trying
it
to
was a
mimic the
great mix.
Beatles movie, right? It was trying to mimic the Beatles movies.
I,
Yeah.
I'll be in trouble here. I think the Monkees TV show was. I love the Beatles. I will never handle anybody mocking the Beatles. I might like their more psychedelic stuff more than the other stuff, but
Me too.
I still love the early stuff. Like Paperback Writer. But the Monkees TV show was better than either of the two Beatles movies, except for Yellow Submarine.
Yellow Submarine's pretty cool. Yeah.
Well, and unlike the Partridge Family, they actually sang, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the
Right. In the
Partridge
Partridge
Family.
Family,
Yeah,
right, it was mostly stand-ins doing the
that was
voices.
pretty fake. Yeah, even though it was kind of a fun show, but
We
Monkeys were
all
way,
watched
way
it,
better.
and I had a discussion with Gorilla on one of my Gilligan's Island stream, where we were talking about color and how it popped out, and how it looked
Mm,
fantastic in the '60s, like Star Trek, Gilligan's Island.
yeah.
And I was talking about during the period of the '70s, where they used that one strip color instead of the three strip Technicolor, and it looked like washed out. And the Partridge Family is a prime example of horrible what they did to the color on those through the '70s. I think it wasn't until the '80s they brought back real color again.
Yeah, it just did. The color didn't pop anymore,
No,
right?
it looked
Literally.
blue and it was just saturated.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I
Yeah,
love
because
the
it
Dixie
was a
Show
very
so much.
cheap process, right? But in the '70s, we were either getting one strip color because ever since when like Gone with the Wind and Wizard of Oz, we got three strip
Oh
Technicolor,
man, yeah,
red,
those
green,
were
and
great.
blue, and then they would combine them and it would pop. But then
Yeah,
in the '70s, they came up with a cheap one strip where we all could tell, and then we saw the results. So, but in the '70s, our only choice was one strip color or videotape. Like All in the Family and Sanford and Son, and it's like.
yeah.
And by the way, those are my two favorite sitcoms of all time. So even though they're videotape, even though I will never see them in high definition, I cherish them and I have them and I'll still watch them as long as I'm around.
Well, fortunately, since they were more about the humor than like big special effects or action scenes, being comedies, right? It wasn't quite as critical to the story because the stories were so well written, right? And the characters
Right.
were really made
Right.
those
When it
stories.
comes down to it, right, I have to say that my number one sitcom, and the reason why it's my number one sitcom because it's consistent laughs. The
Mhm.
characters never change. They don't make you depressed, and it's always the writing is top notch. And that was Sanford and Son. My second favorite is for a different reason, and that's All in the Family because yes, it was consistently funny, but they told the wonderful stories that brought you into the human condition and taught you a lot, especially when you were a little kid like me. So I appreciate them both. I love them both for two different reasons. But Sanford and Son edges out All in the Family because
Yeah.
it's just consistent with the laughs. I mean,
Yeah, yeah, it was pretty awesome. What was it?
but
I'm coming to join you, Elizabeth. Was that the
I'm coming to
running
join
gag?
you now. And right,
Yeah.
and whenever you got Ann Esther and Fred together, it's like,
Oh,
oh.
jeez.
It's a big
That's like
one.
oil and not oil and vinegar. It's like what kerosene and vinegar. I don't know.
But the writing was so fantastic.
Well, yeah, great writing.
And
Yeah.
also, Pop, what you talking about, dummy?
Right, exactly.
Oh yeah.
And the
Oh
fact
yeah.
that in real life, LaWanda Page and Red Fox were childhood friends, and he got her the role on the show.
Awesome. That's
So
cool.
the
Yeah.
dynamic was just—I mean, it was great. The acting, you
Wow.
never would have known that.
I never knew that. That's cool. Wow, I learned something today.
Or you can go on YouTube and watch the old D. Martin roasts where they were on there together.
Those were good too. Yeah. Yeah. I still think All in the Family might be one of the most important comedies ever written, though, because
It changed, right? As we all know, it changed the landscape of TV. As soon
yeah.
as it came out, they canceled Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, Family Affair. I mean, everything went out the window when they
Well,
saw the ratings
yeah,
for All in the Family.
there was like the whole purge of like country shows or whatever as they called the hillbillies and all
Yes,
that. Green Acres
right.
and
Or
what was
as
the one
Pat,
with the women? The one with the women, the train station.
Petticoat Junction,
Yeah,
right?
Petticoat Junction. They,
Right.
they,
As
they
as
canceled it
Pat,
all.
right, as Pat Buttram said, anything with a tree. And by the way, in case you guys didn't know, obviously the train from Petticoat Junction was the same one from Wild Wild West. They reused it and used it for many things.
I did not know that either. Wow, that's
Right,
cool.
the old cannonball, the old cannonball.
I love
All
it.
these
Yeah,
shows we're
that's a
talking
great show.
about,
Wild
all
Wild
these
West.
shows had magnificent women in them, and with Wild Wild
Feminine, yes.
femme
Yes,
fatales, just like in the Avengers had femme fatales.
totally.
Wild Wild West had some great femme fatales.
And I was in love with Lisa Douglas with Eva Gabor. Oh my god! And
Oh,
especially because I think the show went on for 5 seasons. Her character never changed, and that's what I liked. Sometimes you like when the character evolves. Sometimes it doesn't work, and her character never evolved, which was why it was so unique and so funny.
Well, that was the running gag, right? She was just who she was.
She
well,
was
yeah, but I
right.
mean, also, let's just not to be. See, I like progressive, but I don't like fake progressive. In Wild Wild West, if we suddenly had Megalito Loveless become a little, tree hugger, it would have been awful, and nobody would have liked it.
I agree.
Yeah.
Megalito Loveless was one of the greatest villains ever created in film or television. And guess what? He was what we now call a little person. That is progressive. That is
Yeah,
truly
Uh huh.
progressive.
and before they had to shove it down your throat, right? It just was.
That's
It
right.
just was, right? It was like
Precise.
Star Trek. They just told stories about racism or war, and it just was. They weren't shoving anything down your throat. They were like going,
Well, or
"Okay,
telling you what to
we're gonna
think,
show
telling
you
you
this
what to
and make
think.
up your
Right.
own minds," right?
Right. Telling you what to think or how to think. Right.
Yeah,
Or making you
but yeah,
feel
I
bad for
agree
the
though.
way you think. Right.
He's one of the greatest villains in TV history. That's probably one of the reasons I love Wild Wild West so much. He's definitely one of the best things in it for
Well,
sure.
it had the Batman influence. So James West had his revolving bad guys. Just like similar to Batman.
It
So
did
that's why
have
we
some
got
silly
Doctor Lovelace there a
episodes.
few times. Yes.
Yeah, it had some pretty silly episodes, but I still thought it was good enough where it kind of overcame even the worst
Even
episodes.
as a little kid, I was glued to the screen. And yes.
And I'm trying
Pal,
to think. I'm trying to think of Lovelace's. What's Michael Dunn, right?
Michael
Michael Dunn.
Michael Dunn. Yes.
Yeah, I was having a brain
He
cramp
was
there.
in one of the best sci-fi horror films, to bring it back to the title of this stream, ever made, with Donald Pleasance and Tom Baker, The Mutations in
Oh
19.
yes.
And Nemesis needs to see that. Nemesis would love The Mutations.
I
He
haven't
would
seen it either. I hate to say it,
Or
but
the
I
modern
don't
day
recognize that.
freaks. The modernized freaks.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Wow.
Yes, and Tom
Cool.
Baker has got like massive prosthetic makeup on his face, and
Oh, wow.
he uses a very specific walk because it's implied that underneath his clothing he is as deformed in his body as his face. And Donald Pleasance plays a mad scientist who is trying to get him to help him do horrible things in return for turning him into a normal human.
I can see Donald being a mad scientist.
Oh, it's fantastic, dude. I'm
He
gonna
was
have
very versatile. He could do
Donald was a
anything.
great. Yeah, he was a great actor.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
great
get
actor.
the link to you guys. I actually think Jill would like it too. I'm just supposition, but I think Jill would like it. But also, it's filmed in that wonderful British 1970s style where
Yeah.
it's half it's like half realistic cinema and half bowing to the genre, which happened a lot with stuff like Tales from the Crypt and
Oh
other
yes.
Oh yeah,
so this film, if you like Tales from the Crypt, you're gonna love the mutations with Donald Pleasance and Tom Baker in it, and also a few sexy women. But
well, that doesn't hurt.
I mean, it's really it's a mind bender of a film for the time because a lot of people might think, oh, it's a little goofy by today's standards, but you can't. It's like King Kong 1930s. You can't judge it by today's standards. It's not fair.
Correct. And I want to cover this here. Sean Carter says, yeah, Cher isn't allowed to vote anymore because 74% of her body is now under 18. Which yes, I agree. And I drew to Jill in the chat
That's
says
a
you
good one.
haven't seen anything you have to be worried about. I know Jill, but uh, I don't know. I just don't like swearing in front of Jill. I know this is like I said, old fashioned, but I don't like swearing in front of kids or ladies.
I think
Sean
Jill
Carter
considers
says,
the content of the stream, though, right?
I'm not saying she's not. I mean, come on, she's been on Captain Channel. She's been on worse, so she's heard
Yeah.
worse. So yeah, but I just there's a certain decorum I try to keep.
Oh, me
Sean
too.
Carter says, "Are there no delis up your way, Pop?" Good delis. There used to be one called Togo's, which isn't good anymore, and other than that, it's just Subways. Lemon Pie says, "I like pickles too, and aside from a bit too much salt, they are they are, and they're not fattening. Zero fat." Sean Carter. Oh, by the way, vinegar is also cleansing. Hiya lemon pie. Sorry. So in other words, they're actually a healthy food. Hi lemon pie. Sorry, I didn't say hello. And lemon pie says, "Hey, Sean." And lemon pie says, "Now I am literally gonna get a pickle out of my. Oh my god! I
I love my
prefer.
pickles.
Here I am crazy again. I prefer pickles room temperature.
I might have to go out buy some pickles this weekend.
I want the sour ones, the big deli ones. Oh, I miss them. Ola Greg, a Swiss company. They also make a great army knife. Yeah, that little army knife we've all heard of. Orla Greg, hello everyone. And hello, Ella Greg. It's so good to see you. And I Driller Jill says hello. And yeah, thank you for joining us, Ola Greg. Tonight it's an open topic for horror movies. We're just talking about anything that we love that's related to horror, sci-fi, or just anything in general. And then Sabine says, "Hey, Ola Greg. Hope you're doing well." Ola Greg says, "Hi all. Hi Jill." And Nemesis of Eden says, "Don't forget their legendary cheese." Oh yeah, the good old Swiss
Yes,
cheese, right?
yes.
Oh yeah.
Ola great, and what a great marketing trick because you're getting mostly air, but you're paying a high price. Ola
Yeah.
Gray says, "I'm okay, Nemesis." And Anadriv Jill says, "Duck Duck Gore really does sound like a B horror movie about ducks. The only one who can defeat them, a duck duck goose."
Nice.
That's a good one, Jill. That's a
Duck
good one.
Duck Gore. And you know what? And I can tell you who needs to direct Herschel Gordon Lewis.
I want to see that movie now, actually.
Oh,
Right.
Oh,
Right. Another movie we're going to be covering is 2000 Maniacs.
oh
Nemesis of
wow.
Eden's
The original. The original?
the original, only the original. I mean, come on.
Okay, right. Well, our dear friend Freddy Krueger was in
The
2001.
remake, which was directed by Herschel Gordon Lewis, which I give him credit for. Yes, he
And
actually lived
it was
lived
pretty
for a
funny.
long time.
It was pretty funny. It was a
It was
rather
good. Yeah. Maybe we'll do both. But,
It's up
okay, okay, spoiler, guys, but I have to give this away. It's about we have a group full of people in a car driving on a lonely country road who happen to stop by this redneck town that once a year they have this celebration where pretty much they torture people. And the scene that's still my favorite that I remind that ever since I was a kid, and that's where they put this guy in a wooden wine barrel, one of those things. They nailed nails into the side and then roll him down the hill. Isn't that nice?
that sounds charming.
Oh, it's a
That-
lovely movie. Yes,
So
It's
it's not
actually
actually a slasher pick, but it's still kind of creepy.
it's
very
a-
goofy
Oh,
70s, and most of the actors are like real backwoods people from a small town. So
so
I'm
it's
not.
kind of more fun than like really, really
Yes.
scary,
not
scary.
not for the time. For the time, it was actually considered a gore film, and nowadays they call it. I don't like the term proto slasher, but to be fair to the 2000 Maniacs film, it does act.
2001 Maniacs, right?
Yeah,
When that the right.
it
It
has
kind of
it
sounds
has a
like a
supernatural.
precursor to the Purge films or something almost, with
No,
people
no,
running
it was
amok.
no, it's totally different.
Okay.
It actually, no spoilers. There is a supernatural premise to the plot. A supernatural
Oh,
premise.
so the town's possessed or something.
Not going to say. Not going to say. Not going to
Just
say.
I'm just speculating.
You will not be dissatisfied with the explanation for why the film happens. That
Well,
I
I'm
will say.
curious now. If you guys want to do that one of these weeks, I'd be happy to watch it. Yeah, I've never seen that one, so
Well, it has to remind me. Speaking of another low budget independent movie out of nowhere, uh, Hungry Boys. Should we cover the giant spider invasion?
Oh God. Oh, okay. If we explain to people, it's going to be a very funny stream, and we're going to be making a lot of jokes.
Yes,
Then
that will happen. And it has the skipper.
it has, yes, it
oh
has
boy,
Ellen Hale, and it also has the woman who played Perry Mason's.
Yes, Della
sister.
Street. Yes,
Ellis
yes.
Street. Oh god.
Della
Yeah.
Street. Imagine Della Street in a horror movie. And by the way, it was so low budget. I think it was Wisconsin or some independent guy raised the money.
Yes.
But it was actually
Oh
Barbara
man.
Hale. And there's a scene where her tumbling down a hill, she did her own stunts.
Yes.
Jeez. Wow. I got to see that one now too.
Uh-huh. And the skipper plays the sheriff. It's like, and he even says, "My little
Excellent.
buddy." I mean, he's playing the skipper in the movie, except he's wearing a sheriff's outfit.
Oh, this sounds classic.
And it's also made. It's also made by the infamous Bill Rebane.
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
So if you want to know how bad Bill Rebane is, look up Monster A Go Go. Okay.
Well, the
Right.
title alone kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
Yeah. So this was his biggest budget feature,
Oh,
and the
God.
giant spider that is part of the title in the film was actually used by using a Volkswagen Bug
VW Bug, yes.
and putting a spider costume over it. And
Putting it
so,
right,
Oh,
and he had people in each window holding a 2x4, operating the
yes.
legs to
I
where it's trying to
gotta
make it.
see this film.
And the original version actually has a tiny bit of nudity. It's technically an exploitation film.
Wow.
Yes, yes. Oh, I would say it would almost fall under a grindhouse. Wouldn't you agree,
Yeah,
Hungry
no,
Boy?
definitely Grindhouse. Yes, excellent. Excellent. And when I was 7 years old, I said, can I go see this movie, Mummy? And my mom said, no, you may not.
It just reeks of drive-in movies. I mean, that was
It
I
it's what it
love
was made
drive-in
for.
movies. I miss drive-ins. Man,
is.
those
That's
were
right.
great.
That's what was so good about Death Race 2000. It was
Yes.
a drive-in movie, which makes it so
Yeah.
much better.
I
But
mean, I
that's a
can
much higher
remember
class film.
70s,
That's a
80s
different.
going to the drive-in with your friends and, taking a few beers and watching these goofy movies. And
Yeah,
Oh
but no,
yes.
wait a second.
man, life was good.
We cannot equate Bill Rebane to the great Roger Corman.
Oh
Okay?
Oh, hell
no, no, I didn't mean that. No,
I'm only kidding,
Oh,
Pop.
right. I was talking about the experience, right?
Yes.
Since
But
we're
you-
speaking of, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, Drive-In and Grindhouse, they're kind of like cousins, not second cousins, but cousins, where you can have a really good. Like I saw the Manitou with Tony Curtis at the Drive-In, right? But a Grindhouse film, you don't take kids to a film at 12 midnight like the Gore Girls or stuff like that. You
Yes.
don't-
Hmm.
yeah. And I can talk about a bunch of Grindhouse films like Herschel Gordon Lewis. That's not, you don't take, see, a drive-in film, you can take the kid. A Grindhouse film, you can't take the kid.
No.
Yeah, most drive-in films were kind of PG or, maybe R at the most, but nothing more extreme. Like, yeah.
Oh, precisely. But I'm all for Grindhouse, and I am for drive-in, but I just think, be a decent parent and decide. My mother, I wasn't allowed to see it, but my mother went to see the original 1973 Exorcist when it came out, and she was appalled that somebody was there with their toddler.
Oh,
Oh,
well, I
that's
was there and I was 8 years old and I loved it.
yeah, but a toddler's not 8 years old. A toddler's
Eight,
like 2.
9, whatever. Well, you're maybe that might be a little stretch. You're right, but
Yeah, I think that's kind of like almost like child abuse, to be honest.
A 3-year-old should not see the theatrical cut of The Exorcist. I will just say that. No
Yeah,
three,
I think that's a bit harsh. Yeah.
you
my
know, I mean,
eyes were glued to the screen. You would think a movie like that, you would think, well, a little kid, you were probably bored through half of the movie the first time. No, the whole movie was enthralling. My eyes were glued to the entire movie.
I
just
think
like
as an
The Shining.
8-year-old, you can handle it though. Like I watched a lot of weird shit back then, and when you're 8, you can kind of handle a lot of stuff, right?
Well,
I
just like
could.
The Shining. I mean, if you're of an age, you can go see The Shining in the theater. And even though I hadn't even started, growing armpit hairs yet, I got to see the Shining in the theater in the first week it came out, and
Yeah.
I was astounded by that film. And yes, it really, really messed with me. But I was glad my parents had the trust in my intellect to absorb it and understand it. You
Yeah, I was
know.
probably like, I don't know, 20, early 20s when I saw it, and in the theater too. And I loved it so much, I went back 4 times. I had to go back and rewatch it because it was so good, right? And but other than like the scene, with the scene towards the end where a
Yeah.
certain scat man gets messed up, it's actually not that gory a film, really,
Oh, there's no
overall.
gore at all. No.
Well, there's that one scene, that's a bit gory.
Well, you see an impact, you see an axe on a chest, but there's no like flesh, and
Well, no, no,
gore
no.
and
It's not like
organs or any of that.
probably the most blood is coming out of the elevator, right?
Well, I have
Yes.
to,
You
I
know?
have to disagree because there is one shot which stuck with me ever since I was a kid, which is, and
The
it's
old
very
lady?
bleak because Kubrick would do these flash shots, like a split second on the
Oh
screen.
yeah.
Oh, you
And
talking about the evil lady in the 222 or whatever?
well, there's that, but they're also when Danny saw the twins, the ghost of the
Oh
twins,
yeah.
in the hallway, he did see them partially dismembered by the axe.
I remember that. Yeah,
Oh,
but
that's
it's
right.
only
That's
for a
right.
split second, so it's not quite as hard to deal with.
But still, it's that's not something.
Subliminal though, it's subliminal. Your
Well,
mind
yeah, yeah. I
catches it.
wouldn't show it to a kid. I'd want a kid to be, old enough to like deal with that kind of stuff, right?
Exactly. So I get home and I'm making sure there's no axe in the house.
Well, yeah. Yeah, after that film, I think I'd sell the axe.
But also
By the
going
way,
back to
a quick piece of trivia
yes,
is you always hear every day about gun control and gun deaths. You guys know what the biggest, I guess you could say, unfortunately, most popular weapon is for murder.
A
Most
knife,
murders are committed by what object? A hammer.
really? Well, they're household, things, right?
Everybody owns one, right?
It's like, well, the wife's nagging you that night. She's sitting on the couch. She's bitching. You go into the workshop. You grab the hammer.
There
Bam.
was a man, and There was a man in there. It was like mid-90s, and
Oh,
his
that's
wife was
tragic.
nagging him. His wife would nag and scream and nag and nag. And I remember the neighbors would even say they could hear it all the time. And he told her, he said, "One of these days, I'm going to kill you and rip your lungs out." And
One of
he
these,
killed her, and then he put a stake in his front yard and
and
hung
he
the
ripped her
lungs
lungs
on the
out.
stake.
Oh, that's tough. Now that's not a good way to end your life.
No, it isn't, but that's a real thing, not a movie, right?
I've heard of stuff like that. Yeah, that it happens here too, sadly. But like these people never heard of divorce, I guess, right?
Well, right. I guess there was some point where it's just too late.
No, but seriously,
We're beyond that.
I would just say like I'm leaving before I went for the hammer, right? Like that's pretty bad.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I could never do that. Nemesis Beaton
Uh,
says it would be a wild goose chase for the most part until their victims finally run afoul of the duck, the dreaded duck.
oh, yes. Yes. Oh my God, that is so well written, Nemesis. You win the internet today. That was, thank you.
Hey Carol, I'm sorry it's like a half hour later, but thank you for stopping by. It's so good to
That
see
was
you.
so well written. Oh,
yeah, that comment quacked me up totally.
no.
Sean Carter says, Hungry, why don't you read us this for us, please?
Sean Carter says, "Hungry, a wonderful man named Louis Shelton, who was the session guitarist who came up with the hook for Last Train to
Train to
Sharksville."
Clarksville, and I'll
Oh,
meet
cool.
you at the
Oh, I
station.
love that song. Moved from Cali to Australia. Lucky to call him my family friend, and yes, you
Oh,
Awesome. That's
that is
cool.
very cool.
Oh.
you are lucky.
And Jill says, Carol Colors, the Force. Yes. Carol Colors says Jill, the legend. And Nemesis says, Hail at Carol Colors. Lemon Pie says, Carol, cheers. Carol says, Hey, Nems and Pie. And Nemesis of Eden says, Thanks for being here, hun. And Hungry Boy says, LOL, LOL, LOL. At Carol Colors, I'm a delicate lady. And Hungry Boy says, Thank you for that, Sean Carter. And Nemesis Bean says, A little hungry explains a lot. Yes, it does. And Lemon Pie says, Elizabeth, I'm coming to see ya, honey. And oh, by the way, you guys know how Red Fox really died, right? He was on the set of King of the Family, a sitcom with Della Reese.
Mm.
He was forced to do it because he owed the IRS lots of money.
Ugh.
So it was a short sitcom where he was a patriarch of a family.
I think
Anyway,
I'm guessing, but I won't spoil it.
they were shooting a scene, and he started. Well, first of all, he had an interview off camera, which you can see on YouTube, where somebody's interviewing him, and the interviewer is like a real jerk and ignoring him.
Oh,
And you
jeez.
can see Red Fox getting angrier and angrier and angrier, and it's just
Uh-oh.
storming. And apparently, right after that, they said, "Okay, action, get on the set." And he started playing. And next thing you know, he's actually having a heart attack. He falls on the ground. He's holding his heart, and everybody's pointing and laughing because they think he's doing his Sanford and Son
Oh,
routine.
no.
And Della Street said they didn't realize that he wasn't joking. They thought he was doing his old.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's sad.
yeah, yeah.
Well, at a certain age, you don't want to get too angry. It's not good for your health.
Well, he should have said, "Well, don't you guys realize I'm not asking for Elizabeth? Get over here and help me."
Maybe he was in such pain he couldn't speak or something.
I'm sure that was it. He obviously when seizures happen, it's not like you can suddenly decide, I'm just going to chat with everybody while I'm having the seizure and tell them what's
It is
going
kind
on.
of
No.
it is kind of an ironically appropriate way he went, though.
Yeah, sad but appropriate,
I mean, I
right?
had to make a joke, but that is kind of like it's
And
like
she
as a
said, right,
comedian, that's like his last funny bit, right?
right, and she said they were laughing until they realized it was real. Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of funny and sad at the same time, totally.
Hungry Boy says L.A. Lamau. It does in Nemesis of Eden. And Carol says, LOL, hungry, I know. And Nemesis of Eden says, Nemesis, are you still there? I haven't
Hello.
heard Nemesis in a while. At Hungry, I'm a country girl
Yep.
myself, as you can obviously tell. And Hungry Boy says, we will ho dance together, Nemesis of Eden. And Nemesis of Eden says, how did you know I'm a hoe, LOL?
Oh, jeez.
And after Jill says, oh, I love Tales from the Crypt. Have
That
you
is a
seen the
fun movie.
1974 movie with Sir Ralph Richardson? And of course, nobody's going to say, like,
Yeah, the
who's
70s
that?
film is great.
Right, everybody's going to say, who's Ralph Richardson? But it also had, what's her name? Edith Keeler? Joan Collins.
Collins?
That's right.
Yeah.
Right. Playing in the episode All Through the House with the Killer Santa. That was the first time I ever, I had seen Star Trek, but it was a film study school and a film study class in high school. And and this was a mid 70s, late 70s. And I was thinking, wow, it was a wonderful treat that they actually got the movie Tales from the Crypt and they showed it to us, a high school class. So that was the first way I was introduced to it. By the way, I love film study. I took it for several years.
Yeah, I love it when
Hungry,
they used to do stuff like that at school. They'd show you films and stuff. It was like, wow, it was like, a couple free hours to have fun instead of having to work.
yes.
you know.
And Hungry for You, a Hungry Boy, he says, I think you'll adore the mutations in Jill. I'll get that link for you. And Carol says, anyone see Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities? I've made it through about half or three quarters, Carol. There was a couple bad episodes, but I need to go back and give it another chance.
Speaking of Del Toro, is there any chance we might do the Hellboy movies some week?
That's not a horror movie; those are superhero.
Well, they're kind of horror because he is a Hellboy.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, I'm borderline. Okay, yeah, probably a bad idea, but
Nemesis of Eden
they're
says
fun
couple
films.
episodes. It was okay, Carol. That's like X Files. I tried to get through it and I didn't make it much. I think past half of this first season.
X Files is pretty good. The first 5 seasons I do recommend if you can get into it.
Well, I know it was influenced by the Night Stalker, which I'm a big fan of, but I don't. It's just that
The thing is,
the
it was produced.
pacing. My God, the pacing.
Well, it depends on the episode, though. Like you've got the monster of the week episodes, and then you've
Yes,
got the ones that sort of delve into the legacy stuff, right? Where they build the series, overall arc, right? So you've kind of got those two things, going from one week to the next. They could alternate. So, but it's
I
worth it.
think what I miss is because when I watch it, in my mind's telling me, okay, this is supposedly inspired by um, the Night Stalker. But the Night Stalker, in my opinion, what made it so scary, I don't know if it's because of my age when I watched it at the time, but it was like something I brought up earlier. It almost looked like a documentary. It didn't really look like a stage production with background music and all that kind of stuff. I actually felt for Carl Kolchak, and that it's like he really was on his own fighting those monsters. And it
Yeah.
was too well polished, I guess, if I was to
Well,
say, with X
Mulder and
Files.
Scully were a team. They were kind of like Emma and Steed, right? So,
Well, but yeah,
updated in a
but the
way.
guy, yeah, whatever the guy's name is, monotone.
Mulder is kind of low key.
But he's right, but he's monotone. He's like if you're at college and you have a professor going. It's like having what's that guy? This Bueller. It's like having that
Ben
person play a
Stein.
character, right? That's it. It was too monotone. It was like I could fall asleep watching an X Files episode. That was the
He was a
problem.
very laid back character, come to think of
A
it. But
little too laid back.
still, there are some really great episodes if you give it half a chance. So,
I'm sure.
I could
Well, the only
probably
reason why I
recommend a
started
few
watching it is
titles.
because the only reason why I started watching it is because when I was younger, my mom was alive. She was a big fan, and she kept telling
Mm.
me, "You like, the Night Stalker. You need to watch X Files. You need to watch X Files. You need to watch." But I kept saying, "Nah, nah." And then now that she's dead, I thought, okay, I'm going to give it a chance. So I am struggling to try to watch it.
Oh, that's good. Because there are some really great episodes. There's probably a few I could send you links to, that
Well, I
you
have
can
it.
check
That's not
out.
necessary, but thank you.
No, there's some really good ones though. There's I can't remember what the
Well,
episode
I do
title.
want to see the one with Peter Boyle. Everybody's talking about
That's
how
the one.
fantastic that is, right?
It's an
That's the
ultimate
one where
episode.
Peter Boyle won the Emmy Award, and
Yes,
Yeah.
I
it's
am looking. Yes, I
incredible.
know about that. I'm well aware of it. I have not seen it. I don't want any spoilers.
Oh no,
No,
I'm
no
not gonna.
spoilers,
I'm not
but
giving
Parker,
spoilers, but it's
to,
a really
to,
good episode.
to agree with you about David Duchovny's speaking voice, yes, it is very monotone.
Yeah, he's
Uh,
very laid back,
very,
sadly.
very monotone, but there are other aspects of it which particularly in that episode make it worth it because he actually doesn't have that much to do with the episode. Peter Boyle, it's a lot more to do with Peter Boyle and Karen oh God, the redhead's name, sorry.
Gillian Anderson.
Gillian
The
Anderson.
Hag.
I thought she was. I kind of liked her. I thought she was kind of
She
sexy.
wasn't that
Uh,
bad in the early 90s,
I
but
do
she's
like redheads though, so
I thought she was a hag, but okay. That
I
doesn't
thought
matter though. That's not going to
she
stop
was
me
good
from
back
watching
then.
this show. I was
exactly.
a fan of Phyllis Diller, so that's not going to stop me.
Oh, there you go.
The whole thing is that the show is admittedly by the creators of the show a partial ripoff of both Scooby-Doo and Kolchak. They've admitted that in print, which is taken out of Wikipedia because now Wikipedia is run by a bunch of blue hairs. But
Yes.
the whole it is enjoyable, but Kolchak, the thing about Kolchak was the humanity of the characters and how they would interact with each other aside from the monster of the week. And that is what made the show so special and giving us these little insights into the journalistic practice of the newspaper really just it led my brain down a field of fancy as a kid because that made the whole monster thing more special when you had this honest back and forth interplay, this rapier wit between Kolchak and his editor. And
Well, the
It's
thing,
Vincenzo, right? Vincenzo.
the
God,
thing
he
is
was
too,
great.
Kolchak was basically a free agent, right? Kind of working on his own most of the time, right? He was out
Forcibly,
there. Whereas
forcibly.
Scully and Mulder are basically FBI agents
Welcome
working
back,
for the
Nemesis.
man, right? So that's kind of a different
Hello.
scenario in a way.
It's a very different scenario because the thing is, neither of those characters wanted in X Files wanted to be dragged into the X Files, where Kolchak was avid to track down these mysteries and find
Yes.
these
Yes, well,
puzzles.
that's a big difference for sure. Yeah.
And it was a big part of his soul. And sometimes you'd have these female actresses flirting with him, and he didn't know what to do. Like the great episode that I think Pop would like, and I know PVB likes, which actually has a correspondence to Hogan's Heroes, where the chick who played the sexy Russian agent was actually his co-star in that episode with the werewolf on the
On the
cruise ship.
ship, on the board, or on board the ship. Yes.
It was one of the funniest episodes ever, and Kolchak doesn't know what to do with this chick flirting with him. You
Right,
know,
because his mind's on solving the mystery. Right.
it was wonderful, and she's so funny and sexy, and they were banking on everyone remembering her from Hogan's Heroes, and it worked. The actual ratings of that episode were very high.
And I still remember the only reason why that damn show only lasted one season, why it was canceled, is because ABC didn't know what they had, and they kept bumping around from time slot to time slot. You had to
Yes.
search every week in TV Guide to see where and when it was going to be showing.
Kind of
And,
reminds me of Firefly. There was
and
another great
also,
show that got screwed over.
the guy who played Kolchak and also the main writer
Darren
had
McGavin.
yes, Darren
Darren
McGavin. So
McGavin, yeah.
had issues with the producers because they switched producers late in the show, and the new producer had a very different idea of how they wanted the show to progress, which was going
Oh.
against which was going against what made the show successful in the first place.
Yeah, that's
And
usually
so,
what happens.
Yeah,
and
changes can really hurt a show too, yeah.
well, as I said when I worked in comic books, because you have to understand editors in comic books are the equivalent of producers in television. And I said this to people and it got me in trouble. I said, those who can write, those who can't produce or edit.
Yes.
Well, the thing is, how many great shows have started off wonderful in season one, and then they've changed either the production team or the cast,
Uh-huh.
and they've brought in characters that sucked, and they've just killed
Yes.
the show. Like I can
Space
think of one or
1999.
two shows like that for sure.
Many. How about Star Trek season 3, where they got they added in Fred Freeburger,
Well, how about
Freiburger.
Mork and Mindy?
Oh
Yeah.
yes.
I love that in the first season. Then it totally started to go downhill after that.
And that, those kind of shows is where we get the term jump the shark from, where,
Oh,
Oh
I'm
yes.
thinking of Happy Days too. Like I love season one of Happy Days because it felt more authentic to the '50s vibe, and then they
yes.
made it the Fonzie show, which
Well, yeah, but once
that's when I
once
lost
the
interest.
egos took over, right, and
Yeah.
he knew he figured out he was the star. Yeah, everything changed.
Well, once Fonzie started punching the jukebox like it meant something, I just like, what is this? This is just getting silly now, right?
Well, and
You
because
It
we're all
wasn't funny anymore at that point. It just
Well, yeah,
wasn't
after
funny.
100 times, exactly. Yeah.
when you get spin-off shows that mean nothing, like a lot of people don't remember this, but we're all old enough. Fonzie had his own animated show on Saturday morning TV.
Oh God, I
Of
don't.
course.
Yeah, I
of
don't remember
course.
that one. How about Joni and Chachi?
Joni
I
loves Chachi.
Oh, that's it. Okay, I got the name messed up, but you know what I mean.
I forgive you. It's like a bad nightmare. Nobody wants to remember.
Oh, that's probably why I can remember the title. The only spinoff of Happy Days I actually thought was better than Happy Days was Laverne and Shirley, which I enjoyed a lot, actually.
yes.
It
Well,
was
did you know?
goofy,
Right,
but
and the reason why that was good is because Penny Marshall and Cindy Williams were writers on Happy Days.
Yes.
really, I never realized that. Wow.
Right, they were actually comedy writers. So, and Penny Marshall, of course, had her acting chops from The Odd Couple.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
Yeah,
she
'cause
right
her
because her
brother
brother
was
was
the
Gary
producer,
Marshall,
wasn't
right?
he,
Gary
of The
Marshall,
Odd Couple?
yes,
Yeah, Gary Marshall. Yeah,
right. She played Oscar Madison's secretary.
that's right. I remember her. And the thing is,
Hmm.
too, they were both hot ladies, too, right? I thought both of them were gorgeous back then. So that didn't hurt, and it was
It was
funny.
it was almost like a female version of Laurel and Hardy.
Well, then you
Yes.
had Lenny and Squiggy, two of their crazy neighbors too, right? And that
And who
kind
would
of
ever
added a little
think,
bit of
right?
icing.
And who would ever think that Michael McKean would go on to such great lengths? It's like, that guy that played the skinny guy, the dumb guy with the blonde hair
Yeah,
and the
yeah.
ducktail hair. Yeah, it's like, oh my god, yeah, right.
Well, he went on
Spinal
to do
Tap
Spinal
and
Tap. Yeah.
Spinal Tap and Breaking Bad, and it's like, oh, and now he has a new show I need to check out.
The thing is, too, did you guys ever see the Christmas episode where they have a variety show and Lenny and Squiggy do this insanely crazy song about a drunken Santa Claus?
Yes,
That's
but I don't
fun.
like, and I don't know why that reminds me of. And I covered this with my Gilligan's Island stream or any other sitcom. I don't like clip episodes where they say, well, we don't really feel like, writing an episode. So let's just show where the cast is sitting around having memories about prior episodes.
Yeah, but the
I
Christmas one
always
wasn't a
hated
clip
those
show.
clip episodes.
It
No,
wasn't a clip show, though. It was
no,
a
not the Christmas episode. I'm just saying
okay.
it reminded me of
Clip
whenever
shows
a
suck.
sitcom
Yeah.
would pull that, right?
Yeah, I hate
It-
clip shows. Yeah.
Yeah, they sucked.
Well, it's like
I
some
lo-
of the TNG clip shows, right? Where Next Generation would, just rip off other episodes, and it was horrible.
Well, that's to say it lightly. Carol Colors says, I'm enjoying it. I think I have 3 left before I'm done with the first season. Carol says let me scroll here. They are great, but I don't hate them. And Nemesis says, I didn't find them offensive. Some were pretty goofy. I hope I get caught up here eventually. Nemesis Eden says, thank you, Stream Elements. Carol Colors says, man, kids need to grow up sometimes. LOL. Yes, they do, but sometimes they refuse to, Carol. And Hungry Boy says, LOL, Carol Colors, and not steal beverages from their mums.
That's an in joke.
Hello, Mikey. Good to see you.
Carol.
Hello, I'm late and I know it. Well, it's good. Better late than never, Mikey. And
Hey,
Jill says,
Mikey.
hi, Mikey. And Mikey says, hello, Jill. And Mikey says, hello, everyone. Stream Elements, I don't care. Mikey says, I can do to some extent John Cassier's voice from the Crypt Keeper from the HBO cable series. Quite funny. Well, very cool. Sean Carter says, hey there, Mikey. And Mikey says, hi, Sean. And Carol says, God, you guys are so old. Yes, that's, sometimes, Carol, that's the damn problem. I try to tell everybody and nobody listens.
I love you, Carol. You're such a delight. You really are. And she's also a very talented artist, I have to say. Very talented
Right.
artist.
Instead of bitching about it, Carol, do something about it. And sorry. I had to cough.
We're all coughing again. Anti-derivative Jill.
And that was like the funniest thing I heard all night.
Oh, geez. Yeah. Okay, Jill, just rub it in our face. You're younger and prettier than us. Rub it in our face. Go ahead.
We are very old. We are, which you guys will learn to discover, we are the Charter Society.
Except for Nemesis, who is probably younger and more handsome than us. Okay. So
Yes,
he's
Nemesis, much more younger, handsome, and virile. Mike, he could
Well, I
still.
mean, I wasn't gonna brag, but thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
Well,
Well,
true.
I will agree with the younger and more handsome, but I'm not agreeing with the virile.
well, you haven't met
jealousy is a
Nemesis.
terrible thing, PvP.
Just because you're old doesn't mean you still can't perform. Just
I
had
don't
just
know.
had to
I
say
mean-
it. You set me up for that joke. Come on.
I mean, I see Nemesis making short work out of any Evil Dead film by going through all the actresses in about 20 minutes.
Wow, that sounds like
Well-
a film in itself.
Oh well, I mean, I'd be up on my OnlyFans if
Oh
anything.
my goodness. There you go. Classic.
Oh.
I want to add too that I love it because Nemesis, for his age, is very knowledgeable about horror and classic horror and willing to learn more. So that I really love a lot.
And Kaiju.
And oh yes, Mikey says,
Oh,
"Oh,
yeah.
Charles." And speaking of kaiju, all of you, I'm going to introduce you to Big Man Japan soon. Here, Mikey Sue's Boris says, "LOL, Carol Colors." Hello, Carol. and I turn 58 this coming September. And I drew to Jill says, "LOL, Carol, true story." And Carol says, "Oh, puss, puss, you'll be happy to know that my true love campaign has funded." Oh my God, you're going to Australia? Are you gonna say hi to Hungry Boy for us?
No,
So,
because
Hungry Boy, Carol, is this a thing?
she's gonna be
Wow.
about 1,000 miles away.
Dreams can come true.
She's in the
Carol is
cold
Carol
area.
has Carol's lovelorn, and she has a heart, and somebody she loves that's been in Australia that she's been trying to raise money for some time.
There you go.
And Carol, tell me that it's going to be a happy ending.
Remember that song? Dreams can come true.
They can't
They
come
can
true.
happen to you when you're young at heart.
Yeah, but
That's
Pop,
right.
That's a
you'll
great
understand
song.
this joke. If it goes wrong, if he does anything wrong to Carol, we're
Oh.
going Texas. We're going Texas Sawyer family on that son of a bitch.
That's right, exactly. We're going to open up a whole can of whoop ass.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Carol
Right, you
says,
almost
"I
got
just
that
have to
one.
book the flight, which will hopefully happen this week." Well, Carol, you're obviously going to share everything with us, right? You're going to note the whole thing and do some online. We call it, show us, the airplane, and make shorts and update us on the entire trip, right? Because I mean,
Entire
we're
video
all,
log, I'm guessing.
yeah, that's it. Yes, I was trying to think of the word. Yeah, Carol, we want to know everything, and we want to see who the lucky man is. And Mikey says, "You're only as old as you feel, fellas." Yes, that's the problem, Mikey. And Hungry Boy says, "Yay, Carol." And after Jill says, "Congrats, Carol." Carol
Oh,
says,
this is
"I'll
so
be there
fun.
for 6 weeks. Wish I could stay longer, but I'd take the 6 weeks." Well, considering how the U.S. is
Hey,
right now, I would try
6
to hide
weeks.
under a rock and never come back.
6 weeks is a pretty good holiday time, I
It
think.
does sound, but it's going to go by really fast, I'm
It
sure.
always does. Always does when you're having
Yeah.
fun, right?
Yeah, says Carol says, "Thanks, Jill." Oh, I don't care about stream elements. And Carol Color says, "I'll be in touch as much as I can." There you go.
Oh, can I just mention that X-Files episode real quick? The really great Emmy-winning one. I looked up the title. It's called Clyde Bruckman's Final Repose.
Ooh, that sounds like a Lovecraft. It reminds me of
It's
Pickford's Model.
season 3, episode 4, October 13th, 1995.
And I know that there was another episode too that had Darren McGavin in it. And I do want to catch that eventually. As a tribute
Yes,
to
there
him.
is one. I can't remember that one offhand, but yes, you probably can find it quite easy if you type it in the search engines.
Yes, and here I'm going to show a quick clip if I don't get stricken from copyright
Be careful.
for a movie I want to introduce that I know none of you, even Hungry Boy, has seen.
Uh-oh. What the hell am I watching?
I've seen this damn movie. It was
Oh
shown.
my
on,
God! Even Hungry Boy has seen this.
Yes, it was shown on SBS in Australia. Yes, I've seen
That
it.
looks very weird.
It is. That's one way of putting it.
It
Nice
is-
hair,
it
though.
is- It
Love
is
the
a
hair.
comedy mockery of kaiju films, and I
Yes.
don't know if Nemesis would like it, but it is a hilarious movie, but it's not a serious kaiju movie.
Definitely not a
Really?
serious.
Yeah, I
It
never
is a
would have guessed
comedy.
from the clip we just saw that it
It's
wasn't
a
serious.
comedy. It's about a homeless man.
Yeah.
He doesn't know why, but he has the power that every now and then, when kaiju's attack the city, he has the power to grow and then defend the city against the. And the monsters are totally weird and crazy.
It
The one
looked
we
like
just saw
it.
in the clip was actually had a comb over.
Yes.
Yeah,
It-
this sounds like fun to me. I want to see that now.
I would argue in the film's defense that the comedy is more surrealist. It's like it's a Japanese movie, but it's got a kind of a French surrealist feel where they are kind of making fun of things, but they're making fun of it in a respectful way.
That sounds
Absolutely.
good.
Well, obviously, they're fans of the genre.
Mm.
I actually took a surrealist course at art school for a whole semester, and it was pretty awesome, I gotta say. So
So
yeah,
I
that
stand
sounds- That
corrected.
sounds very good.
I stand corrected. Hungry Boy has seen everything. So thank
No,
you,
not
Hungry Boy.
everything, but if it's kaiju, I've probably seen it all.
That
So
looked
many,
like a really
you know,
fun film, though.
you're the only one I know who's ever heard of it, Hungry Boy. Everybody else is like, what? What is that?
Well,
Well,
I'm in. I'm
I
in.
had to when I got my hands on it. I had to go in and I had to open up. I have a way of opening the subtitles and editing and fixing them because
Mm.
there's no good English version of the subtitles. I had to go
No.
in and spend a couple of days fixing it so it's watchable for an English audience.
Wow.
Yeah, but honestly, Pop, Australian tax dollars paid to buy that film to show it on free to air Australian television. That's how I saw it.
Did it have English subtitles or how did that work?
It did have English subtitles. A lot of them made sense. Some of them did not.
Okay, that makes sense. Have you seen A Man Called Superman?
No, no, I've not.
Okay, that's another one where there was no good copies of subtitles. It's a great movie, by the way, great movie of a man who has a brain tumor who thinks he's Superman, and it's
Oh,
Japanese if I remember right. And uh, I had to go through and I had to almost completely rewrite, and I got some help to do the screenplay. It took me a few days, and it's a fantastic movie.
mm.
And but it's only very nobody's heard of it. It's one of those. It's like okay, I'll probably die before I have a chance to
I've
share
never
it
heard of
out.
that, but that sounds very intriguing,
It
actually.
is. It's like sad, sweet, poignant, superhero themed type movie.
Mm.
Hmm. That sounds good. Yeah.
Interesting.
Well, there's another one I'll have to add to my list.
Well, you won't find it. That's the whole thing. We have to watch
Well,
it here. I have to do a watch party because
yeah.
only I have the version with an updated with the subtitles where you can understand what's going on.
If you could do a watch party over a weekend, I would totally be there for sure.
It's a great movie.
I always love to check out obscure films. Speaking of obscure, have you guys ever heard of a superhero movie? There were two of them with a guy called Super Argo.
Yes.
That's
Those
not
are
Adam
great films.
Martin, was it?
There's one called Super Argo versus Diabolicus, I think was the title. And
Italian.
then there's a second one. I see if I can find it here.
Oh, I'll be right back.
There's another one. I know there's another one. They were Italian made films, but they were pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. They kind of combined like superhero stuff with like James Bond kind of action almost.
Yeah, that's Spy-Fi. Spy-Fi.
Yeah, something like that. Oh, the other one's called Super Argo and the Faceless Giants from 1968. Yeah.
Yeah, that was covered by Riff Tracks, which are the offshoot of MST3K.
Yeah, but they did like a comedy narration of it, didn't they? Or
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
See, I recommend watching the original films, probably, of course, either dubbed or with the subtitles, because they're actually very good, serious, kind of superhero action, spy-fi films. They're really a lot of fun. Like I discovered them maybe, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, and they're pretty amazing, actually.
Well, like Danger Diabolique, which was the last original MST3K episode before they hired hipsters
Oh,
10
God.
years later. And hipsters cannot write comedy. But the thing is that Danger Diabolique and a lot of these films are fantastic to watch on their own. I mean, there'll be times, as much as I am a massive fan of MST3K and Riff Tracks, Pleasant Valley Picker, there are sometimes I resent some of the films they chose to riff on, like the Black Scorpion stop motion animation giant monster film, because it's actually a charming movie,
Well,
and
yeah.
it's got a lot going for it, and it's actually got the lead actress from The Giant Claw, who is just one of the most gorgeous women who ever walked the earth.
Well, that's
Uh,
why I've never watched the parody narration version, because I think it would just probably piss me off, quite frankly, because I just love these two films. They're so bizarre and weird and original, like because the guy's like he's like a Mexican wrestler, right? He's this dude with a mask and a red suit. I mean, that's pretty far out there to begin with, right? But then it's like kind of like a James Bond scenario. I'm just looking on YouTube. I don't think there's any good copies here, but I could post something that might be give you a little hint. It's probably crappy quality, but you might watch a couple of minutes just to get a taste for it and then try and find a better version on the internet somewhere. I'm just going to put it in the private chat here. What the hell?
okay.
Because these films are so weird. I think
Okay,
everybody should see these.
Oh, I
So
love
there's
all of
Diabolicus. It's pretty bad looking quality, but let's see here. Just give me in. Let's see if I can find Faceless Giants.
And if Jill is still here, and I sent you a link via DM to the Mutations, which I mentioned an hour ago, Jill. And it's a decent quality print. It's on Rapid Gator, which is a reputable download site, so you should be okay.
Mikey says, hope you do, Carol, and congrats. Carol says, thank you. And Mikey says, be safe around those wallabies, lol. I'm trying to figure out how to pack 6 weeks worth of everything. I'll need into a backpack to save 400. Wow, on checked baggage with the airline, says Carol. And Carol says, I'll be in the air for about, 26 hours total.
Yeah,
But
it's
it
a
will
long
take
flight.
59 hours. They better have some good damn food and lots of booze.
And some good movies to watch too.
Yeah, something, right. I'll be
They
in the
better
air.
show some good horror flicks or
I
something.
well, that's not going to happen. So I
I
would
know.
bring books because all the show is garbage and
Just take a
commercials.
laptop, and watch some stuff on your laptop.
Right, with an external hard drive with some movies you downloaded.
This will
I'll
make
be
Exactly.
Pop and Nemesis laugh. The first monster movie I ever saw, which was also a kaiju movie, was in the early 70s when I had to suffer a trans-Pacific flight from Australia to the United States, and it was Godzilla versus King Kong, the original. And that's where
Oh, awesome.
and that's where my love of kaiju and monsters came from, being stuck on that flight and seeing that film.
Wow.
and that's where you had the two guys with man in suit with the zipper in the back. I loved them.
Yes, wonderful. And so humorous with King Kong getting drunk on the berry juice
Yes.
and King Kong facing off with a giant octopus, which was a real octopus they used with the guy in the suit. You couldn't do that in Hollywood anymore. And the beautiful miniatures and Godzilla. It was the only time where Godzilla had this weird crocodilian head versus the proper Godzilla head and Godzilla face.
True.
And Nemesis
True.
knows what I'm talking. I still like it. I still like the suit, but that's not my favorite Godzilla. But you do occasionally get great films in the old days on plane flights. Like, for example, then I had to go back to Australia. I was 3.5 years old, and there was The French Connection with Gene Hackman.
Well, that was a film.
And with one of the best chase scenes ever. Yes.
Oh
I
yeah,
just-
the chase scene.
I'm
Yeah.
like, "Mommy, what does heroin mean?" And she said, "We're not talking about that."
Right. Screw you, Fast and Furious garbage. Right.
Oh,
Screw that.
Screw that noise. Yeah.
Carol says I'll be in the air for about 26 hours total, but it will take 59 hours to get there with the layovers. My
That's longer
God,
than it
several
took him-
days.
That's longer than it took in the 50s to get from Australia to
Yeah,
America.
what's going on? Right? Are you guys flying like by sail or what? It's like what is going? Is somebody peddling this thing? Mikey says, make sure your passport's in order along with your luggage, hon. And Carol says, but it's looking like I'll have a 13-hour. That's the nightmare or those layovers. A 13-hour layover in Honolulu. Oh, go and see the USS Arizona Memorial, Pearl Harbor near Ford Island. Great museum there too, says Mikey. And
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
that
cool.
back in the
Mikey says, make
70s.
sure you also get lunch at the Hard Rock Cafe Honolulu too, if it's still there. I think most of those are shut down by now.
Yeah. I
Carol
think they
Colors says,
died.
yeah, they died. I'll try Mikey, says Carol. And Hungry Boy says 13 hours. Good God, Carol. Thanks. Good Carol. Good God, Carol. No. Mikey says you should be able to see both spots. Carol says, right, 13 hours in Honolulu, the horror. I mean, I'm sure it's beautiful, but what the hell are you going to do? Carol says, but I will wonder about and see what I can and do what I can afford. I understand, Carol. By the way, a side note, all these liberal cities in the U.S., like San Francisco, Portland, Seattle, Chicago, they're taking a lot of homeless people and they're flying them out to Hawaii because
Oh,
just to get rid of
that'll
them.
make
Right.
Hawaii better, right?
Yeah, right. Because I've met people from Hawaii and they say that it looks just like California now. It
That's
looks just like
horrible,
San
man.
Francisco. Yeah, it's
Man.
not Hawaii 5-0, kids. Okay, well, Carol Color,
The
right?
original Hawaii 5-0, not the remake.
Right, yeah, with that remake, whatever that is, where the theme song is reduced to 3-second clips. What despicable! Oh my god! Carol Color says most of my funds are going to the cost of the flight. Understandable.
Yeah, I
Mikey
imagine it
says,
costs a bundle to fly to Ausland.
yeah, and having to pay for the luggage. And I don't see your panel link pop again. Well, I thought I posted it again. Hold
I
on.
think it disappears up to the top after a while. If
Well,
when
what
it goes
happened? I thought I
long
put a
enough.
link to my donation thing and to the panel.
Oh, your
and I
donation.
pinned it.
Your donate. Yeah, the pin was fine. I could see your donation when I first
Well,
got
it's all
here
in the
tonight.
same pin. It's all in the same
Well,
pin. But
it didn't
hold
seem
on,
to be.
Mikey.
I gotta say, I couldn't find it.
It's stupid YouTube. Okay.
Probably just a YouTube glitch or
All
something.
right, Mikey. I just posted it again. Hopefully, if your audio is working. And Carol says, I plan on taking my book, The Zombie. Oh, a survival guide, a fantastic book by Max Brooks, and a highlighter to make the people on the plane uncomfortable.
That's
LOL.
a good one.
It's actually a very, very good book, The Zombie Survival Guide.
Actually,
World War
zombies on a
Z.
plane. Yeah, that'd be a good film.
Well, World War Z was a letdown, but The Zombie Survival Guide is a very good book.
Hey, Mikey.
Hello, Mikey.
Hi, guys. Hello, Pop.
Hello.
Hello, Mikey.
And Mikey says, hello, zombies on a plane.
Oh, there was a zombies on a plane film.
Carol laughed at that too.
There was a zombies on a plane film, and it was very entertaining.
Yeah,
I
it
just
was.
wanted to quickly mention I posted a whole bunch of Super Agro stuff in the private chat. It's very low quality on YouTube, but it'll just give you a little taste, and you probably want to search out much better versions of it, when you can. But
I saw the link. I saw the link that you posted on the those faceless robots and stuff.
yeah, I
That's
put
really
one. I just put
hilarious.
the one trailer in the public chat, like it's only like a minute long or whatever. So
Yeah, minute 36.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it
pretty
was
crazy
good.
stuff, though.
It is. It's crazy. Breaking into the bank and stealing, and they have their faces. And, wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Carol-
it's pretty far out there.
Batman.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Carol
the hero
says-
looks like Batman. It's hilarious.
yeah,
Carol
it's
says,
60s
LOL.
crazy fun. Yeah.
Carol says, I have to flap the wings of the plane to get there. Yeah, apparently by how long it takes. Carol Color, yeah, they probably have like boards so everybody can pitch in, like the old boats in the old days.
They don't have wars on the plane, do they?
Right. Yeah,
No.
yeah, my passport and travel visa are in order, says Carol.
Okay, good.
And yeah, StreamYard.
There you go.
I don't know. Oh, there it is. That link for Mikey.
Oh, there you go.
There it is. Oh, we're caught up. I can't believe this would ever happen. Maybe either we're caught up because I'm doing a great job, or we're caught up because everybody left. So
Well, you need Gorilla here tonight to read the chat, right?
it helps. He's right. when he's not so quite drunk, he's very handy.
I imagine he's.
But
still
even then, he's
recovering.
still handy. Right.
Yeah.
I want it to take place because I'm completely sober.
Well, I have a question too. Is my dogs are about ready to kill me? So I have two options. Do I end the stream because we're going on 4.5 hours, or are you guys going to stick around and I would have to take them out and come back?
Go ahead. We'll stick around. I'll stick around.
I'm sorry, I have to bow out. My voice is starting to go again.
I'm
Okay.
hungry. And
I might stay for a while, but it's 20 to 11 here, and I got to work tomorrow, so I should probably.
same
crash
here.
in the
It's
next
like
few
almost
hours.
11.
I have not eaten any supper tonight yet.
Same
so,
here, and I'm hungry.
Yeah. So I should
Oh,
probably
well.
make some tacos or
Now-
something soon.
Okay, well, if you guys are getting ready to go, I wanted to go ahead and try on the Crypt Keeper voice for you. How are you, boys and girls? Are you having fun tonight? This is Pop Culture Connected Stream, and he is extremely insane.
And extremely grateful. Extremely good. I'm also extremely grateful for what everybody's done for me the last few days.
Yeah, I couldn't believe. Well, I could believe. That's the weird thing. My cynical heart usually doesn't believe that things can work out that well, but because there's so much BS going on in the world these days. But I just had a feeling like even before Jill did her stream, I thought, you know what? The people in this community are so cool. They're going to come together and everybody going to do their little part that they can do. And I haven't donated yet because I don't even know if I can, since it says I don't think
Well, yeah,
Proton Mail can
it's not a
donate.
requirement. It's not a requirement. If you
No, but
can't,
if I can
it's your
throw you a few
support.
bucks, I will. Right next week once I get
Right,
my
but
pay.
even if you can, that's not what it's about. The website also has an area for prayers, which
Well, I
I
could get
appreciate
And
just as
those
much.
for free.
and Pop,
Yeah.
thank you for acknowledging I ran an emergency, what I call an emergency live stream webcam, and my buddy Daniel, also known as the Trusty Ape, was there. So he was supporting me, and I was
Oh, yeah.
Oh
sending out
yeah,
all my
he's a
love
great
and
guy.
stuff to you guys.
Yes.
Yes. So
Yeah,
I just
great
thank you
want to
for
give
guy.
a shout out to Jill and everybody that showed up for the stream, Gorilla, and everybody in the
Absolutely
chat.
everybody. Yes.
It was so
It's,
I only had time to watch like the first 40 minutes before I headed out the door this morning, but I'm going to of course watch the rest of it when I have time. And it was just so nice. It was very heartwarming and humorous and funny, and you guys were all having such a great time and you know joining together to do something very positive. And I just have to mention that I just thought it was great, and I just knew you guys would do it. I just knew I had faith in you guys, because some communities, they can brag a lot, and then nothing happens, right? But I just had a feeling about the people in this community that I've met over the last 4 or 5 months that it would actually amount to something real, and it did,
yeah, they
and
are real. Yes.
yeah. So I just wanted to mention that.
And right, and like I said, it does mean a lot.
and
And Carol says, anyways, I need to get to bed. I work in the morning. You guys have a great rest of your day, night. Thank you,
Night, Carol.
Carol, and likewise. A
thank
hungry
you,
boy
Carol.
says, "Eat first, Carol. Damn it!" I agree. I need to do the same thing. Carol says, "I can't. My rotten kid ate all the food today while I was at work." Oh,
That's no good.
trying to put a lock on the fridge, right?
Wow.
And I
That must be a
drew
hungry
Jill.
kid.
Right,
Good night,
Jill,
Jill.
and Jill says, "Good night, Carol." Hungry boy
Good night,
says,
Carol.
"No,
Oh,
Carol.
Radimus Maximus.
Bratimus Maximus." And Hungry Boy says, "Sent link to you for the mutations." By the way, Jill, check it out if
Oh
you get
my
a
gosh.
chance.
I'll have my
And
revenge on
Carol
her.
says, "I'll have my revenge on her." LOL. You'll see me again, damn you. Good night, Jill, says Carol. Good night. And I Drill says, "Thanks, Hungry." And Jill, thank you for coming by too. And Carol and everyone else in the chat.
We
And
love
Hungry
you guys.
Boy says,
Oh,
"LA,
it's Joe's
LMAO,
atmosphere.
LAMO." And hello, Joe's
There you are.
atmosphere. You got all of our prayers, brother, and thank you. I feel horrible, Joe, because I know we're getting ready to close the stream. We're going on almost 4.5 hours, and
Well, what do
I
you guys
never
think
would
of my?
imagine in my life that I would met such a fantastic group of friends as you guys. You guys are so sweet. You mean so much to me, and I want to thank you once again for that.
Well, we love you
And
too,
by the way,
Pop.
tomorrow Gilligan's Island, if you guys are up for that.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll
But
try to make
Joe's
it.
right, Joe's atmosphere though. Please check out our future streams. I will be doing more. And if you're watching this on the rerun, or if you haven't already done so, consider subbing to my channel. Maybe hitting the like button, leaving a comment after the stream, or leave a comment while you're rewatching the stream.
Yeah, hit the like now, guys. I just give it a thumbs up.
I
So
did.
go for it.
I haven't seen the previous up to this point, so be watching.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a fantastic. Hungry boy. Is there anything you'd like to share about your channel before we call it a night?
Absolutely nothing.
Well, can I share? Can I share that I value your friendship so much, and that what you've done, and that and by the way, you helped me morale. You boosted my morale last
Good.
week at the hospital, talking to me and supported me because I had a lot of fears about what was going to be going on with my diagnosis, and I really appreciate that.
Well, I appreciate you, man, and I'm glad I helped.
You did. And I'm going to live as long as possible. I promise I'll torture you guys. I'm not going to let you off the hook that easily. PvP, tell us about your channel.
I'll keep it brief because we all got stuff to do or sleep or eat or whatever. So
All the
Nothing
above,
much.
right?
Yeah, nothing much new to report. I haven't uploaded anything in probably at least a couple days on my channel because I'm either too tired or I don't have the time. But I do try to at least post one or two things every week. It's just music related stuff, of course. And I don't know when I'm going to actually get around doing live videos. I'm hoping sometime over the next few months, I might, actually do that. Um, but I've been more preoccupied actually this last week or two with what's been going on in your life, Pop, because since all of us crazy people here have gotten to know you, in recent months, and we've become a part of your streams, either your horror streams or your sci-fi streams, or of course always the awesome Lost in Space streams on Mondays, going into almost 3 months now, which is amazing. I can't believe we've been doing it that long.
Yeah, we're
um,
having a blast. It's great. I
yeah,
love
we'll
it.
be episode 12 next week, right? I think that's so cool.
It is.
Um, so yeah, I just want to say, you know, I'm so happy that you've raised some money to give you a little breather and get you through this next month or whatever, and that helps, and keep you going for a while. And I do sincerely hope that everything health wise does turn out when you get those results back in the next week or two, because we're all thinking about your health, of course, as
Thank
well.
you.
And yeah, and we appreciate you, man. Like every time you come on one of these awesome streams, we have such great fun together, sharing our thoughts. And but me, I tend to motor mouth like an idiot sometimes, so I'll try and keep it brief. I just want to say it's always good, and I hope everything will work out. And I appreciate all you guys, whether you're on the panel or in the chat. We have such good times, and I guess that's pretty much all I have to say tonight.
Well, thank you, PvP, and I'm glad you were able to be here to join us.
I was too. Always.
Please, now, my fantastic, wonderful friend Nemesis, tell us about your channel.
Well, I mean, yeah, I do gaming and whatnot. Um, Playing a lot of Red Dead and whatnot.
And you're
Um,
right, and
yeah,
you're
I just,
underestimating. You're underplaying it. He's got lots of fantastic stuff, and his channel is extremely entertaining. But he's a very modest person, so
oh well, thank you, Pop. And yeah, there's everyone has basically said there's no. What else can I say? What else can I add? Like, oh, I'm just so happy that you're still here. That we're all the time that I have with you, buddy. I appreciate it. You are a gem of a human being, dude.
me
Like,
too. I love you guys. You guys give me everything to look forward to every day.
I'm, I'm appreciative of it. I really am. Thank you so much, man. Like, thank you.
I appreciate, and then everybody, please check out Nemesis of Eden's channel. Um, you will not regret it. He's a fantastic, wonderful person with a big heart.
And he's
Joe,
very smart, and he's a good youngin.
yes, he's a good youngin.
Aw, thanks, man.
Joe says you got all of our prayers, brother. And Joe's says always like when I catch you. I've been subbed a while. Well, that's wonderful. And I hope I'm not a disappointment. I hope you enjoy what you see here.
That's cool, Joe.
And Mikey, what say you
Yeah.
about your channel?
Okay, you guys can still hear me, right?
Oh
We
yeah.
still hear you.
Oh, fantastic. Well, it's finally working, the stream here. Okay. Well, basically, first of all, I want to say I was very pleased to go ahead and do the emergency stream earlier yesterday for Pop and spread the word. And like I said, my best friend Daniel, Trusty Ape, was there. And we helped to spread the word out to, get everybody to go to Jill's stream that later on that day. So I was pleased to do that. We love you. You're awesome.
Thank
I
you.
do hope that you are sticking around, Bob, so that you can come to my stream, my very first live stream a week from tomorrow, or I should say a week from today. Isn't it Wednesday? Yeah, it is. A week from today, I will be discussing the entire James Bond franchise, and we're going to handle it a different way. Basically, what we're going to do is we're just going to take aspects of every one of the movies, like the gadgets and the women and the different locations and so forth. And what we're going to do is just, it's going to be open. So what we're going to do is just ask people, hey, what was your best Bond picture? What was your best Bond villainess? What was your best Bond villain? the best henchmen, the best locations, and
Nice.
ultimately we'll come down to your 3 favorite Bond films.
That
So
sounds great.
yeah, and
Yeah.
I've already got my three. I've already got my three down, and I watched one of them today, which was the Casino Royale with introducing Daniel Craig.
Ah,
The other one I like is the one that ended Timothy Dalton's brief but short Bond career with License to Kill, which is a great one. And then, of course, my ultimate is Goldfinger, which is
Now,
not my greatest test.
what day does this fall on?
This will be falling on June 7th, and we've got it
What
set
day
to
of the week is that?
That's a Wednesday. That's a week from
That
today.
well, because I have my Gilligan's Island stream
what
on
what
Wednesdays.
times? What time is it
We're
on, Mikey? Because I
we're
work
setting
Wednesday.
we're setting it for 12:30 in the afternoon, 12:30
Oh,
Eastern time.
I won't be there.
Wait,
Well,
12:30 Eastern. Let me take this.
I'll be working my butt off as I am
That
always
is
on Wednesday.
6:30. I think 6:30 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, I'll be doing my Gilligan. My
oh no
Gilligan's
no
Oh,
Island
no,
is that
stream
that's
six?
runs.
Is that 6:30 Pacific? I can probably
no
make
no
No, it's
that.
the
no
other way. No, it's 9:30 a.m. Pacific.
9:30
Oh
Pacific.
no, I'm not going to be there.
Oh, then I won't be
That's way
working.
too early for me.
Right, I won't be working because unfortunately I'm not able to work anymore. So yeah, I will make it a point to be there, Mikey.
Oh, I hope so, Pop. I
I'd
would
love
love
to
to
be there, but
have
I
your
just it'll
insight
be
and help. I would
impossible. Yeah.
definitely love it. We aim to go, Pop, at least 3.5, hopefully 4 hours at the utmost. But
Okay,
it's going to be a fun. I just want to make it a fun chat and live stream, like I said, for my first time, and have people, any kind of people that want to, that are familiar with James Bond to some degree, you can come right in the panel and just give your insights and quick input, and yeah, it should be a lot of fun. But
sounds good.
otherwise, yeah, Pop, you know me. I lurk around your streams. I love to be with you guys, and I love this community. I only been here a couple months, but I feel like it's a family. I feel like I'm definitely home with you guys, and
It
it
is.
feels important. And Pop, you better get well. Get well,
I will
please.
do my best. I'm waiting for Dr. McCoy to walk through the door any moment.
Okay.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need my pill to give me a new kidney, right?
He'll just give you a hypo and everything will be fine, right?
Yeah. Hungry boy.
Yeah,
Unless it's
don't worry about
Pergrazine,
that,
of course.
Hungry. But I love the movie anyway for other reasons, not just the fact
Nemesis,
Yeah.
of the title.
Nemesis of Eden is sends his love.
Oh,
and
thank you.
and I return that. And Hungry Boy says none of those Bond faves will be Octopussy. LOL, Mikey. And I will say real quickly before we close that my favorite James Bond, and that's due to my age and I'm old, but was Roger Moore. So
Yeah.
I will say that up front.
Oh, that's good. Which
Oh,
one
Pierce
though? Which
Brosnan
one,
for
Pop?
me.
Yeah, I was a big fan of the Saint before he was James Bond, and then he was my favorite James Bond.
The
So was
Saint was a
I.
great show.
Yeah.
I loved it. I
What was your
remember
favorite
when
Bond
I
movie? Give us a hint. What was your favorite?
you guys are going to everyone's going to laugh at me,
Oh,
but maybe I think Moonraker. I'm trying to remember
yeah,
exactly.
Moonraker was unique.
Moonraker. Well, that was a
No,
different
Oh
one.
my goodness.
Yeah,
I
Dennis is
respect
laughing.
It
Moonraker.
was sci-fi though, I
I'm trying to
guess.
remember off the top of my head all the Roger Moore, James Bond movies,
For Your
and
Eyes Only was pretty decent.
yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Spy Who Loved Me and The Man with the Golden Gun are my two favorite Roger Moores.
Oh, because it
And they
was
are
Christopher
fantastic.
Lee,
Yes,
right?
thank you.
Christopher Lee was good in that.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Scaramanga.
I,
Scaramanga.
Yes.
I'm I'm gonna give all of you something that I was able to look it up, but there was something I know about real names of M was, and the different M's that were in there, even through, and then Mallory, who's currently played by Ray Fine. So there is people new. There's also a tie between the female M by Miss Dench. She in the canon is actually the granddaughter of uh, Q, who was played by Desmond Llewellyn in the Bond canon in the books. So we'll tell you
Nice.
So
more about that later.
she was the granddaughter of the actor who played Q.
not of the actual actor, but of the character Q
Oh,
that was
okay.
eventually started to be played by Desmond.
Right, but we're not talking about Q from TNG, who was Gazoo from the Flintstones, right?
No, no, we're not.
That's a good one.
Yeah, there was
That's why I
some
never liked Q. It was like dum dum. Yeah, that was Q in a nutshell with Picard. Dum dum.
dum
Snapping
dum.
the fingers,
Yeah.
right?
No. But
Oh, that's
but
so good.
there was a cartoon series somebody reminded me of real quick. It was called James Bond Jr. and I said, "Oh my God, I'd even almost forgotten that was out there." It was an animated series, only lasted about one season, but it was supposed to be part of Bond canon. It was supposed to be James Bond's
Yeah, but if
nephew.
it was a cartoon, I really doubt it was canon.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I was told, but you know, but we'll just briefly mention it. Just say, hey,
Okay,
it's
Well,
out
I
there.
appreciate it.
you
Yeah.
still never know though, because animated Star Trek, the first series was canon, right?
Yeah, but with James Bond, you're talking about. I doubt that the Broccolis really cared that much to make it canon.
I have no idea. I'd have to
Okay,
research that one.
okay. So we're going on 4 hours and 38 minutes. I'm gonna call it a night and take my
Okay, man.
babies out to go poo
Sounds
poos
like a
and
plan.
potties.
Well, Pop,
And then
take
I
me out
hope I
to
still have
rest.
the strength to fix dinner. If not, I'll probably just crash. That's the problem is I usually stay on here so late that I'm so tired I don't feel like cooking.
Well, I bought a bag of potato chips, so that might end up being my supper tonight.
I wish I had something that I could just open and consume that's already
Yeah,
cooked.
well, I was thinking, you know what? I bet if I go on tonight on YouTube, Pop might be there, and I might end up doing exactly this. So I
Yeah,
planned ahead.
but it's okay. It's for a good cause because I end up having such a good time that it usually spills over to where it lasts a long time. But it's okay as long as I
Hey,
take my dogs out before they kill me.
Yeah, yeah. You don't want
hey,
to
Pop,
make them suffer.
Exactly.
when
You
you
need
do
to get
come
out
to
of here,
my
Bob.
stream, when you do come to my stream on June 7th, by all means, please post your tip and your site so that people can donate while we're doing the stream.
Well, thank you, Mikey. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Okay, so with that, let me wrap this up. And good night, everybody, and thank you, everybody in the chat. I hope I read every chat. If I didn't, please feel free to yell at me and call me whatever names you want because everybody needs and deserves attention.
Good night, guys and girls.
And thank you especially to all my fellow panelists, especially Nemesis Eden. You've been here from the beginning, and
Of
Hungry
course, Bob.
Boy, and your insight, and
You're
PvP and Mikey. So
Thanks,
with
Bob.
that, my pleasure. And if you guys can make it to my Gilligan's Island stream tomorrow, that'd be wonderful. If not,
Good night,
I will do
fellas.
I will do it openly. Now that I'm not working, I'll be able to unfortunately, but fortunately, I'll have time to devote more time to my YouTube channel. So we'll be doing more streams for now on my channel. So thank you everybody. And with that, have a great night and take care of yourselves tomorrow.